Chapter 21. London.
Colonel Fitzwilliam, a letter arrived for you from Netherfield.
Thank you.
The Colonel recognised his cousin's hand and opened the letter to read. At first he smiled, but then a deep frown edged over his features.
Tuesday, November the 26th, 1811, Netherfield Park, Meryton. Cousin, I write this in great haste, late in the evening. I must first demand your congratulations, for I am the happiest of men. Miss Elizabeth Bennet has agreed to be my wife. We are to marry in a month. I know I have become an impulsive man under her expert tutelage, but I will save the story for another time. My secondary purpose in writing to you is to inform you of our whereabouts. By the time you read this, I will have returned to London with Georgiana and Miss Elizabeth. Yes, Georgiana is here. Yet another story I shall not currently entertain you with. We leave because I received information that Wickham is up to his usual mischief, and this time he may have an accomplice at Netherfield. He intends to injure Georgiana, and I fear when my engagement to Elizabeth becomes widely known, she will be at risk as well. We must return to London for everyone's safety. Cousin F. Darcy.
The Colonel knew Darcy had the means to protect the ladies and trusted his judgment in removing them from Meryton. However, he would have to visit in a few days to ensure everyone was safe, hear a few stories, and offer his heartfelt congratulations in person. Martha, the maid at Longbourn, couldn't read, but she could recognise the name Bennet. So, when she saw the letter lying on the ground near the butcher's shop, the family name jumped out at her. She picked up the folded paper and returned it to Longbourn, where she was sure it must belong.
Mr Bennet, sir, while I was in town today doing some errands for Mrs Hill, I found this letter on the ground. I would have returned it inside the butcher's shop, except I saw the Bennet name written on it. I thought it best to bring it to you, as it must concern the family.
Thank you, Martha. You have done well. I shall see it is returned to its rightful owner.
Martha curtsied and left Mr Bennet to open the curious letter. Moments later he was on her heel, demanding to know where Jane and Mr Bingley were.
I'm not sure. I only just returned. Give me a moment, and I will find them.
Never mind, Martha. I shall find them myself. Thank you. That will be all.
He opened the front door and ran towards the gardens. Martha had never seen Mr Bennet run before. It had been over 2 hours since they departed Longbourn. Elizabeth now knew of the long Darcy-Wickham past, and she and Mr Darcy had an excellent discussion about their book, The Lady of the Lake. The conversation had ended, and they sat in silence, unsure what to talk about next. Darcy could tell Elizabeth's mind was disturbed by the way she worried her lower lip.
Elizabeth?
She slowly turned her head towards the sound of his voice. Then, almost as if catching herself wool-gathering, she responded.
Fitzwilliam, did you say something?
She looked sheepish, realising she did not know what he said.
Not yet, but I plan to. Please come sit here next to me.
He patted the seat next to him with one hand and held out his other, beckoning her over. Elizabeth accepted his hand, and he pulled her to sit by him. He gently untied and removed her bonnet, throwing it on the seat next to Georgiana. Wrapping his arm around her, he pulled her close, resting her back against his side. Leaning down, he whispered near her ear.
Fear not, dearest, loveliest Elizabeth, love of my heart and keeper of my soul. No harm will come to you.
Elizabeth loved having Darcy's arms around her, but she needed to look at him, so she unwrapped herself and turned towards him.
Fitzwilliam, I am glad you love me as much as I love you, but you must know I do not fear for myself. I fear for Georgiana. To be so young and have faced such heinous actions from such a vile man, one who claimed an acquaintance with her own family. No wonder she is fearful of making her own decisions. What she went through would break even the most spirited girls. To have it happen to her, who is already so reserved, is devastating. I understand her more. As her sister, I am now responsible for ensuring she is guarded against anything like this ever occurring again. I will see she makes honest and good friends who she can trust, and who will not abuse her kindness and generosity.
Mr Darcy gazed upon Elizabeth intently, praising the heavens for the woman sitting before him. It surprised him when she leaned in and quickly kissed him. Then, just as quickly, she turned and re-wrapped his arms around her as she snuggled in. Neither spoke for a while, savouring the delight of sitting together wrapped in one another's arms. It was not long before they too were asleep, Elizabeth wrapped in Darcy's arms and him resting his cheek atop her dark curls. This was the sight Georgiana awoke to an hour later, and it made her heart soar with happiness to see her brother so content. Glancing out the carriage window, Georgiana noticed they were nearing London. With the increased number of travellers on the road, the carriage slowed to a meandering pace. Not wanting prying eyes to look in upon her brother and Elizabeth, she closed the curtains and let them rest for another half-hour. She smiled at them, happy they found one another. The November sky was dark, and the carriage slowed to a crawl. They were in an unfamiliar part of London. Georgiana guessed they were near Elizabeth's aunt and uncle's home, so she woke them.
"Brother,"
Georgiana said as she garnered his attention by touching his arm. Darcy opened his eyes and let them adjust to the darkness.
"we are in London, and I am sure we must be near Gracechurch Street."
Thank you, Georgiana. I am surprised I slept as soundly as I did. I normally have trouble sleeping in a carriage.
"I think it is understandable."
Her eyes sparkled as she glanced at Elizabeth, still held in his arms. Then Georgiana flashed him a smile so innocent he could not censure her for her impertinence.
Elizabeth, we are almost to the gardener's. You best wake up and prepare yourself.
I dare say I rarely sleep in a carriage. Yours must be uncommonly smooth.
Georgiana said nothing, although it was difficult. Her eyes sparkled a little more, and her smile overspread her entire face. Darcy shot her a warning glance.
I dare say it is. I always instruct the driver to miss the ruts and potholes, thus making for a comfortable ride.
Just as Darcy finished the sentence and handed Elizabeth back to the seat next to Georgiana, the carriage jerked as it hit a large rut and pothole. All three burst into laughter, unable to hold it back. Darcy leaned over to open the blinds. He looked out to identify landmarks and streets to assess their location. Just then, the carriage halted, and Elizabeth exclaimed,
"We are here! I recognise the park just across the way. I take the children there each time I visit. They love to feed the ducks at the pond."
The occupants quickly gathered their things and were ready just as the footman opened the carriage door and Darcy stepped down. He handed out the ladies, and the three of them walked towards the entrance of the gardener's home.
Miss Bennet,
The maid exclaimed as the door opened.
what do you do here?
"I have come to see my aunt and uncle gardener. May we come in?"
You may, but your aunt and uncle will not return for another 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Where are they?
Why, they travelled to Lambton to see Mrs. Gardner's family. Do you not remember? I thought Mrs. Gardner wrote a letter to your family informing you.
Oh yes, in my haste and excitement it escaped my mind. My father's as well.
Elizabeth looked at Darcy, who could easily read her mind, and nodded in agreement.
Alice, when they return, can you inform them I'm in town staying with the Darcys at London House?
Mr Darcy handed her his card, which she promptly passed on to the maid.
Upon their return, you must tell my aunt straight away and have her and my uncle come to the Darcys that evening, no matter the time. Will you remember to tell them, Alice?
Yes, Miss Bennet, I will tell them when they arrive, though I know not what day that will be.
Thank you, Alice.
The three returned to the carriage, and Darcy ordered it to London House, his residence. Secretly, He took great delight in the necessity that she stay with them.
Mr Darcy, I hope this does not inconvenience you or your staff by my staying at your home.
Not at all. How could you even think such a thing? I could not be happier. Did the maid say the gardeners were in Lambton?
Elizabeth nodded.
Yes, my aunt grew up there as a girl.
I see. Did you know Lambton is but 5 miles from Pemberley?
It is. Mr Darcy, what a fine thing since my family visits the area occasionally.
So it is. Shall we announce to the house tonight that we are to be married, or should we wait until the morning? What is your desire, Elizabeth?
Elizabeth laughed lightly at his enthusiasm.
I have no preference, Mr Darcy. It is your house and your staff. What would you prefer?
It is not too late, and most staff will still be there since they have been planning our arrival. Let us make the announcement tonight. I wish to share my joy with everyone and ensure they treat you as their future mistress, not as a guest.
It did not take long for Mr Bennet to locate Jane and Mr Bingley at the pace he set out looking for them. The lovers were walking in the garden, one of Jane's favourite places.
Jane, dear, will you excuse Mr Bingley and me, but I have a business we must discuss immediately.
Surely, father. But what is the matter? You look almost ill. Here, have a seat and let me fetch you a glass of water.
No, Jane, I am fine. You return to the house. Mr Bingley and I shall follow shortly.
Jane did as she was told, and once she was clear of the corner of the house, Mr Bennet immediately began.
Mr Bingley, sir, although I don't know you as well as I do your friend Mr Darcy, I believe you are a man of integrity.
Mr Bingley nodded his head, wary of the tone of Mr Bennet's voice.
I am, sir.
Good. And you value Jane and her feelings?
Yes, I do, sir, above anything else.
Since you value her so much, you would not like to see her upset or hurt in any way?
I would not, sir. Mr Bennet, what do you mean by these questions? Have I lost favour with you, sir?
I do not believe it is you, as the handwriting flourishes appear feminine, but I feel it affects you.
Mr Bennet withdrew the note from his pocket and thrust it into the hands of Mr Bingley, who read it immediately. Then, before he even finished the message, he ran for the stables, Mr Bennet close on his heels.
I believe I must take my leave, sir. I have business that calls me away immediately. Please make my excuses to Miss Bennet, and tell her I will call again as soon as possible. I trust you will keep this a secret, Mr Bennet, so as not to injure Miss Jane's feelings or her mother and sisters. I shall know how to act.
I will keep it a secret as long as possible, but won't you come and say goodbye so Jane does not worry?
No, Mr Bennet. I am afraid time is of the essence. As much as I wish to, I must be off.
Mr Bingley mounted his horse and galloped towards Netherfield with a look of sheer fury plastered on his face. 10 minutes after leaving Gracechurch Street, the Darcy carriage stopped outside an exquisite London townhouse. Darcy first handed out Georgiana, who rushed up the stairs and into the house as the butler opened the door with impeccable timing. He had obviously welcomed home this duo many times. Darcy then handed out Elizabeth, who stood, eyes wide in amazement. Elizabeth drank in the beautiful sight before her. London House, as it was called, was a stately historic home built from dark red brick in one of the finest areas of London. The house stood 5 stories from the basement to the top floor, with large windows overlooking a manicured garden. The walkway where they stood led to a set of stairs. An elegant set of double doors was at the top of the stairs. The doors opened into a sophisticated marble entry with a grand staircase in the centre, wide enough for 5 people to walk up side by side. To the left and behind the stairs was Mr Darcy's public study, where he met for business dealings. To the right and under the stairs was a door which led below the stairs to the servants' area. To her immediate right was a glorious sitting room Elizabeth ached to explore. From her vantage point in the foyer, she could but see a few of the furniture pieces. To the left was a large dining room, with a table that looked large enough to seat 20. Elizabeth wondered about the wealth of Mr Darcy.
If this is his townhouse, which I have heard is nothing compared to his estate, what must Pemberley be like?
Right about the time she felt overwhelmed, the housekeeper and butler made their presence known by stepping to either side of the door. Mr Darcy made the introductions.
Mr and Mrs Robbins, this is Miss Elizabeth Bennet.
Elizabeth curtsied at the introduction, and Mr Darcy took a step closer to her, which put him very close.
She has come to stay with us for this stay, I am not sure exactly how long she shall stay, but upon her next visit she will be here indefinitely.
Mr and Mrs Robbins could not mistake his smile or the meaning of his words. However, as the best servants, they presumed nothing and waited for his official declaration. Being the excellent housekeeper she was, Mrs Robbins felt confident she could pry a little.
Excellent, sir. I did not know we were to expect a third. But, of course, your suite and Miss Georgiana's are ready. It should not take me more than a few minutes to prepare a guest room on the 4th floor. Do you prefer which room Miss Bennet shall stay in?
Yes, Mrs Robbins. I should like it very much if Miss Bennet stayed in the lavender room. I presume it is ready and needs no special attention.
Mr and Mrs Robbins glanced at each other to confirm their suspicions. Their years together taught them to understand each other perfectly. They both knew what the other was thinking.
You are correct, sir. It is in a perfect state. I always refresh the suite each week.
Mrs Robbins smiled to herself and to her husband. The master finally met his match, and he brought her here for a visit. Few of the current servants were around when the late Mrs Darcy was alive, but Mr and Mrs Robbins had been. There were rumours surrounding the lavender room. The lavender room gained a reputation as the best room in the house, but its secrets remained a mystery because only Mrs Robbins had access to it. Since being redecorated, the lavender room remained unoccupied. The late Mrs Darcy asked for the room to be remade upon her last stay at London House. Unfortunately, she died before returning to see it complete. To this day, not a single person has ever used it. The late Mr Darcy would not allow it, for it grieved him that his wife would never enjoy it. When Fitzwilliam Darcy inherited all, he told Mrs Robbins that the first person to use it would be the next mistress of Pemberley and London House. He rationalised it, saying he would present it as a gift from his mother to his future wife, since they would never know each other. Until the day he met her and brought her to London, the room was to remain uninhabited, with the door securely locked. The only persons with access to the key hidden in Mr Darcy's study were Mrs Robbins and him.
Mr Robbins, could you call all the servants to be ready in the foyer in an hour? I have an announcement to make. Mrs Robbins, please retrieve the key and meet Miss Bennet and me at the door to the lavender room.
Mr and Mrs Robbins, butler and housekeeper, smiled to each other knowingly as each took off to perform their tasks. Both knew their task's importance. This evening must be perfect. Mr Darcy took Elizabeth's hand and wrapped it over his arm. Together they climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor, where the family apartments were located. As they paused on the landing, Elizabeth commented,
Should we continue, Mr Darcy, we would not want to keep Mrs Robbins waiting. Did she not say that the guest quarters are on the 4th floor?
She did. But why would you stay in the guest quarters? You are to be mistress of London House and Pemberley. You are to stay in the family rooms.
As he began his tale, Mrs Robbins reached the landing below Mr Darcy and Miss Bennet. She stopped there to allow him privacy in his telling, yet close enough to open the door quickly as required.
My mother was in London at the beginning of her confinement with Georgiana. She arranged for this room to be redecorated in her favourite colour, lavender, and then returned to Pemberley for the duration of her confinement. The room was prepared as she desired, adorned with the finest French silks and satins money could purchase. She had the bed, dresser, wardrobe, chairs and fireplace mantel designed and custom-made by a renowned craftsman. Sadly, she died without seeing the room. My father never once entered it. He knew her hand was in every detail, and it pained him to think of it. Little Owen see it. He tied the key to a lavender piece of silk and hid it away in his desk. Neither Georgiana nor I knew what the room looked like. Right before he died, he told me of the room and Mother's happiness in designing it. He told me I could have no pain in using it and to have it reopened, perhaps moving Georgiana into it for her quarters. I came here to view it, and as I opened the door, memories of my mother flooded me. She is in everything in this room. I can see her lavender dresses. I can smell her in the dresser sachets. I can remember her favourite flowers because the artisan carved them into the wood of this room. When it came time to make a decision, I could not give the room to Georgiana. I locked the door once more and gave back the key, informing Mrs. Robbins that the next Mrs. Darcy would be the first person to use this room. Elizabeth, this room is my mother's gift to you. By exploring and getting to know it, you will come to know my mother.
This was Mrs. Robbins' cue to move forward with the key. She held it out by the ribbon as Mr. Darcy took it and opened the door. Mr. Darcy gently swung the door open and escorted Elizabeth beyond the threshold into the room. Mrs. Robbins waited in the hallway, staying out of their way, but remaining close in case she was needed. Elizabeth gasped upon entering the room. It surpassed the elegance of the entry and sitting room. The walls were painted pale lavender, with a glaze that made them shine in the candlelight. She could only imagine their appearance in the morning sun. The bed was a large four-poster bed with a brocade silk canopy. Delicate calla lilies were carved into the rich dark mahogany wood, creating a beautiful contrast with the lightness of the walls and fabrics. The same beautiful flowers adorned the carved mantel and furniture. There was a large mirror above the fireplace mantel and a large painting hanging above the bed.
This is exquisite, Mr. Darcy. Are you sure you want me to stay here?
Yes, I have never been sure of anything in my life. This room belongs to the mistress of Pemberley and London House. Though you are not yet mistress, you shall be very soon, and nothing would make me happier than you staying in this room.
Darcy walked to her and kissed her forehead, then turned to leave.
I shall allow you time to get ready to meet everyone. We barely have half an hour now. Mrs. Robbins, please come here.
Yes, sir.
Miss Bennet did not have her maid accompany her on this trip. Please assist Miss Bennet for tonight and tomorrow morning. Tomorrow we will decide who will tend to her needs for the rest of her stay.
Yes, sir.
Darcy bowed and then departed. Mrs. Robbins could swear she saw him wiping tears from his eyes. Chapter 22. Household changes. Today, the 3 miles from Longbourn to Netherfield were covered in record time. Upon reaching Netherfield, Mr. Bingley swiftly dismounted, entering the house before a stableman could attend to his horse. Then, in long and hasty strides, Charles walked straight to the drawing-room, passing Caroline's maid along the way.
Pack my sister's trunks immediately with all her belongings. She shall depart within the hour, and will not be returning.
The maid curtsied with her eyes lowered, then hurried to her mistress' room, obediently following instructions. Never had she seen the serene Mr. Bingley in such a vicious mood as he was today.
Caroline!
Mr. Bingley bellowed, walking into the room.
You best ready yourself because you are to go to Scarborough and not to return until Aunt Mary agrees you are enough a lady to be fit for society.
Charles, what are you going on about? I know not what you...
Caroline's face paled as he thrust a familiar letter into her hands.
Charles, please, let me...
Caroline, leave this room, my home and my life immediately. If you do not, I shall cut you off entirely for hurting my sister.
Your sister? Why, Charles, you are not making any sense, for I am your sister, and you are hurting me.
Caroline, you are no sister to me, only a burden. I shall never tell another soul that I have a sister named Caroline, for I now have sisters aplenty to replace you.
Caroline stood shocked and confused, but said nothing as he continued.
You better be glad your charade did not cost me Miss Jane Bennet's suit. If she or her father rescinds the acceptance of her hand in marriage because of your actions, you should pray you never see me again. For if you are ever again in my presence, I will, well, I do not know what I will do, but I shall have a long while to consider it. You are to depart for Aunt Mary's, while I stay here, to beg Jane to forgive me for having a sister as horrible as you.
The full extent of his meaning set in, causing Caroline to turn and run to her room in fury at being discovered. 1 hour later, Mr Bingley firmly escorted a belligerent Caroline by the arm to the coach. He wasn't about to leave it up to chance whether she would actually leave. As he did, he stated brusquely,
Caroline, you will receive one correspondence from me containing papers regarding the full settlement of your inheritance upon you. I will no longer give you a monthly stipend. You must learn to economise and budget, for you will now depend upon yourself. Expect the papers within the week.
That was that. Charles was done with her. Caroline and her maid were in the coach, accompanied by Mr Bingley's personal man, who ensured they arrived at their aunt's house in Scarborough. His man held a barely legible letter of explanation tucked neatly in his pocket. Elizabeth quickly prepared herself to meet the London house staff, and 25 minutes later she stood next to Mr Darcy at the base of the stairs while the household assembled in order of duty and rank. Mr and Mrs Robbins stood at the head of the line.
Good evening to each of you. I have called you together to introduce you to a special guest.
Mr Darcy began.
This is Miss Elizabeth Bennet.
The London house staff bowed and curtsied appropriately, showing their respect for Mr Darcy and his guest. His decision to gather them together to meet a mere house guest astonished them. It was an unprecedented action. What made her so special? However, no one had to wonder long, for as soon as they completed their bows and curtsies, Mr Darcy continued.
I am pleased to inform you Miss Elizabeth Bennet has honoured me by agreeing to be my wife. Our wedding will take place before Christmas.
Applause and shouts of congratulations broke out throughout the foyer, full of London house staff. Giant smiles graced the faces of each person, showing their happiness with the arrangement. Everyone knew the master's marriage would spur household changes. How could it not? The addition of a mistress after a little family comprising only a reserved and lonely bachelor and his shy sister was sure to stir things up a bit. The entire staff instinctively knew this chestnut-haired beauty standing before them, blushing from head to toe and peeking small admiring glances at the master, would be a lively and welcome addition to the family. The applause finally calmed down, and Mr Darcy gave the longest speech anyone had ever heard from a Darcy. His verbosity shocked the staff. The master never shared his personal life, but he opened up to everyone here and now. They all stood mesmerised by his story, clearly able to see his love for his betrothed.
You may all wonder about the sudden engagement and short time until the wedding. Miss Bennet's family estate is in Hertfordshire, where, as many of you know, I have been staying with my good friend and future brother Charles Bingley at his estate named Netherfield. Yes, I see your awareness. Charles and I are to be brothers, for he has proposed to Miss Bennet's elder sister, Miss Jane Bennet. Netherfield is 3 miles from Longbourn, Miss Bennet's father's estate. We frequently spent time in each other's company, and soon we were lost to one another. I convinced Miss Bennet I could not do without her, and she consented to be my wife. Unfortunately, Georgiana and I needed to return to London for pressing business matters. Luckily for me, Miss Bennet came to visit her beloved aunt and purchase her wedding trousseau. Miss Bennet's visit was unexpected, and the family is away on holiday unbeknownst to her. Miss Bennet will stay with us until their return. I want you to treat Miss Bennet with the respect owed to the mistress of London House and Pemberley. Any alterations she requests to rooms or household procedures, make them. Any change to schedules and duties, fulfill them. Anything she wants or requests, it is your mission to achieve it and make her happy. Does everyone understand?
There were nods all around.
Miss Bennet, do you wish to say or request anything of the staff now?
Yes, Mr Darcy, that would be nice. Thank you all for your warm welcome and acceptance. I'm delighted to be here and can't wait to meet and get to know you before I return as a bride. Thus far, I want to commend you on everything I have seen. I can tell you all take pride and joy in London House. It is the finest house and you are the finest staff I've seen. I don't wish to disrupt such a smooth operating routine. I only ask that you help me when I get lost, as I am bound to do in a house of this size. Keep up the good work you're already doing.
Elizabeth's spirit and joy captivated the entire staff instantly. Everyone at London House was certain the perfect mistress had arrived. They were sure they could not have picked a better one had they chosen Mr Darcy's bride themselves. After the announcement, Darcy and Elizabeth retired to the drawing-room. Georgiana joined them briefly before everyone retired early after a long day of travel. No matter how they tried, Elizabeth and Georgiana could not stifle their yawns or hide their fatigue. Mrs Robbins came to assist Elizabeth for the night.
I hope you have enjoyed your first few hours at London House, Miss Bennet.
I have. Here with Mr Darcy and Miss Georgiana, my dreams of happiness exceed all expectations. I am blessed to have met Mr Darcy and garnered his love and devotion.
He is a wonderful master, miss. All here appreciate his generosity and steadfastness.
I am so pleased to hear that.
Mrs Robbins helped Elizabeth off with her gown and replaced it with her nightgown and a robe.
There now. Shall we take down your hair?
Yes, that would be nice.
Mrs Robbins hummed a soothing tune as she pulled hairpins from Elizabeth's coiffure until Elizabeth interrupted her.
Mrs Robbins, if you don't mind, may I interrupt and ask a question?
Of course, miss. Anything you like, I will answer if I can.
This is a magnificent painting here above the bed. I could never even imagine setting my eyes upon such a magnificent structure as this one holds. It is exquisite how one painting can portray a single location's seasons. The art master is truly talented. Its presence in this room implies significance. Can you tell me about it?
Mrs Robbins was smiling as she said,
With pleasure, miss. This painting is indeed special. This is where the late Mrs Darcy found peace amidst each season's glory. Here is where she loved collecting flowers on walks, soaking in the heat, admiring fall colours, and praising God for winter's purity and goodness. This, miss, is Pemberley.
Pemberley!
Elizabeth gasped the word as if in denial or shock that it was her future home, stepping closer to the painting to admire it more closely.
Surely you must be joking. That is Pemberley. I am to live with Mr Darcy and Georgiana here.
Elizabeth pointed her finger at the painting as she looked at Mrs Robbins. Mrs Robbins nodded slightly. Elizabeth returned to her chair, her stunned gaze glued to the painting. She stared at it for many minutes before she whispered, more for herself than anyone else,
I did not know Pemberley was such a grand estate.
This impressed Mrs Robbins, for it let her know Miss Bennet accepted her master's proposal based on her love of the man, not his money or estate. However, Mrs Robbins caught herself in her own musings when she realised Miss Bennet looked pale.
Miss Bennet, are you all right? Come, move away from the fire and calm yourself. Do you require anything?
I'm a little overwhelmed by everything I just learned. Rumours suggested of Mr Darcy's great wealth. but his estate's grandeur exceeds my expectations. Mrs. Robbins, my father's estate is minuscule in comparison. My mother taught me and all my sisters how to run a household to the best of her abilities, with the resources she had available. But I know nothing of running an estate of this magnitude. What if I make too many mistakes and shame Mr. Darcy? I cannot do that to him. He has such faith in me. I cannot ruin all that his family has accomplished. I know not where to start.
Elizabeth worked herself up until she was in a near tizzy.
There now. No need to get all worked up. All will be well. Both London House and Pemberley are such well-oiled machines. They practically run themselves. In addition, you have Mrs. Reynolds and me to help you.
Mrs. Reynolds?
Yes, she is the housekeeper at Pemberley. We won't let you fail. It's our responsibility to help you succeed. It is our responsibility as housekeepers to ensure you are informed of everything. Nothing will go wrong when we all work at it together.
Thank you, Mrs. Robbins. You have eased my mind greatly.
Now off to bed with you. You've had an exhausting day. Tomorrow will be full of house tours and shopping, so you must get your rest.
Elizabeth snuggled down between the bedsheets, asking for one last thing before Mrs. Robbins departed.
Mrs. Robbins?
Yes, Miss Bennet. What is it?
I was wondering if I may have some paper and ink to write to my father in the morning. He expected me to be at my aunt's, but because of their trip, I came here instead. I need to inform him of my location.
Yes, I shall bring it up first thing in the morning.
Thank you. I will see you in the morning.
Elizabeth rolled over and nestled into her blankets. It was not long after the door latched she fell soundly asleep. Mrs. Robbins stood outside Elizabeth's door with her head bowed in silent praise of the gift the master brought to the household. She was confident in Elizabeth Bennet's suitability for the Darcy family. Mr. Wickham left Meryton shortly after the Darcy carriage, only at the edge of town. Instead of veering towards London, he hied his way towards Kent. He reached the inn at Kent in good time, promptly freshening up after travelling. He garnered himself a table in the corner and sat down to a quick meal and some ale as he formulated a plan for an hour hence. Then, plan in mind and completing his dinner, he retired to his room, gathered his calling cards and departed for Rosings Park for an unexpected evening audience. As promptly as possible, Wickham alighted from his horse at the front steps and rang the bell. The butler answered, and after presenting his card, he requested to see her ladyship. Mr. Wickham was led to the drawing-room where Lady Catherine sat on her throne, reigning over the household.
Mr. Wickham to see you, ma'am.
My lady.
Mr. Wickham purred as he bowed before Lady Catherine.
What could you possibly want?
I am here to inquire about the health and happiness of your family, ma'am.
Do not play coy with me. I know you are not here merely to inquire about my family, so get to your point or leave. I don't have all day.
Indeed, ma'am, you are mistaken. I am here to inquire about your family. I was passing through Kent and heard of your nephew Darcy's engagement. Due to my familiarity with the Darcys, I can confirm the long engagement between him and your daughter. As I am passing through, I thought it incumbent upon me to stop and congratulate the happy couple. Since there were rumours that he was visiting her family, I hope to find him here. Is he not here?
Wickham looked around as if expecting to see Mr. Darcy and his fiancée.
You say he is engaged?
Yes, ma'am. You, of all people, should know that.
Indeed, I am not. You say he is with her visiting family.
Yes, that is my understanding.
You will come with me.
Lady Catherine rose and crossed the room, yelling for her butler. As he entered, she barked her orders.
Ready my carriage. I'll be leaving for London in half an hour. You, Mr. Wickham, will accompany me.
Me, my lady?
Yes, you.
I cannot, for I must return to my regiment. Being a soldier in Her Majesty's militia, I have only received a limited amount of leave. I must return, or else they will cut my wages. I cannot afford for that to happen.
You will accompany me, and if I must, I will compensate you for your troubles.
Very well, my lady. However, should we not wait until morning? It is late in the evening and dangerous to travel at night. All of my belongings are at my lodgings. Tomorrow is preferable, don't you agree?
I suppose you are correct, but you must arrive by 6, as we'll be leaving then.
Hearing more orders being shouted by Lady Catherine, Mr Wickham departed, thinking the audience could not have gone smoother. Early the following morning, the soldiers' camp and Meryton were all abuzz with the news of a soldier's desertion. Colonel Forster was furious that one of his subordinates would dare to leave without permission. Lieutenant Denny quickly revealed everything he knew when someone mentioned their sighting together in town the previous afternoon. Denny did not attempt to excuse Wickham. His purpose was to avoid trouble for himself. He merely informed his colonel that Wickham left town towards Kent yesterday afternoon. He further said he intended to return by this afternoon, stating personal business as his reason for going. With the knowledge he was to return this very day, Colonel Forster awaited his return before taking action further. He did not, however, wait to inform Colonel Fitzwilliam. Instead, Colonel Forster penned a quick note and sent it express to London.
Thursday, November 28th, 1811, Meryton Militia Camp. Colonel Fitzwilliam. Upon your departure for town, I told you I would keep you apprised of Lieutenant George Wickham's proceedings if they gave me cause to worry. Early this morning, we discovered Lieutenant Wickham left Meryton for Kent yesterday on a pretence of personal business. He went with no word to his superiors or approval of leave. We expect him to return this afternoon. Colonel Forster.
Moonlight still streamed through the partially opened curtain of the second-floor window at the inn in Kent as Mr Wickham stirred. He quickly realised where he was and what his errand was, and leapt from the bed with more energy than seen since he last tried to ensconce with Georgiana Darcy last summer. He grinned as he readied for the day, packed his bags for his return trip, and went down to the public dining-room for breakfast. By 5:30, he got dressed, packed his things, ate his meal, and rode his horse towards Rosings Park, eagerly expecting his arrival at precisely 6 o'clock, just when Lady Catherine de Bourgh was ready to depart. He timed his arrival impeccably and joined the fine lady in her carriage. By 5 minutes after 6, his horse was tethered to the back of the carriage, and they set off for London.
If you excuse me, Colonel, but an express just arrived for you.
Thank you, Jones.
Will there be anything else?
No, that will be all.
Colonel Fitzwilliam opened the missive as Jones left the room, instantly recognising the sender as Colonel Forster. Upon reading the note, the colonel called for his horse and awaited its arrival at the front door. No sooner had the stable boy handed him the reins and he was in the saddle did he spur the horse into a gallop, heading straight for the Matlock townhouse and some advice from his father. Upon arrival, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam wasted no time before seeking his parents. They were still at breakfast, although just about done when he hastily entered.
Father, Mother, it is good to see you in such excellent health this morning.
Richard,
his mother said, her smile clear as she spoke.
Sit down, son. You look tired. Will you have some breakfast? We are about done, but we will sit with you while you eat.
No, Mother, I thank you. I am fine. However, once you finish, I need to discuss urgent business with you and Father in the drawing room.
Lord Matlock looked at his son earnestly and announced,
I am done. Let us go there now.
Offering his arm to his lady, the three walked to the drawing room and gave orders not to be disturbed.
Father, Mother, I believe you may expect a visit from my aunt, Lady Catherine, as early as tomorrow.
What? You must be joking. Catherine has not left Rosings Park in well over 10 years.
Lady Matlock said, laughing as she took her seat. Lord Matlock caught the seriousness of the allegation.
What makes you think so, Richard? Something monumental would need to occur to make her venture forth.
Father, you are correct. Something monumental has occurred. Though I have not been given permission to share the news, circumstances make it necessary.
Lord Matlock raised his brows curiously and looked at his wife, who was all attention.
I assure you, this news is glorious and I fully support Darcy.
Darcy? How does that boy do?
Richard laughed.
Extremely well, I dare say. Probably the best he has been in his entire life. Here, read for yourself.
Then, handing Darcy's letter to his father and mother, who moved close together to read, he watched them as they read his letter of the 26th of November.
Engaged! Are you sure? Who is she? Where is she from? Married in a month, that is preposterous. A wedding needs longer to be planned. Impulsive. Why, Darcy has never been this impulsive. What sort of influence does this girl hold over him? Safety. What is going on?
As she read, Lady Matlock could not refrain from exclaiming. Richard answered none of it. He saved his reply for his father.
Richard, I presume you will explain the relation between this and Lady Catherine, and why Wickham's name is mentioned here.
I shall, father. Have you nothing to say about Darcy's news?
I have not, for I shall tell him my mind when I next see him.
Richard sensed trouble, as the announcement of his immediate approval would have been swift. He always gave approval quickly, while disapproval waited until he had you in a position where he would be sure to win his point. With no time to aid Darcy further, Richard disclosed to his father what occurred in Meryton, Wickham's deceit regarding Darcy, and his current questionable behaviour. Lord Matlock agreed this was one thing that would make Lady Catherine leave Rosings Park. He promised they would handle it as best they could, and thanked him for the warning.
Now, Richard, tell me of this lady, so I may be prepared to meet Fitzwilliam.
No, father, you must meet her on your own. I assure you she is all you could expect Darcy to look for in a wife.
Lady Matlock interrupted.
Richard, they barely knew each other for a month, maybe 2 at most, and now they're engaged. It says they will marry in another month's time. Tell me, has he compromised her? Is her father forcing a marriage? Does your father need to interfere on his behalf?
Mother, how could you presume such a thing? This is Darcy we are talking about. That thought is absurd. You cannot truly believe it yourself, so I shall dismiss it with no reply.
It is not absurd. He is a man with weaknesses. Like countless men before him, a pretty face and well-placed comment may have enchanted him.
If it were me, I would cede your point. But this is Darcy we are talking about. Be serious.
Lord Matlock interjected.
We are serious. Darcy must not know what he is about, scampering off into the wilderness and getting himself engaged to some country nobody. We know nothing of her. I shall not approve of his marriage. We all had such high hopes for him and one of our fine London ladies. I shall not have some unknown fortune hunter joining this family because Darcy has a weakness for her eyes.
Richard started a little at his father's comment.
How do you know about her eyes?
What? What are you rambling about? I know nothing of her eyes. It is common knowledge Darcy has a weakness for fine eyes. Why do you think all the ladies bat their eyes at him?
Really? I wasn't aware it was common knowledge, but indeed, she does have remarkably expressive eyes.
Just then, the door burst open and a haggard butler came rushing in ahead of a furious Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Chapter 23. Lady Catherine. 10 minutes into the carriage ride, Wickham decided he had made one of the worst mistakes of his life. No amount of money was worth enduring her ladyship in a confined carriage for any length of time. Her daughter slept, and her daughter's companion silently knitted in the corner. That left Wickham to entertain her ladyship. To be honest, Wickham would have rather been the one entertaining, but as it was, he had no choice but to endure Lady Catherine's diatribe.
This is not to be endured. It shall not be. My sister's son offered marriage to a woman other than my daughter. It is common knowledge that they were destined for each other since infancy. This shall not be borne. I will not allow it.
Wickham gritted his teeth and smiled as she continued.
You must know I take the trouble of knowing all the ladies at court for my dear family's sake. I do that just so that I may prevent unfortunate happenings such as this from occurring. Unfortunately, my nephews know not how to protect themselves from being ensnared by these fortune-hunting man-catchers, case in point being Fitzwilliam.
Wickham smiled despite himself. This only infuriated Lady Catherine further, who completely misinterpreted his mirth.
I suppose you are pleased with yourself?
I am, for I know something you do not.
Oh, you think you do? I highly doubt that, for there are very few things in this world that I do not know about.
Last night I discovered who the lady in question is. I am sure you are aware of her existence, but knowing who she is will not make you any happier.
Lady Catherine glared at Wickham, then spat out,
Are you going to enlighten me?
Why? You said you already know, so I don't need to. It will come to you, eventually.
Mr. Wickham, let me make myself clear. You will provide me with that information right now, or I will have someone throw you from this carriage.
Wickham's face lit up with a smile at the thought of escaping from Lady Catherine's presence. However, she had not paid him yet, so he had to agree to her demands.
I have discovered that your nephew, Mr Darcy, is to marry Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Miss Elizabeth is the second daughter of Mr Thomas Bennet, cousin to one Mr William Bennet Collins, the heir presumptive of Longbourn and your clergyman.
This cannot be. It is even worse than I supposed. My nephew engaged to my clergyman's cousin. What does he want to do? Kill me? This news shall certainly be the death of me.
Lady Catherine continued moaning about her death, which her ungrateful nephew was causing for nearly 20 minutes. Wickham continued to half listen as he counted the time before they would be in London and removed from the carriage. Then, through the depths of this state, he heard Lady Catherine's emphatic exclamation.
I suppose you are well pleased with yourself. If I remember right, you and my nephew had some falling out and have not been in contact for many years, though I am unaware of the particulars.
I suppose you could call it a falling out. The circumstances are so very trifling that I would not bore you with them. Suffice it to say, once we left school, your nephew had an estate to run, and I had a profession to pursue. We have seen each other often enough, though. I have twice visited him at Pemberley to discuss my employment pursuits, and we even crossed paths this past summer in Ramsgate. So you see, Lady Catherine, though we have not maintained constant contact as much as we should have, we are far from being estranged from each other, as you are led to believe.
I see, I did not know.
No, my lady, how could you have known? If I am not mistaken, your nephew visits only once a year. Hardly enough time to hear all of one's comings and goings. One could not expect you to be familiar with all his dealings. Come now, my lady, there are much better things to discuss. Let us speak of family loyalty. Mr Darcy feels family loyalty, of course. A man of his status surely does. And yet, he only visits once a year. I do not consider that loyalty. Why, I consider it near neglect. Yes, I suppose with such neglect from your nephew, one could not expect the two of you to know much of each other.
Neglect nonsense. I am nearly his closest relation and entitled to know all of his concerns. Moreover, I keep in constant contact with him and am diligent in knowing all of his comings and goings.
Really, your ladyship? He failed to inform you of his engagement.
Insolent boy, what gives you the right to address me in such a way? Who do you think you are?
Lady Catherine, I am a man who has come a long way to aid you and do yet continue to aid you. I speak as I find, and no amount of intimidation from you will make me change my position. You best get comfortable with it.
I shall not get comfortable with it, and you cannot make me. I shall know how to deal with you.
Wickham smiled, knowing Lady Catherine would pout in the carriage's corner for the rest of the journey to London. He was not scared of her, and soon he would be on his way back to Meryton. Fitzwilliam Darcy's life, as he knew it, would be over, and Elizabeth Bennet would be heartbroken back at Longbourn, ready to be consoled. What pleasure, first to ruin Darcy's happiness, and then to stomp all over his feelings by compromising the lady he would no doubt continue to love until his dying breath, and possibly into the eternities. Yes, this was going to be grand indeed. Lady Catherine looked at Wickham's face, knowing he was unaware of what would soon befall him in London. A few hours later, the de Bourgh carriage stopped outside Rosings Place, a miniature rendition of Rosings Park, only set in London instead of Kent, and without the park. Lady Catherine led the way into the house, assigning rooms for their stay and barking orders, though she hadn't stepped foot in the house in over 10 years. Her daughter and Mr Wickham would remain there until she returned from speaking with her brother. Finally, as quickly as she arrived, she departed, leaving the shocked housekeeper to show her guests to their rooms. Lady Catherine made good time in arriving at Lord and Lady Matlock's townhouse. A few seconds later, she rapidly entered behind a haggard butler into the drawing-room, where Lord and Lady Matlock sat with their son Richard. Without waiting to be announced, Lady Catherine made known her demands.
"Richard, you will leave us now. I demand to speak with your parents alone."
Then, when no one moved, she emphasised her point.
"This minute, leave."
The arrival of Lady Catherine shocked Lord and Lady Matlock. Although they expected her to come, no one expected it would be so quickly. Although, as it does, the shock wears off, and off it went. Richard was standing to depart when his father stated,
"No, Richard, this is my home, and your aunt has no right to dismiss my guests. I ask that you stay."
Richard nodded his head towards his father and resumed his seat. He was interested in hearing the conversation and relieved that he could do so, invited and not resort to eavesdropping outside the door.
"Very well, brother. If you wish your son to know of the foolishness of his cousin, I care not."
If Anne has done something foolish, I assure you that Richard will be able to—
"Anne, how dare you presume my Anne would do anything foolish? I speak nothing of Anne. I speak of none other than your nephew Fitzwilliam Darcy."
Yes, I presumed you meant Fitzwilliam, because I have no other nephew. At least, none that I know of.
His attempt at lightening the situation went unnoticed. Richard tensed at the mention of Darcy. He knew that was why Lady Catherine was here, but until that moment he hoped it was all for naught. He had been unable to properly inform his parents of his approval of the lady. He dearly wished they knew the extent of his approbation. He feared they would all agree with his vicious aunt and plot against Darcy. He hoped his approbation and the information that Darcy was marrying for love would garner their support, their acceptance at the very least. After all, he was marrying in true Darcy fashion, as his father and mother had before him. He was marrying for love. Richard knew Darcy would not back down, and if his family did not embrace Miss Elizabeth Bennet as one of them, they better prepare for a family breach. He was sure Darcy would give them up forever. They would never see him again, for he would stand by his lady.
"What say you to his foolishness?"
Foolishness? Why, Darcy is such a strong and stalwart lad. I know of no foolishness on his part. You will have to inform me of your notions of foolishness.
"Brother, you are so tiresome. Surely you must know I'm speaking of his presumed engagement to this young fortune hunter from Hertfordshire."
Sister, I know not of what you speak. I know of no presumed engagement to a fortune hunter.
Lady Catherine spoke, but he silenced her with a look, and his hand held up in her direction.
I do, however, hear he is engaged to a country gentleman's daughter, known for her intelligence and expressive eyes.
Lord Matlock looked towards his son for confirmation. Richard nodded in affirmation.
If she is the same lady we speak of, I suppose I have heard our nephew's joyous news. How good of you to travel all this way to offer your congratulations in person.
I do nothing of the sort. I came here to break them up, and to hear this is all a huge misunderstanding. He must deny her and fulfill his family duty by marrying Anne. You know as well as I do that this was our sister's dying wish. Would you deny her that?
I beg to have a different understanding, Catherine. If I remember correctly, you expressed your wish for Darcy and Anne marrying to our sister as she lay dying. Anne's wish was that her son marries for love, and that if your daughter Anne was the love he found, they should marry. However, he should search for his love if she was not. That is what I remember on the subject. If you recall, that is also more in line with Anne's philosophy on life. For if you remember, our own dear sister defied her family when she rejected her arranged marriage and sought her life next to her love, George Darcy. Correct me if I am wrong, dear sister, but that is how I remember her wishes. In fact, you should remember them as well, for her decision to marry for love left Sir Louis de Bourgh in need of a wife, a title you proudly took.
Brother, this shall not be borne. I will not allow this marriage to take place. I will send my informant, Mr Wickham, on a little errand.
Lady Catherine turned in a huff and stormed towards the door to leave in the same manner she entered. The mention of Mr Wickham's name put everyone on edge. So it was true. He went to Kent and addressed Lady Catherine. Their fears were becoming real right before their eyes.
Lady Catherine, did you say Mr Wickham? Mr George Wickham?
Yes, the same. Mr George Wickham was travelling through Kent when he heard of Darcy's engagement and the news that he was visiting his fiancée's family. His long-time acquaintance with the Darcys made him assume Anne was the fiancée, so he stopped to offer congratulations. I have him staying with me at my townhouse. I will not be upset in my determination to make Darcy see reason, acquit this scandalous presumed engagement, and marry my daughter. A pretty face must have blinded him. It is a frequent fault with the Fitzwilliam men. I shall know how to act, and Mr Wickham shall do it for me.
With her piece said, Lady Catherine turned and departed the room, leaving behind a now furious Lady Matlock.
Why, the nerve of that woman! I have a mind to approve of Darcy's little lass unmet simply to put a burr in her boots. The nerve of her to presume the Fitzwilliam men are merely tempted by a pretty face. My dear, the Fitzwilliam men are quite scrupulous, and any lady must possess a lot more than just a pretty face to entice you. I dare say our Miss Bennet must have more than fine expressive eyes, if Fitzwilliam Darcy gave her more than a single glance.
Richard could not be happier, but time was being wasted.
Father, mother, as much as I enjoy this, I must depart because there is an alarming matter that needs to be addressed immediately.
Son, you cannot fool us. We know exactly what has come up. Go take care of this problem, then come update me when you have succeeded. Be prepared for a large party at dinner, for we shall send an invitation to Darcy and his lady directly.
Yes, father.
Richard nodded his acquiescence before heading towards the door. Upon reaching it, he turned to his parents and said,
I know you were less than pleased with Darcy's choice 20 minutes ago, and you are only supporting him because Lady Catherine was so awful in her methods of refusal, but please know you will not be disappointed. As you say, Miss Bennet must be more than just a pretty face. In fact, at first, Darcy scarcely thought her pretty. However, she is much more than that. Her character is unequalled. She is truly one woman in a million. If she had a larger portion, and had I not noticed Darcy's interest in her even before he did, we may truly hate each other for loving the same woman. Darcy is marrying his equal. Should Lady Catherine succeed, I assure you she will not. But should she, you may still need to welcome Miss Elizabeth Bennet into our family, because kill Darcy or not, I might marry her.
Flashing his mother and father a quick glance, he left them standing with their mouths agape, shocked at what their son revealed. He ordered his horse readied and set off. Lord and Lady Matlock looked at each other in shock. Lady Matlock spoke first.
I am astonished. Who could this little wonder be who grasps not only the heart of Fitzwilliam Darcy, but also his cousin? They are two of London's most eligible bachelors. It is an unparalleled event that an unknown lady could so easily hold two hearts in her palm, and in such a short amount of time.
Yes, who is she indeed?
Replied her husband. After Richard left Lord and Lady Matlock's townhouse, they spent a short time readying themselves for a morning call at the Darcys' London house. It did not take long, for they dearly wished to arrive and meet the lady. Lady Catherine stalked out of the Matlock residence in a rage and returned to Rosings Place no less fit. Never had she been so upset at her brother. If he did not assist her, she would take matters into her own hands. As she entered Rosings Place, she went straight to the drawing-room and demanded Wickham's presence.
You sent for me, Lady Catherine?
Wickham said casually as he entered the room.
Indeed I did. Come here at once. I am most seriously displeased. My visit to my brother was most distressing. He does not see a reason to condemn the lady on my word alone. We must have substance, something to use against her. I insist you will do my bidding.
No, I think I have done enough for you already. There has been nothing for me in all of this. I must return to my regiment.
Lady Catherine's eyes narrowed and her voice dripped with animosity.
You misunderstand me, Mr. Wickham. I am not asking you. I am telling you what you will do for me, or there will be consequences. Am I rightly understood?
Wickham was moderately concerned over her tone. He knew her to be a formidable woman. He maintained an air of indifference as he coolly said,
Lady Catherine, until there is something in this for me, I will do nothing you ask. Am I rightly understood?
Lady Catherine maintained her earlier look as she leaned back in her chair, steepling her fingers to her lips.
What is your price?
£20,000.
Preposterous!
Lady Catherine yelled, her rage swirling in the surrounding air.
I will never pay that sum for some petty news I would have learned in but a few days. No, you will get no such sum from me.
All right, Lady Catherine. Let us first come to a price for the news already provided, and then we can discuss this next errand, as you call it.
What is your price for the previous news?
£5,000.
I must say, sir, that you have pretty high expectations for compensation. I will not pay that amount. I will pay you £50 for your efforts to relay the information to me expeditiously.
Mr. Wickham laughed.
£50? Do you think me a fool? I will take not less than 4,000. The 1,000 I lowered is because I am humoured at your presumption that you could get away with offering a mere £50.
Lady Catherine pressed her lips into a thin, tight line, thought for a moment, and then offered
£2,000.
Closer. At last you are being more reasonable in your offerings. Make it 2,500, and we have a deal.
Agreed. Now let us discuss my next task for you. Shall we agree on the price first, since that seems to be all you really care about, Mr. Wickham?
Certainly not, madame. I must first know the task in order to properly negotiate the price.
Drat,
Lady Catherine thought. She wished he would agree.
Very well, but before we negotiate, I need substance.
Substance, my lady?
Yes, substance. You are to return to Hertfordshire to search for any information about the lady and her family. When I say information, I mean scandalous information. I will give you 2 days.
Lady Catherine, if I return to Hertfordshire, I will not return here to report. I will be required to resume my duties in my regiment.
That is your concern, sir. Figure it out. You will report back to me here in 2 days, and you will not see 1 farthing from me until you do.
My lady, you will compensate me upon my departure for the information already relayed. However, while we are at it, let us discuss my compensation for this new errand. Whether I perform the errand will depend on the compensation I am to receive for my efforts.
What do you propose?
Wickham eyed her ladyship greedily. He knew aiming high would settle him on a handsome sum and well above the amount he was already promised for the previous information, yet knowing instinctively that it would be below the £20,000 that he wished. With a wry smile, he shot for the skies.
£25,000.
No.
Lady Catherine stated unceremoniously.
In fact, this is highway robbery. I no longer require your help. Get your things and remove yourself from my house, immediately.
Very well.
Wickham turned and strode towards the door. He knew she needed him and would not let him go far, so he might as well play along with the game she didn't realise she was playing. He was sure it would get him more money than arguing with her. At the door, he paused and counted.
1, 2, and 3.
Before reaching for and turning the doorknob.
Wait, let us discuss this further.
All right, what do you propose?
Wickham said, internally smiling, pleased she called him back.
I am a reasonable woman after all and realise that the future information is of more import than that already relayed, so let us start there. That is, if you are reasonable.
I can also be reasonable. What is your amount, Lady Catherine?
£3,000 besides the 2,500 you are already getting.
Now we are getting somewhere.
Wickham thought to himself.
My lady, do you not think the information that will condemn the lady your nephew loves and make him turn to his cousin for solace so she becomes his future wife is not worth at least £10,000? By marrying Mr Darcy, your daughter shall gain that amount annually. I dare say it is but a trifle.
Perhaps if Mr Darcy were paying you, that would be the case. However, he is not. For me, it is more than a trifling sum. I refuse to pay it. You will receive £4,000.
4,000, my lady. You insult me. That is not acceptable. At the very least, you must offer double the amount you're already paying me, because the information is double the importance. But to be honest, even that amount is not enough. Therefore, I will perform this errand for the 10,000 I previously stated.
Lady Catherine was getting impatient, and this steward's son wore her patience. Finally, she stood up, and playing her last card, walked to the door. Wickham got a worried look on his face, wondering if he had pushed her too far.
I will pay you 10,000 for the previous information and the future errand. However, the stakes just got higher. Now you will not only retrieve information for me, but if there is none, you will create it by whatever means necessary. But no matter what, Miss Elizabeth Bennet will not marry Fitzwilliam Darcy. In addition, I am feeling kind, so I shall not tell them where I got the information once you provide it. This should satisfy you, am I correct?
Lady Catherine narrowed her eyes and pursed her lips in a manner Wickham had never seen before. He went pale. That was one aspect he had forgotten, just assuming she would never tell. Now he understood she would speak, and that she intended to place all the fault on his shoulders. Fitzwilliam Darcy would surely kill him. If he did not, then Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam certainly would. He realised he would get a full £10,000, and he felt immensely satisfied with himself.
It is, my lady. I shall pack my things and begin your errand at once. I will meet you in your library to receive my cheque, and then be on my way to return in 2 days.
Wickham got up and brushed past her to retrieve his things. Lady Catherine retired to the library, where she went to her desk, withdrew her bank book, and prepared a banknote for £10,000. She then sat, waiting for Wickham to return. Her mind raced, and maybe, just maybe, she even felt a little guilty about what she was doing.
No, I have to do it for Anne, for both Annes. For I know the truth. My sister wanted her son to marry my daughter. £10,000 is a small price to pay to have Anne as the mistress of Pemberley, something I never was but was always jealous of. Anne Fitzwilliam Darcy married for love, and what did I get? Her leftover arranged marriage to a man twice my age who never loved me and always compared me to others. I doubt I shall even lose this 10,000. After all, Richard knows of Mr Wickham. Regardless of losing it or not, Anne shall be mistress of Pemberley, and I shall never feel guilty about achieving her happiness, no matter the cost.
When Wickham returned, Lady Catherine addressed him.
Now, sir, I have written one banknote, and you shall have the entirety in full now.
Wickham smiled at this.
However, My man James, a retired military assassin, shall accompany you until you return. He shall present himself as your man while he is with you. If you try to renege with my money, he shall take action to ensure my interests.
You will not be disappointed,
Wickham said as he pocketed his £10,000 and turned to leave, hearing her parting words.
While you are at your task, I shall return to my brother's home to work on him and my nephew, who were both so adamant but an hour ago.
Both? I thought you said you only visited your brother earlier.
No, I said I was upset with him. I saw him and his wife along with their son Richard. Are you familiar with the Colonel?
Indeed I am. I am also in His Majesty's army, as you know.
I attempted to dismiss Richard before I spoke with my brother, but he unceremoniously contradicted my order and made Richard stay, so I told them both my reasons.
You did? And what did they have to say on the matter?
Nothing of consequence until I told them how I would act on the matter.
And what, might I inquire, did you say you would do?
Exactly what I am doing, seeking information about Miss Bennet.
Lady Catherine, it is imperative that I know everything you said in order to work around any obstacles in my path. Did you tell them how you would obtain your information?
Of course not. I simply told them I would have my informant do more research.
Do they know who I am, your ladyship?
Of course they do. As you said, you have been a long-time family friend, so it was only natural for me to tell them of your visit to offer congratulations upon hearing about Darcy's engagement. I dare say the Colonel was interested, but my brother cared nothing for knowing who you are. Now, off with you. You are wasting precious time.
Lady Catherine smiled her evil smile and pushed him out the door, shutting it behind her. She instinctively knew Wickham would never return to London with information, not with the Colonel on his tracks. Her money was safe. The banknote would remain uncashed. She laughed as she remembered the look on his face when he learned the Colonel knew he was her informant.
This will teach him to take advantage of a debourg,
Lady Catherine said as she walked to the window to watch Wickham depart. The Colonel's horse was brought around, and he was off towards the General's office. He needed support. Carrying Colonel Foster's letter with the information that Wickham did not directly return to Meryton, and with his personal knowledge that Wickham was in London, he presented Wickham's case as a deserter and requested papers drawn up. 15 minutes later, he held the desertion documents he requested. His Majesty's government did not approve of deserters and quickly took action against them. With papers in hand and soldiers to back him up, the Colonel led the way to Rosings Place. Colonel Fitzwilliam's men scattered in the little park across from Rosings Place. Each military man positioned himself where he could easily watch the house and gain an advantage should someone emerge. He assigned more men to guard the alley, while a final few were dispatched north and south to secure the road. There was no way Mr. Wickham would leave the area unnoticed. Now all they had to do was wait. But wait long they did not. A scant 10 minutes after their arrival, Wickham emerged from Rosings Place. Lady Catherine was watching from an upper window. 2 steps past the front gate of Rosings Place, she saw 20 militiamen converge on Wickham, who already had his hands in the air. As he admitted his defeat, he looked up at the window and nodded with cruel disdain at Lady Catherine. She played him well. The militiamen took him into custody and confiscated his belongings. Richard searched his travel valise, as another man searched his person. At the end of the search, someone offered Colonel Fitzwilliam a folded banknote. Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam returned to his aunt's door with a look of hatred and disgust. He addressed his aunt.
Lady Catherine, we have just taken into custody a deserter of His Majesty's army and found upon his person this banknote. He will no longer need it.
Lady Catherine attempted to snatch the note from his hands, but he held it outside of her reach.
I will hold on to it as evidence against him in a theft trial after his trial for desertion, as I firmly believe he is a thief, for it is unlikely that anyone would have freely given him such a large amount. It must have been stolen or removed from you by some other means of duress, perhaps blackmail. Either way, it is now evidence.
Richard left without response, following his men, note in hand, and not looking back. Chapter 24. First day at London House. Thursday dawned a beautiful day. Elizabeth was excited for her first full day at London House. She quickly got up and readied herself for the day, ringing the bell for Mrs. Robbins. Mrs. Robbins promptly arrived wearing a large smile.
Good morning, Mrs. Robbins.
Good morning, Miss Bennet. I trust you slept well.
Oh yes, what a heavenly bed. It provided a restful sleep after yesterday's long and tiring day of travel.
Wonderful. I am happy that is the case. I was afraid you had not slept well when you rang so early.
Early? Is it not already past 7 o'clock?
Mrs. Robbins laughed.
Yes, indeed. It is 1:15. Are you an early riser then?
Yes, I have slept in today.
Mrs. Robbins smiled at Elizabeth's response.
Mrs. Robbins, this room, it is utterly amazing. Seeing it last night, I knew it would be exquisite in the daylight, and I was right. Seeing the sunrise against the glazed walls is a beautiful and fantastic vision.
I shall take your word, Miss Bennet, for no one has ever seen it but yourself.
Elizabeth smiled and blushed, amazed there was anything she could experience here in London House first.
I explored the room further and found a beautiful door behind the curtain. The door is locked, so I couldn't venture further, but may I ask where it leads?
Yes, Miss Bennet. It leads to the private sitting room.
Another sitting room? Why is there two?
This sitting room is for your chamber. Each chamber has its own. However, one set of chambers in the house is a suite of rooms, including a sitting room connecting the two chambers.
Elizabeth blushed, now understanding.
I see. I am not staying in the best guest room in the house. I am in half of the master suite.
You are correct, mostly. You're in one room of the master suite, not half of it. The master suite at London House comprises 9 rooms in total. The suite has 2 entrances, yours and Mr Darcy's, at the end of the hall. He has occupied the gentleman's chamber for the past 5 years. We keep both doors to the suite locked. No one has used the central room since Lady Anne Darcy's death. Between the chambers is a larger sitting room with 4 doors. 2 doors lead to the individual master's and mistress chambers, including your private sitting and dressing rooms. The other 2 doors lead to another larger chamber and nursery.
Elizabeth keenly listened to Mrs. Robbins and was interested in the rooms beyond the door.
Mrs. Robbins, do you think I will tour the rooms, or will we save them for after our marriage?
I do not know, Miss Bennet. Perhaps you should ask Mr Darcy.
Has Mr Darcy arisen yet, or does he still slumber?
He is awake and in his study. Would you like me to show you the way?
Yes, that would be nice, thank you.
Your stationery and ink are there. I informed the master of your wishes, and he has it ready for you whenever you want to write to your father.
Mrs. Robbins led the way to the study, and after asking the master if he needed anything else, informed the couple about breakfast before going about her morning duties.
Good morning, Elizabeth.
And a good morning to you too, Mr Darcy.
Mr. Darcy, you need not be so formal with me. Please call me anything but Mr. Darcy. I can handle it from anyone but you. To me, you are Elizabeth, and to you I wish to be Fitzwilliam.
Yes, Fitzwilliam.
Elizabeth walked over to him and leaned against his desk near where he sat. Darcy cleared his throat.
I hope the room was to your satisfaction. Did you sleep well?
Most assuredly. The bed is very soft. It felt like sleeping on a cloud, wrapped in exquisite silk. It is the best bed I have ever slept in. Perhaps you should sleep there and try it yourself.
Though Elizabeth spoke innocently and with no innuendos, her words affected Darcy. He could not speak, and as he stuttered over his words, Elizabeth realised her blunder. She turned crimson with embarrassment.
I am sorry, Fitzwilliam, I did not mean to imply. What I meant was, oh, never mind.
Fear not, Elizabeth, I am not offended. I merely needed to reclaim my senses. I must confess, it sounds like it would be heavenly to sleep in a cloud wrapped in silk.
Then he added to himself,
With your soft body wrapped in my arms while I hold you tight against me all night.
Elizabeth may not have heard his thoughts, but his posture betrayed his musings. His chest rose and fell as his breath quickened. His knuckles tensed and whitened as he gripped the arms of the chair he was sitting on. His dark eyes penetrated her very soul, sharing every thought and desire. She could not speak, but she returned his intense look, her desire matching his. Every passing second was a standoff. Both desired the moment's continuation, yet acknowledged the perilous terrain. Elizabeth flushed in embarrassment again, and an even darker red overspread her face and neck. She broke eye contact first and moved toward the window. But before she could make it there, Darcy was on his feet and swept her into his arms, embarrassment now the furthest from her mind as she felt his warm lips on hers.
Elizabeth, I am delighted you agreed to be my wife.
As am I, Fitzwilliam.
Darcy released Elizabeth, making sure she was steady on her feet.
I need to write to my father. Do you have anything to keep yourself busy for a few minutes?
There is always endless business to occupy me. Your stationery is just there.
Elizabeth sat to write her letter. Twice she felt her neck heat under his loving scrutiny. Once Elizabeth finished her letter, Darcy escorted her to the breakfast room, where a footman filled their plates with generous portions of exquisite breakfast foods. Mrs. Robbins informed Darcy that Georgiana requested a breakfast tray to be sent to her room, as she was still tired from yesterday's journey, so he and Elizabeth ate alone.
Elizabeth, what would you like to do today?
I'm uncertain, but I think I want to at least tour the house and take a walk in the park.
I am sure we can arrange that. What say you of visiting Lord and Lady Matlock this afternoon? I wish to introduce you to them and inform them of our engagement.
Elizabeth smiled.
Fitzwilliam, I would enjoy meeting your beloved uncle and aunt. I think your request is perfect.
I suppose you must shop for wedding clothes while you are here, since that is your true purpose. When would you like to start?
I think I must wait for my aunt and uncle to return. I need my aunt to attend to me. I understand this will create a time constraint, but I have no alternative.
Yes, I see what you mean. Until then, we shall occupy your time with house tours and have you redecorate to match your desires.
Fitzwilliam, I could not imagine changing a thing. Everything I have seen so far is exactly to my liking.
Elizabeth, my dear, you have not even seen the entire house yet. Second, we have redecorated nothing except the lavender room and a few small places Georgiana frequents since before my birth. I hoped you would redecorate many things for no other reason than to let me see some changes around here.
Elizabeth laughed.
As you wish, sir, but it would help me if you tell me which rooms you are most tired of during the tour, so I may know where to start.
I can do that.
They finished their breakfast, and the tour of London House began at a leisurely pace. Elizabeth was awestruck by everything she saw. The house was exquisite. She could barely comprehend that she was to be mistress of it. Frequently, she caught herself wondering if this was real, or whether she would soon awake to discover it is all a dream, that in fact there was no London House, no Pemberley, and worst of all, no Fitzwilliam. After the tour, Darcy asked,
What are your thoughts? Do you know what you want to redecorate?
A sly smile crept across her face as she replied,
I do, and I shall tell you all about it on our walk. What do you think? Are you ready to take a stroll through the park?
Darcy nodded, and they each returned to their rooms to prepare for their outing.
I will meet you in the foyer in 20 minutes,
Elizabeth declared with a wave over her shoulder before closing the chamber door behind her. 20 minutes passed quickly, and before long they were both ready for a November walk. Dress changed, coat, hat, scarf, and gloves donned, Elizabeth went to the foyer to meet Fitzwilliam.
Elizabeth, You look like a winter angel. Are you ready?
I am.
Darcy reached for her, catching her hand in his. He kissed the back of her gloved hand, then placed it on his arm as the butler opened the door. Elizabeth laughed and exclaimed,
Fitzwilliam, you asked earlier what I wanted to change first at London House. I have my answer for you.
Darcy stopped and lovingly looked down at her petite frame.
What is it?
I want to change only one thing.
Darcy raised his eyebrows at her.
I want to change the eligibility of London House's master.
Laughing heartily, Darcy embraced her and twirled her in the open doorway of the foyer.
That you shall, dearest Elizabeth. That you shall.
His eyes sparkled with delight. Darcy took up her hand again, but before leaving the house, he laid a passionate kiss on Elizabeth's lips. Upon finishing his admiration of her face, he abruptly collided with the surprised Lord and Lady Matlock by the door. They witnessed the entire interaction. Not missing a beat or embarrassed in the slightest, which also astonished his aunt and uncle, Darcy welcomed them.
Lord and Lady Matlock, how fortunate you arrived when you did, for we were just about to depart on a lovely walk.
The two were still speechless, so Darcy continued.
I hope it is all right if I take a moment to make some introductions. Elizabeth, this is Lord and Lady Matlock.
His familiar address of the lady did not pass them unnoticed, but further astonished them. Was this indeed their uptight and stuffy nephew?
They are the parents of Colonel Fitzwilliam. Aunt, uncle, this is Miss Elizabeth Bennet, my fiancée.
With their senses slowly returning, she flashed them a dazzling smile as she curtsied.
Miss Bennet.
Elizabeth took a chance and addressed him.
Lord Matlock, it is my pleasure to make your acquaintance. Mr Darcy has told me much about your family and his love for you all. I am pleased to meet you at last. Lady Matlock, it is a great pleasure to meet you as well. Mr Darcy speaks highly of you, almost as if you were his own mother.
Elizabeth smiled, hoping she would not let Mr Darcy down. She knew this meeting was monumentally important and meant a lot to Fitzwilliam.
Thank you, Miss Bennet. I think of him as one of my own sons, so it pleases me he shares the sentiment.
Mr Darcy, if you don't mind, let's postpone our outing and go to the drawing room for refreshment instead. Would you care to join us, Lord and Lady Matlock?
Yes, that would be lovely.
Lady Matlock responded. As they removed their winter coats, Georgiana joined them.
Aunt, uncle, you are here. How good of you to call. I see you have met Elizabeth.
Yes, Georgiana, we have just met. Will you join us for tea?
Georgiana rang for tea, and Lady Matlock took a moment to inspect Elizabeth as she discarded her outer clothes. Elizabeth wore a simple yet fashionable pale pink gown. She wore pink satin ribbons in her hair, allowing her bouncing chestnut curls to peek out from under her charcoal bonnet. She wore charcoal-coloured kid leather gloves and a wool-lined long coat in the same colour that hung past her knees. The colours offset her complexion, producing a very cheery sight. Embarrassment flushed her cheeks, yet her eyes reflected her confidence and self-assuredness. It took but a second for the assessment to occur before Lady Matlock smiled despite herself. She already knew she would like this pretty woman. Once in the drawing-room, everyone sat, and Elizabeth and Georgiana poured tea together. The synchronized movements would make one think the ladies had been serving in tandem for years. Darcy began the conversation, aware his uncle and aunt had not been as open to Elizabeth as he wished them to be. He envisioned more congratulations, and possibly even a firm handshake or an embrace if he was fortunate. None of this happened, only looks in each other's direction.
What brings you here this fine, crisp day?
Could this truly be their nephew? He was practically ebullient.
We received a visit from Richard, who mentioned you were in town. Since we were out running errands and shopping this morning, we thought it would be the perfect time to visit. We wanted to invite you and Georgiana to dinner. We extend the invitation to Miss Bennet as well.
Thank you, Uncle. We are happy to accept.
Very good. We dine at 7. Now tell me about your trip to Hertfordshire. It certainly appears to have been eventful.
He nodded towards Elizabeth. For the second time since their arrival, Darcy laughed. Not just the slight twitch of the lip and small noise they were used to hearing from him, but a full laugh encompassing his entire being. It had been years since they heard him make that sound, not since he was a young boy. They smiled despite themselves.
Indeed it was. Indeed it was.
Darcy narrated his time visiting Mr Bingley in Hertfordshire, telling of the sport and riding paths, conveniently forgetting all they wished to know. As the conversation progressed, Lady Matlock became irritated, and when he paused for breath, she interrupted.
So, Miss Bennet, you are from Hertfordshire. Meryton, is it?
Yes, ma'am. My father's estate is Longbourn, and it is but 1 mile from Meryton, and 3 miles from Netherfield, the estate your son and Mr Darcy stayed at on their visit to Mr Bingley.
Longbourn. Bennet, I am not familiar with your family name. Does your family not frequent London?
No, ma'am, we do not. Although my mother would have enjoyed it, I am afraid my father would not. He prefers the quiet of his family party and library, remaining quietly settled in the country.
Do you have a large family, Miss Bennet?
Some may think so, but I believe it is perfect. I am the second of 5 sisters.
5 sisters? Have you no brothers?
No, not one.
Is your entire family still at home?
Yes, I have 4 sisters and my parents are still at home. My eldest sister is also newly engaged and shall join us in London tomorrow.
Whom is she engaged to?
Mr Charles Bingley.
Mr Bingley, what a fine thing! He is a close friend of Fitzwilliam and Richard, a very amiable young man.
Yes, he is perfect for my sister Jane.
It seems the society in Hertfordshire was quite agreeable to all this fall, was it not?
She sent a pointed look at Darcy.
Quite right, very agreeable,
Darcy replied. Georgiana couldn't resist a small laugh. The visit ended shortly after, with adieus until dinner. Upon departure, Lord Matlock addressed his wife.
Well, my dear.
Well, what? 20 minutes of trivial conversation is hardly enough to base an opinion on, but if I must give one, I shall say she has worked wonders on Fitzwilliam. Did you hear his laugh? It's been years since he last laughed like that. For that aspect alone, I adore her. As for the rest, we shall see. Husband, can you believe these 2 previously unknown Bennet ladies from a quaint village in Hertfordshire could capture the hearts of not 1, but 2 of London's most eligible bachelors?
No, for if I had not heard it first-hand, I would not believe it myself.
Upon their departure, Elizabeth and Darcy resumed their plans for their walk, but met with another visitor upon opening the door. Elizabeth laughed, and then, turning to each gentleman, said,
It appears as if everyone has conspired against us taking a walk. Colonel Fitzwilliam, how are you today?
With such a greeting, Colonel Fitzwilliam could not help but smile at the lady. Darcy quickly explained about the Colonel's parents' visit and invited him in.
I apologise, Miss Bennet. Generally, I would never dream of intruding and forcing you to forgo the enjoyment of a walk. However, I have some pressing business. It is very important, and I hope to share it with Darcy immediately. Could I beg your forgiveness and steal him for a short time? I promise to be quick.
His manner was telling, and Elizabeth knew very well what the business pertained to. She wasted no time in acquiescing to his request. The men went to the library. Inside, with the door closed, the Colonel remained silent. Instead, he simply looked his cousin straight in the eyes and handed him a banknote. Darcy's face clouded over, anger and hurt rising to the surface.
Richard, perhaps you should have a seat and tell me about your morning.
Darcy, what a day it has been. Let me tell you, this morning I received a letter from Colonel Foster.
Richard handed the note over and nodded, indicating Darcy should read it. He continued as Darcy read.
Upon reading it, I instantly set out to my parents to warn them of Lady Catherine's imminent arrival, as I was positive she would come. I wanted to prepare them and ensure they allowed Miss Bennet the opportunity to prove herself before they disregarded her with Aunt Catherine's tainted opinion. Let me say, it was fortunate I showed up when I did, for not 5 minutes after my arrival, Lady Catherine burst in. Lucky for me, I had just finished informing them of your engagement. For heaven's sake, I had not the opportunity to answer even a single question before our aunt began verbally abusing Elizabeth, a woman she has never even met.
Darcy interrupted.
That is why your parents called here this morning. They already knew of my engagement. I wondered how they knew I was in town. They mentioned seeing you, but truth be told, I was too preoccupied to fully comprehend the significance of the statement.
They called here. What did they say? How did they act?
Lord and Lady Matlock were pleasant. They met Elizabeth, talked for a few minutes, and invited us to dinner. We shall join them tonight. Will you be there?
I would not miss it for the world.
Very good. Now finish telling me all.
Yes. Where was I? Oh, yes. As I was saying, Lady Catherine burst in and informed us of her passionate views of your engagement. She told us our friend, Mr Wickham, informed her. It turns out Mr Wickham accompanied her back here to London.
He did, but why?
The Colonel told Darcy the rest, right down to Wickham's recent arrest and confiscation of the banknote for £10,000 from none other than their own aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Darcy was rightly furious. A knock sounded on the door.
Enter!
Boomed Darcy, his mood expressed in his voice.
Sir, an express for Colonel Fitzwilliam was just forwarded from his quarters,
said the servant.
Take it to him.
The servant did as he was bid. Colonel Fitzwilliam tore the message open and chuckled at the contents.
I dare say it reached me a little late. I have already dealt with what this references. It is from Colonel Forster, a follow-up after yesterday's letter informing me of Wickham's desertion.
The two talked a while longer and then returned to Elizabeth and Georgiana, who had settled in the drawing-room for sisterly conversation. They decided to forgone the afternoon walk and spent the afternoon leisurely until it was time to prepare for dinner with Lord and Lady Matlock. Chapter 25. Angry Jane. As Bingley awoke Thursday morning, many thoughts of the previous day's events flooded his mind, thoughts of everything except what a newly engaged man would be most expected to think about. This only made him more furious. His first instinct was to rush to Longbourn and be with Jane. He was sure her presence would soothe his troubled mind, but he could not go there. Not yet. Jane would directly read his mood and inquire what was troubling him. He was not yet prepared to disclose yesterday's events with his sister. He must avoid his beloved, for if he went anywhere near her, he would reveal all to her gentle inquiries and natural inquisitiveness. He shook thoughts of his dearest love from his mind and returned to his pressing matters of business. He needed to go to London immediately. Truly, he shouldn't wait until tomorrow. Every day mattered in situations such as these. He did not want to give Caroline any additional time to scheme against him. Jane accosted her father in his library after breakfast. She fretted over Mr Bingley's hasty departure for most of the night. She had questions, and he was the only one who could answer them.
Father, I demand an explanation. Yesterday you came out into the garden in quite a state, dismissed me. And then not 5 minutes later, I saw my Mr Bingley, whom I might add had only just asked me to marry him, angrily gallop away from Longbourn. You told me he left on urgent business, not saying when he was to return. You will answer me directly. Father, did you retract your consent to our marriage?
Mr Bennet could feel the anguish emanating from his most angelic daughter's slight frame.
No, my child, I did not retract my consent. You may still marry Mr. Bingley if it is your desire.
Jane stared at him, willing him to continue, but he did not. Then, letting out a near angry breath and raising her voice to a height Mr. Bennet had never heard before, she said,
Father, you must tell me more. I need to know what occurred between the two of you yesterday. You know I would normally never dream of confronting you over your personal business, but this affects me as it affects Mr. Bingley. We are engaged, and I will not see him injured by one of my thoughtless family. Tell me at once what you said to him.
Well, Jane, I dare say you are angry. Good for you.
Jane gave him an icy glare.
Father, if you won't tell me, I'll know how to act.
It was not long before Mr. Bennet heard the family mare, Nelly, whinny at the stoop. A moment later, hasty footfalls fled the house and the front door slammed. Mr. Bennet looked out his library window to see Jane mount a saddled Nelly and gallop from Longbourn in the same manner and direction as Mr. Bingley had yesterday. Mr. Bennet wondered at old Nelly moving so fast. Groaning, he called for his horse to be readied. Jane was upset. He had never seen her thus. He knew not what to expect. He knew, however, that he must follow her. Depending on what transpired at Netherfield the night before, there could be more emotions flying, and despite the neighbourhood's general opinion, Mr. Bennet did care for his girl's feelings. Jane arrived at Netherfield in record time on the old mare. She dismounted and hastily knocked at Netherfield. When the door was answered, she slightly requested, but mostly demanded, an audience with Mr. Bingley. Many of the Netherfield staff had lived in the neighbourhood their entire lives and knew the Bennet family well. The butler was just such a man. Never had he seen the ever-serene Miss Jane Bennet in such a state. He rushed to his master and said,
Mr. Bingley, sir, Miss Jane Bennet is here to see you.
What, she is here?
Yes, sir. May I show her in?
Yes, please.
The butler showed Jane into the library. She took a nervous stance just inside the door, suddenly conscious of her actions as she realised where she was, and wondered how she would explain herself. She nervously addressed Mr. Bingley.
Mr. Bingley, I have come to... well, that is to say, I need to speak what I'm trying to say.
Jane timidly looked at her hands, and Mr. Bingley was upon her in an instant.
Charles, my name is Charles to you. What is it that makes you so shy with me today? We have always been comfortable speaking to each other. Let me guess. I left in haste and did not bid thee farewell, and you come to end our engagement as a penance for my thoughtless actions.
Despite how he was feeling, Charles tried to make light of the situation. Jane's evident distress worried him. He feared it would worsen by day's end as she learned what had transpired. Jane jerked her head up and gazed at Charles. She was scared her actions were thus interpreted.
Charles, no. Please do not think I come to break our engagement. Nothing could be further from the truth. I have been so worried. And my father.
The library door opened and Mr. Bennet entered without an introduction.
Yes, yes, Jane. Your father is such an inconsiderate man, for he would not settle your nerves and impart the gentleman's business. I'm rightly proud of you. You rushed over unannounced and uninvited in a manner befitting none other than your mother.
Jane was ashamed of her actions and mortified by her father's callousness towards her and her mother. Mr. Bingley smoothly declared,
Miss Bennet could never offend. In addition, she does not need an invitation to visit Netherfield. It is soon to be her home. She may come and go any time, night or day.
Mr. Bennet winced at Mr. Bingley's words, but Mr. Bingley did not see it, for he was grinning heartily at Jane.
I am happy you have both come because I need to speak with you. Jane, as your father, I am sure, imparted to you yesterday. Business called me back here to Netherfield unexpectedly.
Then, looking at Mr. Bennet, he continued,
The same business, I am afraid, calls me to London immediately. I cannot delay my departure.
Jane looked like she would cry, afraid all of her fondest dreams were falling apart around her. That was until Mr. Bingley finished.
I know we are not scheduled to depart until tomorrow, but I am afraid we must leave today, as soon as possible. I hope this does not inconvenience you, and that Miss Bennet may still accompany me to London to purchase her trousseau.
Mr. Bennet nodded, and Jane's weary heart lightened.
My sister will not be joining me, as she was unexpectedly called away yesterday to attend our Aunt Mary in Scarborough. Therefore, Miss Bennet will require an escort. If you have not a maid to send with her, I will arrange for one of the Netherfield maids to attend her.
Mr. Bennet knew Mr. Bingley's business in London must have to do with his wayward sister. The fact she was already on her way to Scarborough proved Mr. Bingley had mettle enough to handle even the toughest of family affairs.
When do you plan on departing?
Mr. Bennet asked.
Within the hour, if it is possible for Miss Jane to be ready by then.
An hour? My goodness! I can barely return home and call for my trunks in such a short time. I suppose I can try if I leave this instant.
Jane was already standing to depart, with a look of happiness mixed with concern. Mr. Bennet laughed.
Jane, dear, why don't you sit at the table over there and compose a list of the items you want packed? You're already attired sufficiently for travel. If Mr. Bingley can provide a maid to accompany you, you may leave for London with Mr. Bingley without returning home. I will deliver the list and have your trunks packed. I will have Mr. Hill deliver your trunk to London this very day. I know it will slightly inconvenience you, as you will not have a dress to change into upon your arrival, but I dare say Lizzie will have something suitable for you to wear.
Jane jumped up excitedly and kissed her father's cheek.
Thank you, father.
Less than an hour later, with a list made, a maid located, and Mr. Bingley's belongings strapped to the back, the Bingley carriage was on the road to London, and a lone rider was leading an old mare back to Longbourn in the other direction. 4 hours later, the Bingley carriage pulled up in front of Gracechurch Street.
Miss Bennet!
A very confused maid exclaimed when she opened the gardener's front door.
What do you do here?
I have come to stay with my aunt and uncle gardener. I know I'm not expected until tomorrow, but I'm sure my aunt will accept my early arrival. May we come in?
You may, but Miss, your aunt and uncle are away, and Miss Elizabeth went to stay with the family that brought her to London. Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner are not expected back for another 2 weeks.
2 weeks? Where are they?
They travelled to Lambton to see Mrs. Gardiner's family. Do you not remember? They do so every year at this time.
Yes, I'm afraid it has escaped everyone's mind.
The maid smiled.
Yes, Miss Bennet, your sister said the same thing.
Jane looked at Mr. Bingley, who smiled and said,
Come, I will take you to London House. Mr. Darcy's house is large, and with Elizabeth and Georgiana there, you are sure to be welcomed.
Alice, when they return, can you inform them I am in town staying with Elizabeth at London House? Mr. Bingley, do you have a card to leave for my uncle?
Mr. Bingley handed his card to Alice as she responded,
Yes, Miss Bennet. I will tell them the moment they arrive. Miss Elizabeth and Mr. Darcy left similar instructions.
Thank you, Alice.
They returned to the Bingley carriage and directed it towards London House. Mr. Bennet returned home to an agitated household. He had not seen fit to inform Mrs. Bennet of either his or Jane's earlier departures, and therefore Mrs. Bennet was in the full thralls of a fit of nerves, a thrall defying all fits she ever had before.
Mr. Bennet, you have come. I have been searching for you all day.
Mr. Bennet rolled his eyes at his wife's exaggeration. It had yet to be 2 hours since he was sitting in his library.
We are all in an uproar. Jane is missing.
Missing? What do you mean? I just sent her off in the coach to London with Mr. Bingley. Has something befallen the coach? Has she been kidnapped?
Mrs. Bennet sat with her mouth open, trying to process the information related to her. Mr. Bennet just stood there, smiling and watching.
Mr. Bennet, Of what do you speak? Jane will not leave until tomorrow. Why is she gone already and without taking leave of me? That is not like her.
My dear, Jane and I had unexpected business with Mr Bingley this morning, and while there, Mr Bingley received a letter calling him immediately to London. I had to make a choice. Either refuse to allow Jane her shopping trip in London or allow her to leave within the hour with a Netherfield maid as an escort. I have a note from her detailing the items she wants packed and sent after her. I need them gathered immediately or else she will be in London with no clothes.
Why, Mr. Bennet, what a good father you are, always watching out for your girl's best interest. Here, hand me the letter. I must get to work. It will not do to have Jane stuck in a dirty travel gown. She may have secured an engagement with Mr. Bingley, but she has not yet caught him up in marriage. I'll send all of her finest gowns.
With that, Mrs. Bennet stood, snatched the list from Mr. Bennet's hand, and began yelling for Mrs. Hill.
Hill, Hill, oh, where are you? Yes, there you are. Fetch Miss Jane's trunks for me immediately. We must pack them so that we can deliver them to London. Goodness, Jane forgot to add her blue gown. How can she be expected to look her best without her blue gown? It is a fine thing I saw her list, so I can ensure she didn't forget anything.
While Mrs. Bennet fussed over Jane's list and personally oversaw the packing of her trunk, Mr. Bennet retired to his library. He hoped at least some of Jane's list made it in the trunk. He feared his wife would send all the wrong gowns. Upon sitting at his desk and reclining in his lounger, he noticed a letter had arrived from Lizzie. What a good girl to send word of her safe arrival, he thought, as he broke the seal on the letter and read. The contents caused him to call Mr. Hill to ready his trunks, as he would deliver Miss Jane's trunks to London himself. Mr. Bennet found Mrs. Bennet in Jane's room and told her of his change of plans.
My dear, I fear I must also hie to London, for I have just received word from Lizzie that the Gardiners are on their annual trip. Lizzie and Jane cannot stay at Gracechurch Street. Instead, they are staying at Mr. Darcy's London house. I will take Jane's trunks to London myself. I must ensure our daughters are safe. In the absence of proper chaperones for the ladies, we face the choice of departing or my personal obligation to chaperone them.
Why don't we all go?
Because the wedding is too close. I fear the girls will not have a suitable ceremony if someone does not stay here to oversee the planning. No, my dear, you must stay here to ensure a wedding befitting bridegrooms of Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley's stations is planned. I will, however, deliver a note to them from you if you prepare one.
A few hours later, Mr. Bennet was riding in his carriage with 2 trunks strapped to the back, a letter not for his daughters, but instead for Mr. Darcy, secured in his vest pocket, and an enormous smile upon his face. Should everything go according to plan, he'll remain in London for a few weeks, relishing the calm of the renowned London House Library. The party at London House was just breaking up to prepare for dinner when Mr. Bingley and Jane arrived and were announced. Elizabeth rushed to her sister and fell on her in a hug.
Jane, what do you do here? Your early arrival is unexpected. Honestly, I doubted Father would allow your visit after receiving my letter regarding the gardener's absence. I even expected him to arrive and fetch me home.
Something unexpected happened, and Charles was required to return to London today. We departed before the post was received. We have just arrived, but we did stop at Gracechurch Street first, and were told where to find you.
Jane looked at Mr. Bingley, who said,
Darcy, I have an urgent business matter, and I must discuss it with you soon. But first, I hope Miss Jane can stay here with her sister. I unfortunately do not have a proper chaperone at my home for her beyond the maid we brought from Netherfield. Caroline is in Scarborough with Aunt Mary for an undetermined amount of time.
Darcy looked at Bingley quizzically. Darcy knew Caroline hated Aunt Mary and had, in fact, been avoiding a visit to Scarborough for nearly 10 years. She certainly was not there willingly. Darcy assumed it must have something to do with Bingley's urgent business.
Yes, of course, Miss Bennet is welcome here. You need not even ask.
Mrs. Robbins was called.
Mrs. Robbins, would you prepare another room for Miss Jane Bennet? She is coming to stay with her sister, Miss Elizabeth. Please see that her room is near Miss Elizabeth's and have her things delivered directly.
Jane responded to Mr Darcy's request to the housekeeper.
Mr Darcy, there is no need, as my trunks will not arrive until this evening or possibly tomorrow. Mr Bingley, I am sure, will tell you what happened.
Then turning to Elizabeth, she said,
I am afraid, dear sister, that I must beg a dress from you.
You know you need but ask. In fact, if you recall, I borrowed your pale green gown so you may wear your own. Come, let us get you refreshed. Mr Darcy, Georgiana and I are attending dinner with Lord and Lady Matlock, but I dare say you will be comfortable waiting for our return.
Elizabeth,
Darcy interrupted.
if your sister is not too tired, I will send a note to my aunt and uncle announcing an enlargement to our party. What say you, Bingley? Miss Bennet?
Jane and Bingley nodded at one another.
We would like that, Darcy. If they approve, then we accept.
Darcy wrote and sent a note to his aunt and uncle requesting an enlarged party and, if it was not acceptable, that they reschedule. They responded that Mr Bingley and Miss Bennet were welcome at their table any day. The fact of the matter was, they were dying to meet the eldest Miss Bennet, second lady to steal the heart of another of London's eligible bachelors. There was no better way to get an early introduction than to have her come to dinner. Elizabeth and Jane departed to prepare, and Bingley quickly informed Darcy of everything that occurred during the last 2 days. Darcy was shocked and angered, yet he kept himself in check, for he could see the pain and anguish on his friend's countenance. Allowing his anger to rear its ugly head would not help his troubled friend.
I will go with you to your solicitors, if you wish. I see, by allowing your sister to go on paying court to me as she has for years, without letting her know my true feelings, that I am partly to blame for this disharmony. I feared hurting her, and through her, you. I will aid you in making it right. I commend you for your actions and agree with your methods. This is best for you and your lady.
Thank you, Darcy. I appreciate your help and friendship. Now I must get rid of this travel dust. I have my belongings. Can I use a room to change here? There is not enough time for me to return to Grosvenor Square now.
Certainly, follow me.
With the entire party refreshed and dressed, they departed for the Matlocks' London residence. Upon arrival at the Matlocks, each of their party stepped out of the carriage and straightened their attire. Darcy led the way inside, escorting Elizabeth and Georgiana on each arm. Bingley followed close behind, accompanying Jane. Lord and Lady Matlock and their son Colonel Fitzwilliam met them in the foyer, for they had heard the carriage's arrival.
Aunt, uncle, you, of course, remember Mr Charles Bingley. This is his fiancée and sister to Miss Elizabeth, Miss Jane Bennet.
Jane curtsied gracefully.
Welcome,
boomed Lord Matlock.
We are glad you could join us.
Come into the drawing room,
said Lady Matlock.
Dinner will be ready soon.
They entered the drawing room and dispersed on the comfortable sofas and beautiful armchairs. Lady Matlock had the opportunity to observe Elizabeth earlier that day, so her attention was now on Jane. She observed her as they all walked in and sat down. On the surface, Jane was everything, and more than the lady expected to come from a small country town in Hertfordshire, as was her sister Elizabeth. Everything Lady Matlock saw of this remote family pleased her. However, appearances can deceive, so it took a good 10 minutes of light questioning before Lady Matlock confirmed her initial opinion that the ladies were women of good breeding. She was happy for her nephew and his friend to discover each woman held genuine affection for the men they were engaged to. Lady Matlock could not ask for anything more for the 2 men who were sons of her heart, despite not being her own flesh and blood. The dinner bell rang, and all adjourned to the dining room for a pleasant dinner and conversation. Near the middle of dinner, the butler entered with a note for Mr Darcy. Mr Darcy read the note with a light chuckle.
Aunt, uncle, It seems I must beg you to allow an addition to the party, or we must depart immediately.
Lord Matlock looked at his nephew inquisitively.
If you feel it is necessary, you know you may invite anyone to join us, but may I ask who it is and why they join us this late?
It is a Mr Thomas Bennet, father of Miss Elizabeth and Miss Jane. He received Miss Elizabeth's letter informing him their aunt and uncle could not receive them because of their being away from home. It seems, as he states here, I have taken it upon myself, a difficult task as it may be, to either return directly with my daughters to Longbourn, sans trousseau, or take up residence with you. I assure you I do not need a room, for the library will suit me best. He leaves it up to me to decide which fate he will have.
Although the Matlocks did not know Mr Bennet, they could tell by the light air their nephew was portraying as he read the note that he was a teasing and fun-loving man who Darcy was comfortable around. In addition, with two such amiable daughters, how could he be anything but a proper gentleman? Lord Matlock turned to his butler and declared,
"Show him in."
Mr Bennet was shown into the Matlock dining room, making an appropriate bow to everyone in the room. Mr Darcy instantly stood and greeted him like a long-lost friend, even though they had seen each other only the day before. Elizabeth looked at the pair, pleased by how well her beloved father and intended were getting along. While introducing Mr Bennet to Lord and Lady Matlock and Colonel Fitzwilliam, a place-setting was added next to Colonel Fitzwilliam. Lord Matlock began the conversation.
"I hear you come to keep an eye on your daughters, have you, Mr Bennet?"
Indeed, I received Elizabeth's missive late this morning. I admit we all forgot about the gardener's annual holiday. Since Jane had just departed with Mr Bingley, I now have two unmarried daughters here, living under only the protection of their fiancés. I thought it best to come and ensure proper chaperones were present or escort them home.
Mr Bennet looked at Mr Darcy as he said,
"Proper chaperones,"
and was pleased to see the gentleman blush. Lord Matlock picked up his glass of wine to hide his smile. Mr Bennet was not subtle. He clearly did not trust his precious daughters to the hands of their intendeds. He liked this man already. Mr Darcy interrupted Lord Matlock's musings as he addressed Mr Bennet and the ladies.
I assure you, sir, your daughters have proper accommodations and chaperones. That does not mean we are any less pleased with your arrival. I hope you and the ladies decide to stay at London House instead of rushing back to Longbourn. It would be a pity to come all this way and not allow the ladies time to shop for their trousseaux.
Yes, yes. Thank you for your benevolence, Mr Darcy. I am sure you have nothing more in mind except that the ladies have adequate trousseaux upon entering the marriage state.
Lord Matlock laughed aloud at such a statement. He could not help himself. Glancing around the table, he could see flushed faces on many of those in attendance. Mr Darcy, who blushed more, was composed enough to answer.
As much as the Mrs Bennet's trousseaux interest me, it is their pleasure with this trip, and even a more practical issue, that is my primary interest.
A practical issue? Please, enlighten us.
Everyone was interested in what he would say.
Miss Elizabeth has only had a small preliminary tour of London House, her future home. She has not yet told me which alterations she would like made.
Lord and Lady Matlock each choked on a bite of dinner, and Elizabeth coloured further, if that was indeed possible. Mr Bennet didn't miss any of this. He began to speak, but was interrupted by Mr Darcy.
I might add it would please Mrs Bennet to no end to know I ensured her daughter had every chance to redecorate London House as she sees fit.
Ah, I see your point, Mr Darcy. In fact, I have a letter here for you from Mrs Bennet. I shall give it to you this evening when we discuss this further. It seems we need to have another conversation, given the response here. There may be more to this redecorating business than meets the eye.
Elizabeth was studious of her hands, and Mr Darcy simply looked at her, smiled, and stated,
It would be my pleasure, Mr Bennet.
Dinner ended, and the men adjourned to the library. Once the door closed, Lord Matlock positioned himself next to Mr. Bennet. He anticipated the evening's greatest enjoyment would be found here.
Mr. Bennet,
he began,
it is a rare pleasure to meet you. I met your lovely daughter Miss Elizabeth this morning as she informed Mr. Darcy of the first change she desired to make to London House. So I'm assured she has informed Mr. Darcy about at least one thing she would like to alter at London House.
Lord Matlock watched Darcy from the corner of his eye. Mr. Darcy had his glass of port halfway to his lips when he stopped and stared at the two gentlemen, astonished his uncle would broach such a topic, especially in company, even company as intimate as theirs.
Indeed, Lord Matlock, which room did Lizzie want to change? Knowing my Lizzie, she has shocked you with wanting to redecorate Mr. Darcy's study, library, or some other room she should not be worrying about.
No, quite the contrary, Mr. Bennet. No such rooms were on her agenda. She only voiced her opinion to change the state of one thing in the entire house, that of Mr. Darcy's marriage eligibility status.
Mr. Darcy was thoroughly embarrassed, and the Colonel was raging with laughter. Bingley slapped him on the back, exclaiming,
"Good for you, old man."
Mr. Bennet laughed, saying,
"Yes, that sounds like my bold Lizzie."
"Oh, but there is more,"
Lord Matlock stated. All eyes turned to him inquisitively.
"The two were getting ready to depart on a walk when we arrived, and the door was open when she said this. Upon completing her assessment of Mr. Darcy's marriage eligibility, Mr. Darcy praised her decision in the best manner possible, with the front door wide open for all and sundry to witness. It was quite a sight to walk up the front steps and see Fitzwilliam worshipping her face as he was."
The Colonel and Bingley whooped at Darcy, slapping his back and congratulating him for stealing a kiss. Mr. Bennet could not resist adding to the story.
"Is that all, Lord Matlock? We can let this pass for now. It doesn't compare to how I caught them the night of the Netherfield ball. It's fortunate he proposed to her earlier, otherwise our meeting might not be as friendly, as he would be marrying her under duress."
Mr. Darcy felt it was necessary to defend Elizabeth. The situation was getting out of control.
"Uncle, Mr. Bennet, I assure you Miss Elizabeth is a lady, and would allow no one, even me, to soil her reputation. You raised her as a gentleman's daughter, and I pity the fool who tries to impose himself on her. I would pity myself if I were to push her beyond the bounds of propriety. I am sure I would be sporting the shape of a lady's hand across my cheek if I attempted more than I ought."
Mr. Bennet felt it necessary to ease his troubles.
"Yes, son, you are correct. My Lizzie would not stand for it, would she? You're a good man. I trust you, and I'm sure your uncle, cousin and friend know you well enough to know you would never hurt my girl. We're just having a bit of sport with you. In fact, they must know you even better than I do. They are likely astonished you've already kissed your lady, let alone an entire kissing session interrupted by her father and another performed in front of half of London."
The laughing at Mr. Darcy's expense continued for a few minutes more, and then settled into amiable conversation. In just a few minutes, the conversation shifted to the real reason for being in London. Colonel Fitzwilliam began the ill-fated discussion.
"Father, Mr. Bennet."
And then, nodding at Mr. Bingley, he continued,
"Earlier today, I made an unfortunate discovery. I have already informed Darcy about this, but I feel both of you should also be aware. I apprehended Mr. Wickham here in London."
The men interrupted him with exclamations of joy until they noticed Darcy and Richard were not joining them in their happiness.
"May I continue?"
"Indeed, son, go on,"
Lord Matlock said apprehensively.
"As I was saying, I have apprehended Mr. Wickham. When I searched him, I discovered a £10,000 note on his person from Lady Catherine de Bourgh. It appears she paid Wickham to ensure Darcy and Miss Elizabeth's wedding does not occur."
The Colonel pulled the note from his pocket for all to inspect. The room was silent except for the gentleman's heavy breathing. Lord Matlock finally spoke.
"I shall know how to handle this. Thank you, boys. Think no more of it. You shall not be bothered any more. Let us have a more pleasant conversation by joining the ladies."
"Gentlemen, before we depart, may I speak?"
Inquired Mr. Bingley. The gentlemen remained in their seats and nodded.
Unfortunately, my business here in London overlaps with yours.
Bingley informed those in the room who did not already know about Caroline Bingley's actions. It was decided Mr Bennet and Mr Darcy would accompany Mr Bingley to his solicitor for two purposes: to aid him in his settlement of his sister's inheritance and to complete the documents for his marriage to Miss Jane Bennet. The night was heavy with decisions, and the gentlemen felt it was time they joined the ladies in the drawing-room. The fairer sex was sure to lighten their hearts. The conversation in the drawing-room was of an infinitely more amiable topic. The ladies entered and had 5 minutes of trivial conversation on the weather, their travels and general issues typically discussed in a parlour drawing-room of women who were just becoming acquainted and respecting the differences of rank and station. Elizabeth was the first one brave enough to address her ladyship.
Lady Matlock, I want to thank you on 2 accounts this evening. First, for allowing us to invite my sister Jane and Mr Bingley with such little advance notice, and second, for allowing our father to join us uninvited and in the middle of your dinner party.
Fear not, Miss Elizabeth. You are family now, and by extension, your entire family. They are welcome in our home any time. Not to mention Mr Bingley is practically another son.
Thank you, Lady Matlock.
You may call me Aunt, just as Fitzwilliam and Georgiana do.
Thank you, Aunt.
So, you have an aunt and uncle who live here in London?
Yes, Edward and Madeline Gardner. My uncle is a successful businessman. They and their children live near Gracechurch Street.
Madeline Gardner? Is she the same Madeline Gardner from Lambton in Derbyshire?
Yes, the very same.
Everyone's interest was growing.
She is your aunt? She and I went to the same ladies' school growing up. I was a few years ahead, however. She and I often meet at charity aids and fundraising events. I am proud to say she is one of my friends. She is very active in the London community, and your uncle is known for his generous donations to our auctions and fundraisers. What a coincidence. I am increasingly pleased you have such an amiable family.
Relief was evident on Elizabeth's face. She had heard of many noble families that spurned their sons' and nephews' marriage choices on the grounds of family connections. Though Elizabeth was vastly proud of and loved her aunt and uncle, it was their position in society she most feared when it came to blending the Darcy and Bennet families. As Lady Matlock asked her additional questions, Elizabeth's concerns were further eased, and she began to feel truly comfortable with her future aunt.
So, the Gardners are on holiday, are they?
Yes, they are visiting family in the north. They make the journey every year. In our haste to come to London, we forgot.
Do you expect them to return soon?
They are to return in another fortnight. We will probably have to return to Longbourn before seeing them. I just hope they return before the wedding. We are not sure if their mail is forwarded or not. They may not yet be informed of our engagements.
I seem to recall the purpose of your coming to town is to purchase your trousseaus. Shall you still be able to make the necessary purchases?
Yes, I dare say we will. My father is here now. He will make sure we are able to make our purchases. If he can't find someone to help us, he will send for our mother and have her come to town for the express purpose of shopping. Although she is busy planning the wedding, so perhaps she has not the time to come.
Jane interjected here.
Mother would be more than pleased to make the journey, I am sure. She is an accomplished planner. I am sure our weddings would not suffer. Mother could do both.
Elizabeth rolled her eyes at her sister, which was not unnoticed by Lady Matlock.
Yes, Jane, I am sure she would be more than eager to attend to us and still plan the grandest wedding affair anyone has ever witnessed.
In lesser company, Elizabeth would have followed the comment with another retort that she preferred that her mother not come, but she kept her mouth shut. She did not want to give her ladyship the wrong impression either of her mother or of her respect for her parents. But Elizabeth's eye-rolling was noticed, and Lady Matlock's interest was piqued.
So, your mother enjoys coming to London and hosts a merry party?
Yes, she enjoys London very much. Our father usually prefers the quiet solitude of his library, and our mother the hustle and bustle of town.
I dare say that her accomplished shopping skills would help you at this time.
Yes, I am sure they would, but Jane and I prefer to shop with our Aunt Gardiner, and let our younger sisters keep up with our mother.
Your mother is a lively shopper, is she?
Elizabeth laughed at such a comment.
Indeed, she is a very lively shopper. Truly, she is a lively everything. She can make it through 3 or 4 warehouses before luncheon. She has the ability to see and catalogue every article from each warehouse in her mind. She can then return home and remember which bolt of fabric or skein of lace she wants, and which warehouse it was in, frequently remembering the exact location of the item within the warehouse.
Lady Matlock smiled.
What a talent.
Jane and Elizabeth simultaneously said,
Yes, it is.
And what of parties? Does she often have the opportunity to host in Hertfordshire?
Indeed. Our mother is known far and wide for her dinner parties. You are hardly anyone until you've received an invitation to dinner from Francis Bennet.
I cannot wait to meet your mother.
Elizabeth feared the moment the introduction would take place, but she did not have time to dwell on it, as Lady Matlock offered to take them shopping. An offer which astonished Elizabeth.
If it would be acceptable to you and your father, I have some shopping to do this week before the winter sets in. I would happily accompany you shopping and assist you in any way possible. I know all the best shops and can get you appointments with the modiste on such short notice.
Jane and Elizabeth sat gaping at Lady Matlock. They never dreamed of a lady in her situation wanting to assist them with their purchases. Georgiana had been listening to the conversation, desperately wanting to say something. This was her opportunity.
Aunt, may I come too? I'd love to join you for shopping.
Yes, Georgie dear. If Fitzwilliam approves, you can join us. We shall make a week of it, meeting each day for shopping and lunch.
Finally, it was decided what time they would meet on the morrow to begin their shopping, and agreed upon by all that they would be a very merry party. When the gentlemen returned, the remainder of the evening passed quickly and amiably until the Darcys, Bennets, and Mr Bingley all retired to London House. Upon their arrival, the ladies excused themselves, and the gentlemen retired to the library for an evening of pleasant conversations, debates, and port. Chapter 26. Friday morning. Friday was a whirlwind of activity at London House even before breakfast. Mr Bennet knew his girls, especially Lizzie, were early risers, so he requested early audiences with the ladies in Mr Darcy's library to avoid drawing attention. Jane and Elizabeth met in the hall and walked to the library together.
Jane, I hope we can stay in London for a few days at least. I would prefer not to return to Longbourn yet.
Yes, Lizzie, I agree. Let's see what Father has to say. He may want to discuss his plans for our stay in London. Knowing Lady Matlock is willing to take us shopping is bound to affect his decision.
Lizzie smiled despite herself.
I dare say he plans to occupy the large leather lounger, sitting in front of the fireplace in Fitzwilliam's library. When we arrive, he'll likely have a book in one hand and a drink in the other.
They arrived at the library, and Lizzie knocked lightly on the large solid door. Their father beckoned them to enter. Jane and Elizabeth entered, exchanging smiles and raised eyebrows. Their father reclined comfortably in the exact mentioned lounger in front of the fireplace, with a book in one hand and his morning coffee in the other, just as Elizabeth predicted.
Jane, Lizzie, come here, my dears.
The girls walked to their father. Bending towards him, each gave him a morning kiss on the cheek, as they had done since girlhood.
You wanted to speak with us, Father.
Jane said, sitting on the settee closest to her father.
Yes, you mentioned last night Lady Matlock intends to take you shopping today. Is that correct?
Lizzie spoke up.
Yes, father, she is.
Very good. Now I come to the point. Her ladyship, I'm sure, frequents an entirely different set of shops than those your mother and Aunt Gardiner frequent. The shops are probably of a significantly better quality than the ones you're used to. Do not be distressed by the added cost. Although I did not set aside enough money to bribe wealthy young men to marry you, I have enough to send you to the ones you caught clothed well enough.
Elizabeth had to admit she loved her father's teasing.
I want you to have fun shopping with your future family.
Mr. Bennet choked a little on his words, and Lizzie laid a hand over his. He quickly pulled away, reaching into his vest pocket.
Make sure you purchase everything on these lists. They are from your mother. I do not want to be forced to return to London because you missed something.
The girls smiled and accepted the list from their father.
Now off with you. Leave an old man in peace with his books.
Jane and Lizzie stood to leave.
Actually, Lizzie, my dear, please stay a moment longer. I have something else I would speak to you about.
Jane went to breakfast, while Lizzie spoke further with her father. Mr. Darcy awoke refreshed and happy. The Wickham problem plaguing him yesterday was resolved. His Elizabeth was, even now, under his roof. Her father, whom he had grown to love as much as his own dear father, arrived safely and agreed to remain, thus allowing the ladies' shopping to continue as planned. After dressing for the day, Mr. Darcy sought his study to accomplish some morning business, primarily responding to Mrs. Bennet's letter before the ladies were expected at breakfast. As he settled into his study, he could hear quiet speaking from behind him. Those not acquainted with the mysteries of London House would wonder what they were hearing, but Mr. Darcy knew precisely what was happening. Mr. Darcy's personal study was situated off the front of London House, so business persons need not be invited into the interior of the home. However, to reach the library, one had to follow several hallways weaving to the back of the house and then to the front again. The result was the study and library shared a wall, a false wall to be exact. The false wall looked like a bookcase and was situated behind Mr. Darcy's desk. In the library, it was situated on the furthest wall from entering. Mr. Darcy stood, walked to his study door and locked it. Next, he walked to the bookcase and hesitated. Never before had he used this London House secret for eavesdropping. He typically only used it when he was alone and wanted quick access to the library. He hesitated, considering whether it would be considered a sin to eavesdrop. Despite his reservations, he couldn't resist the urge to listen to every word Elizabeth spoke. It was obvious she was there. Mr. Darcy removed 2 large books that housed the handle to open the bookcase and the view hole. Now he could see the entire library, and, though muffled, hear everything inside. Jane was leaving the library, but Elizabeth stayed behind with her beloved father.
Lizzie, what are your thoughts on London House now that you've been here for 2 days?
The question pleased Darcy immensely. He wanted to hear her response. Elizabeth blushed slightly, unseen by Darcy, but observed by her father.
I like it very well, father.
Mr. Bennet smiled despite himself.
Just very well, Lizzie. Come, my dear. I know you better than that. I'm sure you have a dozen opinions on this one room alone. You cannot tell me your only response is that you like it very well.
Father, do not tease me. You know what I mean.
No, Lizzie, I'm afraid I do not. You will have to enlighten me.
Father!
Lizzie let out a distressed breath.
Must you press me?
Mr. Bennet smiled and waited.
Yes, I suppose you must. I like it a lot, as I said. Did Mr. Darcy tell you that I am in a special room?
No, he did not. So what is this special room?
Father, it is just so exciting and flattering. I am in the lavender room. The room was redecorated at Mr. Darcy's mother's request before her illness and death. Unfortunately, she never saw the room, as she died before returning here. Both Mr. Darcy and his father had the room locked up, and Fitzwilliam presented me with the room as a gift from his mother. The future Mrs Fitzwilliam Darcy was to be the first person to step foot in the room beside Mr Darcy and the housekeeper who cleans it.
I can see you are pleased by this.
Father, it is all so very romantic.
Mr Bennet laughed at his daughter's dramatics.
The rest of the house is fine, I suppose. You know I care not for the house or furnishings, Father. I am marrying Fitzwilliam because I love him. I deeply respect and admire him, and I long to be by his side forever. I'd marry and live with him in a broken cottage, if that was all he could offer. His portrait in the gallery is very fine, and in my room there's a beautiful painting of an estate in each of the 4 seasons. I have learned it is his Derbyshire estate, Pemberley. If Pemberley is even a tenth as glorious as the painting portrays, then we shall not spend much time away, as I will be content to remain in Derbyshire for the rest of my life.
Mr Bennet's eyes glistened at his daughter's honest reply.
Father, I hope I did not distress you.
No, my dear. That was the answer I envisioned from you. I never realised your praise for another man and his estate would affect me so. I shall miss you dearly, Lizzie.
Mr Darcy was pleased by Elizabeth's praise of him and his estate, but most of all at her saying he had earned her respect and esteem, and that she loved him. Darcy knew Elizabeth's frankness with her father made her words that much more important to him. They were spoken in honestly and not meant to please or flatter him.
Father, I shall miss you too. I'm sure Fitzwilliam will let you come and stay with us any time you wish, without notice.
Yes, my dear, I'm sure he will. Now let me tell you why I wanted you to stay behind. As I said before, you and Jane will be shopping at establishments that cater only to individuals in the upper classes. I told you I have allocated additional funds to each of you for purchasing your trousseaux. However, I have set aside even more for you. I want you to add this list of purchases to the one from your mother.
Lizzie began to object, but Mr Bennet interrupted her.
No, Lizzie, you cannot argue about this. I know more about what's expected of a lady in your future role. You shall need additional items, more than what Jane will need being at Netherfield. In addition, you are heading to the north. Winter months are colder there, so you need additional clothing Jane will not need. Mr Darcy, I am sure, maintains many social engagements with persons in very high stations. Your gowns will need to be made of finer quality materials and adorned and embellished like the high society ladies of the ton.
Lizzie looked puzzled.
Do not look at me like that. I have learned something of women's finery these past 20+ years, listening to your mother and sisters blabbing about lace and what not. You only assumed I was not listening.
Oh, Father, you truly are the best man.
Well, well, off with you now. Your young buck is likely roaming the halls in search of you this morning.
Lizzie rose to leave.
Thank you, Father, I truly appreciate it.
She shut the library door behind her and walked toward the dining room. Mr Darcy was quitting his spying from the peephole when he saw his friend wipe a tear from his eye and respond to the closed door.
I shall miss you dearly, my dearest Lizzie. What shall I do without you at Longbourn?
Every moment together, Mr Bennet gave Mr Darcy a renewed appreciation for the jewel he was to steal away from Hertfordshire in less than a month. Elizabeth and Mr Darcy reached the dining room at precisely the same moment on account of Mr Darcy's exceptional timing. They bowed and curtsied to each other. Elizabeth smiled brightly, and Mr Darcy could not resist reaching for her hand and bringing it to his lips for an innocent morning kiss.
Good morning, Fitzwilliam.
Good morning to you, my Elizabeth. Are you just coming to breakfast?
As you see, you have impeccable timing, sir.
Yes, I am sure it has nothing to do with my trying to synchronise our eating schedules.
Elizabeth laughed.
What a happy thought. I am so glad that you have. It will make breakfast all the better.
Fitzwilliam offered his arm, and the two entered to join Jane and Georgiana, who were already eating. After breakfast was over, they remained at the table, sipping tea and talking amiably when her ladyship entered. Elizabeth, Jane and Georgiana were concerned they allowed the hour to slip away from them and eagerly jumped up to ready themselves for their outing.
Aunt, we did not expect you so soon. Excuse us briefly, we need to prepare ourselves.
Elizabeth hurriedly stated, eager to go get ready to leave.
Do not distress yourselves. I am here early to speak with Fitzwilliam. Take your time.
The three ladies hastened to their rooms as Lady Matlock addressed her nephew.
Fitzwilliam, I received your note early this morning. What is it you wish to speak to me about?
Aunt, please come to my study.
Surely, nephew.
Lady Matlock answered. As they walked to the study, they passed Mr. Bennet going to the dining room with the morning paper and a cup of coffee.
Good morning, Mr. Bennet.
Lady Matlock addressed him.
Ah, good morning, my lady. How do you do this fine day?
Very well, thank you. Just this morning, as I was getting into my carriage, I ran into Lady Russell. I mentioned that my nephew and Mr. Bingley are marrying the nieces of Madeline Gardiner, and she was quite excited. I hope you're okay with me taking your daughters to tea to meet some of my friends today.
Mr. Bennet and Mr. Darcy stared large-eyed and open-mouthed at her ladyship.
Madeline, Mrs. Edward Gardiner, you know my sister?
Of course. Did not your daughters tell you last evening?
Both men shook their heads in the negative as she continued.
Madeline and I attended a ladies' school in Derbyshire, overlapping years. Additionally, we are both avid volunteers for the London community. Mr. Gardiner is known for his generosity in donating items for our auctions and fundraisers. His warehouses are the only warehouses many of us use, as our modistes will only purchase their fabrics from him. He is known for the high quality of merchandise, and for his honesty as a businessman.
Yes, he is,
Mr. Bennet replied dully, still trying to comprehend. Mr. Darcy was also in shock.
Why, sirs, do not look so surprised.
Mr. Bennet recovered first.
Indeed we are surprised, Lady Matlock. The ladies mentioned nothing of this last evening. It is one of the last things I anticipated hearing this fine day. It's surprising to me that you are familiar with any of our relatives, considering how different their situation in life is from yours.
Mr. Bennet, I will excuse that statement on the grounds you are shocked and do not know me well, but I would hope no one, especially someone in my family, would discount anyone on account of their position in life. Some of my dearest friends are those in trade, law, or other professions. I base my friendships on the merit of the person alone.
Yes, your ladyship. I see that you do, and I am pleased. I had no intention of offending. I was surprised, that is all. There are many in London who do not share this view.
As am I, Aunt.
Mr. Darcy finally recovered and looked sheepishly at Mr. Bennet, as some of his aunt's accusations fairly fit him not too long ago.
Fitzwilliam, you astonish me. You have known me your entire life. You know I base all relationships and connections on the person's merit.
She breathed in a heavy breath.
You men are exhausting. Fitzwilliam, let's not delay our conversation further. The ladies will be ready soon.
Mr. Bennet knew his cue. He bowed and continued to the dining room. Fitzwilliam led his aunt to his study. Upon entering, both sat down, and Mr. Darcy began.
Aunt, I dare say I am a fool. Not long ago I thought our family would scorn connections solely based on position and wealth. I nearly walked away from Elizabeth because of it. Now I learn her family connections are some of those held dearest to my family. What a fool I almost was.
All was becoming clear to Lady Matlock.
Think no more of it, Fitzwilliam. You didn't leave, and now Elizabeth will be your wife, and a fine one at that. When you meet her aunt and uncle, I am sure you will love them. They are well-educated, amiable people. They may be in trade, but he is very successful, and despite their young family, they keep a very active social calendar. Although I have only visited Madeline's home once, she has come to our townhouse many times. You will love them when you meet them.
I am sure I will. Knowing this makes me happy. Now, to the task at hand. The reason I asked you here.
Lady Matlock looked at Darcy, imploring him to go on.
Aunt, since you now know Elizabeth and you have met Mr. Bennet, you are aware Elizabeth does not come from a family as wealthy as ours. I am marrying her for love, not her dowry. Her father has set aside what he considers a considerable amount for Elizabeth's trousseau. I am not sure what he considers a considerable amount. Still, I know the size of the bills I receive from Georgiana's shops after she goes shopping with you, and regardless of the amount Mr. Bennet has set aside, I do not want him to receive invoices of those amounts. Will you speak with the proprietors and ask if they will split the invoices, send half to Mr. Bennet and the other half directly to me? Ask them to establish an account under Elizabeth's name for any future purchases she makes as Mrs. Darcy. I am sure you shall have no problem accomplishing this.
It shall be no problem, nephew. I see your point. I already intended to do something similar, only having the tab sent to your uncle instead. Your uncle and I discussed it this morning. I shall do as you wish, but we may pick up a few items as a wedding gift to your bride, so do not be surprised if the amounts are smaller than you anticipate.
You need not do that, unless you wish to. I am happy to pay for Elizabeth's purchases. It reinforces she will soon be my wife, a day I can hardly wait for. Consider it proof this is not all a dream.
Yes, I can see the happiness she brings to you. She is good for you, nephew, a rare jewel among mere stones. Your uncle and I genuinely like her, and are on the path to loving her as part of our family. We can see the joy she brings to you and Georgiana. We are very thankful to her. We have tried for years to bring you happiness, but all we have been able to do is temporarily fill a small part of your void. She has filled it up, and we can see your happiness overflowing. Marry her, love her, and never let her get away.
Thank you,
was all Darcy could say. Finally, his aunt stood and kissed his cheek as she had since he was a small child, much like his mother used to do.
I think the ladies must be waiting for me by now.
They returned to the foyer, where the ladies were indeed ready and waiting for their outing.
We shall not be back before lunch. In fact, you may want to hold dinner.
Lady Matlock's voice twinkled with delight as she addressed the ladies waiting for her.
Are we all ready for a day of shopping?
Smiles lit upon the ladies' faces, and Georgiana responded,
Yes, we are.
in a voice of confidence rarely heard from her. Lady Matlock winked at her nephew as she led the ladies to the coach. Charles Bingley was up far earlier than usual on Friday morning. He wished to reach London House before the ladies left. Charles desired to see Jane, and he had a task for Georgiana. He arrived while the ladies were preparing to leave, and Darcy and his aunt were in the study talking. Charles requested a maid to inform Georgiana he wished to speak to her before the ladies left. Georgiana came down directly.
Mr. Bingley, it is good to see you. Have you come to see Jane before we go shopping?
Yes, that is one of the reasons I arrived early. The other is that I have a request of you.
Georgiana got excited, anticipating what he would ask.
Yes, anything for you, Mr. Bingley. Shall we discuss it in the drawing room?
Mr. Bingley followed Georgiana into the drawing room, and once seated began.
While shopping, please observe Miss Jane, and take note of the items she likes but doesn't buy. Select a few. Then I want you to provide the proprietors with my card to send the bill and deliver the items to me at Grosvenor Square. Can you handle this?
Yes, Mr. Bingley. I would love to. What fun.
Mr. Bingley handed Georgiana a few cards and thanked her for her help. The two exited the drawing room just as Elizabeth and Jane descended the stairs.
Charles, you are here.
Jane happily exclaimed,
Yes, I wanted to see you before your shopping trip. I have matters to discuss with Darcy and your father, and I thought it would be advantageous for me to arrive early. I see I was correct.
Charles bowed over Jane's hand, then kissed it. Before she could withdraw, he wrapped her hand over his arm and held her close.
May I escort you to the carriage?
Jane smiled sweetly.
Of course.
After the ladies were situated in the coach, Mr Darcy closed the door and stepped back as it drove away. The gentleman returned inside, and Darcy spoke first.
Charles, I was unaware of your presence until I saw you with Jane. I'm sorry I did not greet you upon your arrival.
Fear not, I came to see Jane. I wanted a chance to see her sweet smile before we set out to accomplish the more arduous tasks of today. It is sure to buoy my spirits to remember her thusly.
Darcy nodded in acknowledgement, and Mr Bennet laughed.
My goodness, you two are a sorry lot. Come, let us figure out what we are to accomplish today.
The trio entered Mr Darcy's study and took their seats. Mr Bennet began.
I think we should begin with the most important business first. We must go with Mr Bingley to his solicitor and sort out this business about his sister. While there, we can draw up and finalise the marriage documents if you want to.
Of course I want to. Let's do that bit immediately, so my marriage is obstacle-free.
Mr Bennet smiled at Bingley's enthusiasm.
Then, if there is time, we will visit Mr Darcy's solicitor and do the same.
Actually, sir, I have already contacted him and he is unavailable until next Tuesday. I hope this does not inconvenience you and you will remain in town at least until then.
Yes, I am certain we will still be here. The ladies plan on shopping for the larger part of their purchases today and tomorrow. The items will need to be fitted next week, Jane informs me. We shall stay at least a week more, I am sure of that.
Both men smiled at their future father's admission.
So, gentlemen, do we have an exact date yet?
Both men looked at each other. How could they be so foolish to not set an actual date? There were letters to be sent and travels plans to be made for friends and family to attend. It was possible the roads would be bad. Mr Darcy responded,
Miss Elizabeth and I have discussed no further than a few days before Christmas.
Mr Darcy inspected the calendar on his desk.
Christmas Day is on a Wednesday. To reach Pemberley, it takes 2 days on good roads and 3 on poor ones. Roads are unpredictable this time of year, so we need to plan for 3 travel days. Additionally, we require 2 days at Pemberley prior to the holiday event for estate preparations. Regrettably, I have been neglectful since spring and have not been back for quite some time. I accomplish all by correspondence by mail, and it shall remain that way until I return after my wedding. I wish to marry by December 18th to ensure enough time for everything before Christmas and safe travels. I do believe we should consult the ladies as well.
That is scarcely 3 weeks away.
It is 19 days, Mr Bennet.
Very good. I see your preciseness, Mr Darcy. We planned on staying in London for 2 weeks, which will leave 5 days at Longbourn to finish all the necessary arrangements. I think it is a bit close, but if the ladies approve, I shall write to the rector of Longbourn and request Wednesday, December 18th, be reserved for the wedding. The girls and I will have to leave London no later than the 11th, or Mrs Bennet will tan my hide. The ladies should be able to accomplish everything in time. Jane and Elizabeth are both very practical and efficient.
With plans in order and a tentative wedding date, the gentlemen left for their appointment with Mr Bingley's solicitor. Friday did not dawn pleasantly for all of London's occupants. Lord Matlock had plans to visit his sister on a task he would rather have foregone, but he had no choice. His family was being too affected. He first ate a pleasant but unusually quiet breakfast with his wife, then seeing her off in the direction of London House, he turned and went in the opposite direction to Rosings Place. Lord Matlock arrived to find a house reigned by chaos supreme. Apparently, Lady Catherine's ire had not abated, but rather had risen into outright anger towards her nephew and his fiancée. Further, it now encompassed Richard, him, and even his lovely wife. Lord Matlock did not spare any time. He sent a message to his son at his quarters to attend to him directly at his aunt's residence, and then he entered and approached his sister. Despite his desire for a civil conversation, Lady Catherine would not have it any other way than shouting. The more Lord Matlock attempted to reason with her, the more passionate and obstinate she became. 30 minutes into their meeting, Richard arrived, and the shouting match worsened by admitting a third. Lady Catherine had not forgiven him for walking away from her yesterday. Richard would not allow such arguments to go unanswered, and confronted her with the accusation of hiring Mr. Wickham. They shared words of malice and hatred for 5 minutes, and it would have continued had not Lord Matlock interceded and gained control of his son. Unfortunately, he never did gain control of his sister. Lady Catherine blackened the names of Darcy, Bennet, and even Fitzwilliam, though she herself was one before her marriage. She accused Darcy of denying his dying mother's wish, and declared she would have her justice upon him. He would rue the day he ever crossed her path. Lady Catherine was determined to ruin him and anyone who supported him. Lady Catherine planned to marry Anne off to any titled man aged 30 to 90 who needed a wealthy wife. She would be married by summer's end, regardless of her feelings or opinions. Anne noticed the arrival of Richard and came down to speak to him. Hearing arguing coming from the drawing-room and having no desire to be a part of them, she sat upon the settee outside the door to await its conclusion. Hearing her mother's accusations against her cousins and her boisterous declarations about her own felicity in marriage, Anne's ire was piqued as it had never been before. She was proud of her uncle and cousin for defending her choice and happiness, but became angrier at her mother with each additional declaration. Finally, her 25 years of pent-up anger and opinion spilt over as she stood and strode into the fray to address her mother. Lord Matlock and Richard were surprised but pleased by Anne's ability to defend herself. Richard was openly admiring her when he was rudely taken aback at the sight of Lady Catherine striking her daughter across the face, leaving a large inflamed handprint. Richard leapt between them, shielding Anne, and comforted her while his father grabbed his sister's arm and addressed her harshly.
Catherine Fitzwilliam de Bourgh, as head of this family, I demand you apologise to your daughter.
Lady Catherine was in a rage, but menacingly laughed out her reply.
You demand it. I shall not now, nor shall I ever apologise. Anne has no right to speak to me like that. As her mother, I have a right to treat her in any manner and use any method I see fit to punish her. She is my daughter. If you do not remove your hand from me this instant, you too shall learn first-hand how I see fit to deal with those who do not obey me.
Catherine, I am warning you. This is your last chance to repent, or I shall know how to act.
No, brother, I shall know how to act. Fitzwilliam Darcy shall rue the day he ever met that Bennet woman. I shall see he never sets eyes on his dear Georgiana again. I shall remove her from his charge and ensure she has a proper education and coming out. By the time I am finished, there will be no one in London who will condescend to associate with the likes of Mr and Mrs Fitzwilliam Darcy.
The last was spit out as if her mouth were full of venom. She truly hated Darcy, which showed in every action and spoken word. With a hand still wrapped around his sister's wrist, Lord Matlock addressed his son.
Richard, please see Anne's belongings are packed and removed to our townhouse.
Richard and Anne left the room to follow Lord Matlock's directions. The look on his face made it clear their presence was no longer needed. Then, turning towards his sister, he looked sadly upon her as he replied,
Catherine, sister, you have made your position abundantly clear. Now, let me make mine.
Lady Catherine tried to interrupt him, but Lord Matlock would not allow it.
First, neither your daughter nor Fitzwilliam have ever wanted to marry one another. I should have put a stop to your marriage nonsense years ago. Second, you shall never lay another hand upon Anne as long as you live, nor will you interfere in Georgiana's upbringing. And third, I shall ensure that you never malign the name of Fitzwilliam, Darcy, or Bennet ever again.
Lady Catherine could control her anger no more and challenged him.
How do you plan to accomplish that, brother? I would surely love to see you try.
I shall accomplish it easily, sister, because this evening you shall be accompanied by me to the docks where you will board a ship for the Americas in the company of one with who you are well acquainted, Mr George Wickham.
Turning away from his sister, Lord Matlock exited the room. He ordered her trunks packed, her servants into his employ, and declared she was not to leave the house under any circumstance until he returned. She was to remain there, even if force was required to keep her there. Then, with a heavy heart, he went to the docks where he purchased her passage and prepared to never see his sister again. Chapter 27. London shopping. The Matlock carriage was abuzz with maidenly shopping conversation. It was earlier discussed, primarily between Georgiana and Lady Matlock, that the best place to purchase trousseau items would be Bond Street. Jane and Elizabeth were glad their father had spoken to them, otherwise shopping at Bond Street would have disturbed them, as it had the most elite shops in all of London. No one from their family shopped on Bond Street.
Elizabeth, Jane, have you decided on your wedding gowns yet? Or is this shopping trip just for your trousseaux?
Asked Lady Matlock. Elizabeth answered,
It is for both, Aunt. We are newly engaged, as you know, and came straight to London. There is no one in Meryton our mother would allow make our gowns. She prefers we purchase them here.
Very good. I know just the place. We shall order wedding gowns first, as they are the most important.
The excitement showed on the faces of both ladies. Not long after, the carriage pulled to a stop on Bond Street. The footman helped Lady Matlock and the ladies out of the carriage.
We shall walk the street to the various shops. Please attend us between each shop to return our purchases to the carriage, and have the carriage ready if we need to visit the warehouses for fabric selections.
Very well, my lady.
Lady Matlock turned towards the ladies.
Shall we?
Lead the way.
Lady Matlock led the way past at least 10 shops, and then stopped and turned to enter Modiste Belle, the shop of the French modiste known for her intricate and much sought-after work. Elizabeth and Jane knew about Modiste Belle, but they had never seen her creations in person. It was beyond their wildest dreams that she would create their wedding gowns. As they entered, Lady Matlock and Georgiana were greeted as dear old friends. Lady Matlock introduced Elizabeth and Jane.
Miss Belle, this is Miss Elizabeth Bennet. She is to marry my nephew, Mr Darcy, and this is her sister, Miss Jane Bennet, who is to marry Mr Darcy's best friend, Mr Charles Bingley.
Welcome to both of you.
Miss Belle, the ladies have just come to London, and we require 2 wedding dresses.
It would be my pleasure. I love making wedding dresses. You're in the right place. We shall make each of you the most exquisite brides ever seen, though from your looks this shall not be hard, as both of you are quite beautiful. Let's see, which would you prefer? Looking at patterns and models first to narrow down the materials, or selecting fabrics to have a wider assortment of textures, but a smaller assortment of designs?
The girls exchanged smiles. They knew what they wanted. Elizabeth addressed Lady Matlock.
If it would please you, Aunt, we would prefer to select fabrics first. Finding exquisite fabric and being told it's not suitable for your dress is truly horrible.
She agreed. Everyone had experienced a similar situation and knew how frustrating it could be.
Fabrics it is. Miss Belle, do you have time to go to the warehouse with us? Or shall we go on our own and have the selections sent over?
Lady Matlock, I am at your service today. I will come if you want me to.
We would like you to come. We would appreciate your expertise and advice since we are on a tight wedding schedule.
Wonderful. I'll tell Nellie, then we can leave.
The carriage was called and they drove to the warehouse.
Miss Belle, I assume we will use our regular warehouse.
Yes, ma'am, I always use...
Very well.
Lady Matlock cut her off before she said the warehouse's name. Lady Matlock rarely interrupted Miss Bell, and she wondered if the lady was under more stress than usual. She did not seem to be stressed, but one couldn't always tell. Plenty of others disrespected her like that, but not Lady Matlock.
Lizzie, look where we are,
Jane whispered when the carriage stopped in front of the Gardner warehouses.
Aunt, are we to choose our fabrics from here?
Yes, Elizabeth, we are.
Huge smiles overspread the girls' faces, and Belle soon discovered why when they entered.
Good morning, Miss Bell. I see you have brought some ladies to browse fabrics.
Yes, this is Lady Matlock and her nieces. 2 of them need fabric for wedding dresses.
Belle stepped to the side so Jane and Elizabeth were visible.
Miss Bennet, Miss Elizabeth, what do you do here? Wedding dresses. Do your uncle and Aunt Gardiner know?
Exclaimed Jonathan when he saw the 2 eldest Bennet daughters standing behind Miss Bell. He opened his arms wide and embraced the girls he had known since childhood. Jonathan Stearns had long been a trusted employee of Edward Gardner. He remembered the first time he met Miss Jane and Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Their aunt brought them into the warehouse to select fabric for new dresses. The little girls had just arrived to live with the Gardners, and they felt sad about being apart from their parents. Jonathan quickly grew fond of the girls, particularly Miss Elizabeth, assisting them in finding the perfect colours and prints. Over the years, the girls often came to select new fabrics, sometimes with their aunt and other times with their mother, but every time Jonathan was there for them. He was their one constant. Jonathan learned their likes and dislikes, particularly Miss Elizabeth's. He was invaluable at assisting her to get her way over her mother's when selecting fabric. There was nothing he wouldn't do for the girls standing before him.
No, Jonathan. As you know, they are on holiday. We only just became engaged this week and arrived in town a few days ago. We have not yet informed Aunt and Uncle Gardner.
Aunt and Uncle Gardner, are you the nieces of Madeline and Edward Gardner?
The girls smiled and nodded.
Wonders never cease. This day just gets better and better.
Ladies, help yourselves. Do you want me to pull fabrics I think you will like, or would you like to wander like you usually do?
We shall be fine, Jonathan. If we need anything, we will call for you.
It took an hour, but Jane finally selected the fabric for her wedding gown. Elizabeth narrowed hers to a few choices. Jonathan gathered the bolts and carried them to the sitting area so the ladies could see them clearer. Belle eyed each bolt placed in front of Jane.
Miss Bennet, I see you have an eye for shiny fabrics. I would love to hear your thoughts about your dress design, and then I will tell you mine, for they are running wild upon seeing this top fabric.
Belle's excitement was palpable.
Miss Bell, you are a far better judge of fashion than me. Indeed, I have no preferences, and would much prefer to hear your ideas,
Jane said. Everyone could see how pleased Miss Bell was with Jane's response.
From listening and observing you today, I gather you have worn simple yet pretty dresses. My intention is for this dress to be everything those were not. Your gown shall be exquisite. You will be ethereal wearing it.
Jane's face shone with excitement as she dreamed of such a dress. By the time Belle described how she envisioned the dress, Jane was in awe that such an elegant gown could exist.
Yes, an apt description, Miss Bell. Mr Bingley will not be able to tear his eyes from you, Jane.
Georgiana chimed in.
Belle, could you create a veil that matches the dress with this chiffon?
Yes, Lady Matlock, I shall do just that, and it will attach to Miss Jane's hair with some rose clips.
Jane turned to Elizabeth.
Lizzie, I am so excited about wearing such a gown. I will feel like a queen.
Few knew Lady Matlock was prudent despite her wealth.
Belle, the ladies will frequently be in London after their marriages. Can this gown double as an evening gown post-wedding? It's the prudent idea, especially as I am sure Miss Bennet will want to wear the gown frequently. It would be such a waste to only see it once at the wedding.
Of course, ma'am, it will be perfect for balls, parties, and trips to the theatre and opera. She will be the most beautiful woman in London.
Belle, I shall wear the dress with pride. It sounds better than I could have ever dreamed. I can't wait to see Mr. Bingley's face when he sees me.
Belle nodded her head in agreement.
Now, Miss Elizabeth, what have you selected?
I couldn't decide, so I just grabbed everything that caught my eye. After listening to you describe the design you will make for Jane's dress, I am in anticipation of what you shall design for me.
Let's see. For the future wife of Mr Darcy of Derbyshire, we insist on nothing but the most exquisite gown. The gown must be a masterpiece.
Belle approached the fabrics lying on the table before Elizabeth. Shaking her head and turning a little to look at Elizabeth, she held up the bolt, then set it down and did the same with another. She turned over 2 or 3 more and was just about to speak when Jonathan hesitantly spoke up.
I am sorry to interrupt, Miss Bell, but Mrs. Gardiner will be very distressed if we make Miss Elizabeth's wedding dress from anything except some fabrics she set aside a few years ago.
Elizabeth looked surprised and declared,
Jonathan, what do you speak of? I know of no such fabric.
Oh yes, it exists. I have been contemplating whether to tell you. Your aunt intended to present you with it herself. I may have let it go, except looking at these fabrics and knowing this is to be your only chance for using it in your wedding gown, I feel I must present it to you without her. Please forgive me, but your aunt will be so disappointed if you do not use it. I will go get it. Please wait a moment.
Everyone sat in silence, their eyes following Jonathan out of the sitting room. Jonathan entered Mr. Gardiner's office, where a beautiful armoire stood in the corner. He opened it, gently gathered the storage box holding the delicate fabrics, and then returned to the ladies. Jonathan lovingly carried the box to the sitting area and sat it on the table in front of Elizabeth. As he opened the lid, exposing the fabric, a gasp reverberated, and silence fell upon the room. He told them a short story.
Years ago, when Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner were visiting Paris, they stopped at a fabric supplier intending to form an agreement to sell their fabrics here in London. While there, Mrs. Gardiner came upon a fabric she claimed called Your Name. Initially, she did not purchase them, but the fabrics would not leave her mind for an additional 2 days. Finally, she says they begged her to return for them. After talking it over with your uncle, they agreed they would purchase the fabric for your future wedding dress.
Jonathan withdrew the fabric and placed it in Elizabeth's hands as she wiped a tear from her eyes. They were the most exquisite fabrics ever seen, and only a few select people knew they existed. Jonathan was one of them. Silence fell, all leaning towards Elizabeth, mesmerised by fabrics. Feeling the heavy emotions swirling around the room, Belle hesitantly broke the silence by approaching Elizabeth. She picked up the first piece, gently unfolding it for everyone to get a better view.
Long have I imagined a dress I would some day find the perfect fabric to make it from. I believe today is the day my design comes to life. Shall you like to hear about your wedding gown, Miss Elizabeth?
Elizabeth nodded her head, unable to speak.
This,
she said as she unfolded the fabric,
shall be the main dress which will just lightly grace the floor. It shall also be your cape train.
The material was shimmery silver lame with the most delicate metallic threads weaved through in various swirl patterns. It sparkled in the sunlight streaming through the nearby window. However, it was neither soft and flowing nor stiff. Instead, it formed over the object it draped. When on a body, it would mould to the body's contours.
If you are to show this dress off beyond your special day, then the train must be detachable, so it will not inhibit your movement and cause worry for regular wear. I won't go into all the details about the dress. I shall tell you only the essentials, for then it will be a glorious surprise.
Picking up a second piece of fabric, Belle described how it would be used in the dress design.
This tissue will be under your main dress but protrude from the bottom, the sleeves and the neckline. I will embroider it with an exquisite stitch with which I shall amaze you. The dress and cape will be trimmed with this,
Belle said as she picked up a third fabric, an exquisite Brussels lace.
We shall also use this to create your veil, which will trail behind you. The cape shall clasp around your neck using this.
Belle unfolded the last item, a diamond-encrusted pin resting on white satin, and held it up for all to admire. Lizzie finally gathered her voice.
Belle, the dress sounds absolutely divine. Jonathan, I can barely believe Mrs. Gardiner bought this fabric for me. Jane and I will be dressed beyond our mother's wildest dreams. Are you sure you can make the dress you described in time?
These are the first fabrics I have ever seen that would do the dress justice. I'll work day and night if I have to in order to make you a truly unique dress in time for your wedding.
The ladies completed their purchases, said goodbye to Jonathan, and prepared to leave. Elizabeth addressed Jonathan.
Thank you for your help today, not to mention your kindness.
She went up on tiptoe and kissed his cheek before rushing after the others and entering the carriage.
Aunt,
a delighted Georgiana inquired,
where shall we go next?
Georgiana, we will meet Lady Russell for tea and lunch at Wagner's.
I adore Wagner's. Lizzie, Jane, have you ever been?
No, Georgiana. I do not believe we have, but I am sure we shall enjoy it.
They have the finest chocolates and sweets one has ever tasted.
They entered the tea and sweet shop and sat near a window in view of the door so they could see Lady Russell when she arrived.
My dear Lady Matlock, it is a pleasure meeting you today. The pleasure is all mine, Lady Russell. May I present my niece, Miss Georgiana Darcy, and my future niece and her sister, Miss Elizabeth and Miss Jane Bennet? Miss Elizabeth, you are to marry Mr Darcy. What a fine accomplishment for you,
Lady Russell stated.
Thank you, Lady Russell, but I do not see it as an accomplishment. On the contrary, I see it as a privilege. Mr Darcy is truly a kind and generous man, and I am blessed that he chose me based on mutual affection and a likeness of minds.
Lady Russell and Lady Matlock exchanged amused expressions.
Yes, my dear. Newly engaged women all feel as such. But I assure you he is a prize. Every woman in London, perhaps all of England, will be angry at you for winning, even though Mr Darcy never considered them. Miss Jane, I hear we must congratulate you as well. You too are marrying one of London's finest gentlemen. He receives much attention because he is Mr Darcy's closest friend. They are always seen together, nearly inseparable.
You are correct, Lady Russell. I am marrying Mr Bingley. We are having a joint ceremony with my sister and Mr Darcy.
Goodness. Best friends marrying sisters, and in the same ceremony, mind you. This shall cause a stir about London, won't it? What a fine thing for the two of you, marrying best friends. At least now you know your husbands will always welcome one another. It's common for sisters to wed men who loathe each other, resulting in estrangement. I am glad, for your sake, this is not the case.
Lady Matlock laughed.
So true, Lady Russell. Think of dear Mrs Grange. She and her sister were so close their entire lives, and when her sister eventually married, their husbands were each so stubborn and could agree on nothing, not even the weather. They have been estranged these 20 years at least. Pity it is.
Lady Russell responded.
I also hear you are the nieces of Madeline and Edward Gardiner.
Why, yes, we are. News travels fast in London, doesn't it?
Lizzie stated.
Indeed it does.
Lady Matlock responded. The ladies talked about various topics for close to an hour until the party broke up. Standing on the walkway outside the shop, Lady Matlock announced,
Now that the most important dress is commissioned, we can shop for your trousseaux. I suspect you have a list from your mother.
The girls nodded their heads, retrieved the notes from their pockets of their spencers and handed them to Lady Matlock. She opened them and read the lists.
There is only one place to purchase all these items.
She grinned mischievously and waved her arm for the carriage.
Come, girls, we are returning to pay another visit to Jonathan.
Jonathan welcomed them back and asked about the pleasantness of their lunch. Once informed of their purpose, he ushered them back into the warehouse and expeditiously oversaw gathering everything on the lists. He knew the ladies' tastes and gathered everything they needed while they tagged along behind him, pointing, oohing and eyeing over the items he handed them. The front warehouse tables became burdened with trousseau items, while each lady gathered pretty things as she roamed. Jonathan took a few minutes to help another customer. When he finished with them, Lady Matlock stopped him before he returned to Jane and Elizabeth.
Jonathan, we cannot thank you enough for all you have done for us today. Surely we couldn't have accomplished so much without your familiarity with the ladies and the warehouse. Now, I must speak seriously about two matters. First, Lord Matlock and I want to pay for some of Miss Elizabeth's items as a wedding gift. Before we leave, I will tell you which items are from me.
Very well, my lady.
Thank you. The second item is my nephew, Miss Elizabeth's intended, wishes to pay for some items, particularly fabric purchases. He wants Elizabeth to choose among fabrics of the finest quality, and does not want Mr. Bennet to have to pay for them.
It shall be done.
Thank you, Jonathan. You are a gem. Let us return to the others.
After you, my lady.
Jonathan and Lady Matlock returned just as the ladies finished sorting the items gathered on the sitting-room tables. Jane began.
Jonathan, you truly know us, don't you? The items you helped me gather are all so perfect. These here I shall purchase, and these over here I shall return to you. They are lovely, but I shall not need them all. I would like to browse a little more, now that my trousseau items are all decided.
Yes, Miss Jane, just leave it all there, and I shall have everything ready for you when you are ready to leave.
Elizabeth was next.
Jane is right. You are an expert in knowing what we prefer. Amazingly, you've been able to discern our tastes over the years, despite our mother's shopping antics.
Everyone laughed.
Yes, Miss Elizabeth, I hope I have. Do you like the items I gathered for you?
Yes, I do. In fact, I think I've completed most of my trousseau shopping as well. I only have a few remaining items. I have 2 piles like Jane, though my take pile is larger. I shall purchase these and return these,
Elizabeth said as she pointed out each pile. Lady Matlock and Georgiana remained seated while Jane and Elizabeth returned to the shop area. Then Georgiana spoke.
Jonathan, my brother's friend and Jane's intended, Mr. Bingley, placed a charge on me. I will give you his card and select some items for Miss Jane. The items I choose should be charged to him and sent directly to Grosvenor Square, addressed to Jane. He wishes to present them as a gift for their wedding.
Jonathan smiled and nodded as he accepted Mr. Bingley's card.
3 items.
Georgiana pointed to the pile.
Miss Bennet liked exceedingly well, but did not choose them. I would like them sent to Mr. Bingley.
Georgiana selected the items to show Jonathan, and then placed them back in the pile where Jane sorted them.
I shall see to it, Miss Darcy. Is there anything else?
Not yet, but I will go walk around with her and see if anything else catches her eye.
Georgiana sought Jane and Elizabeth, who were roaming the warehouse together. It was clear how deliriously happy they were. Lady Matlock looked through Elizabeth's items and selected 4 of them as gifts from her and Lord Matlock, and 2 of them to have the bills sent to Darcy. She informed Jonathan, and she too joined the ladies. Jonathan had finished recording the ladies' purchases when they returned and congregated around him. He observed their happiness, yet also noticed the toll of all-day shopping on Miss Elizabeth. Shopping was not her favourite pastime, though she seemed to enjoy it more today than usual. Georgiana pointed out 2 additional items Jonathan should send to Grosvenor Square as gifts for Jane. She was sure the dainty cream fingerless gloves and matching wrap hanging on the far wall would look exquisite on Jane.
What a beautiful set. Those have just arrived from Paris. Even Mrs. Gardiner has not seen them yet.
Miss Jane adored them, but concluded they were not on her list of purchases. I am absolutely positive Mr. Bingley would want her to have them. In addition, I would like something added to my account. Elizabeth is soon to be my sister. I want to give her a gift.
Jonathan smiled and nodded at Miss Darcy.
I would like to get her the charcoal fur-lined hand muff with the matching hat. It is lovely, and I know it will match her overcoat and gloves. I admit I adore the hat much better than the bonnet she wears. It shall make a striking presence on her, and I saw her admiring them today.
Very well, Miss Darcy. I shall have it sent to London House.
Thank you, Jonathan. Please address it to me so I can present it to her myself.
Jonathan bowed as Miss Darcy left the warehouse. He rejoiced that the favourite nieces of his esteemed employer were marrying into such pleasant families. The carriage returned to Darcy's London house, arriving just in time for the ladies to refresh for dinner. Chapter 28. Bingley's solicitor. 20 minutes after leaving London House, the Darcy carriage arrived at Bingley's solicitor.
Mr. Bingley, sir,
Watson said as the three men entered the office.
Mr. Watson, I presume you remember Mr. Darcy?
Yes, good day to you, Mr. Darcy.
Good day, Mr. Watson.
And this, sir, is Mr. Bennet, my fiancée's father.
Good day to you as well, sir.
Good day,
said Mr. Bennet.
Mr. Watson, as I stated in my note, I come to you for two purposes. The first is my sister Caroline, and the second is a matter entirely more pleasant, my upcoming nuptials to Miss Bennet.
Yes, Mr. Bingley. Which shall we discuss first? And would you prefer to do it in the larger meeting room, or would you prefer the two of us retire to my private office?
We can talk in the conference room with Mr. Bennet and Mr. Darcy. They already know all the matters we are to discuss.
Very well, then. Follow me.
Mr. Watson led the way into the room, where he offered the gentlemen seats and shut the door. Mr. Watson began.
With which item of business would you prefer to begin, Mr. Bingley?
Let us begin with the least pleasant, my sister Caroline, and end with the happy discussion of my wedding.
Mr. Watson smiled at his declaration.
I received your note earlier and began looking into Miss Bingley's inheritance, as you requested.
Good, Watson. What did you determine?
You can transfer Miss Caroline Bingley's inheritance to her at any point after her 25th birthday. I believe she has already passed this age, so there is nothing to question here. But there is another provision that your father left should her inheritance transfer occur before her marrying.
All eyes turned to Mr. Watson, wide and curious about this unusual development that Mr. Bingley knew nothing about.
It appears your father was concerned over his daughters, yes, both daughters, extravagance before his death. The provision I will explain was set in place for both daughters, but Mrs. Louisa Bingley Hurst married before the transfer of her inheritance, which voided it. You may transfer Miss Bingley's inheritance to her in full, but she will not have access to all of it. If she lives with family, she is to live off its interest and £100 per annum until she is 30. Upon her 30th birthday, she shall receive interest and £500 per annum until her 35th birthday, when she will have unlimited access to her inheritance. If the transfer is made and she does not live with you, Mr. Bingley, or another family member, her allowance shall increase by £250 per annum, coming from her own funds. The interest on her funds amounts to approximately £600 per annum. You have formally allowed her an allowance of £50 per month, or £600 per year. However, for the past 4 years, she has exceeded her allowance by more than double without you curbing her spending habits. Should you transfer her inheritance to her and discontinue your allowances, she shall live on about half of what she is used to until her 30th birthday, when she shall return to her current level of extravagance. At 35, she shall do as she pleases.
This is certainly a surprise. Is there anything else?
Mr. Bingley asked.
One last item, sir. Miss Caroline Bingley is required to keep the services of either myself or one of 2 other solicitors' firms whom your father chose. Upon her marriage, the funds will transfer to her husband with similar stipulations as those upon Mrs. Hurst.
If there are provisions such as Louisa's, then should there not be another major provision on her current inheritance for children?
Yes, there is, but by my calculations, mentioning the other provisions is pointless, because if she does not marry and have children before the age of 35, it becomes void when she gains full control, regardless of your father's desires. It is the way the law works.
I see. Thank you, Watson.
Darcy was curious about what the final provision was, and inquired.
She has to keep £10,000 until she reaches the age of 40. If she has children, the money is their dowry. If she does not have children, then she shall have the money. Each of my sisters has £20,000, meaning half of their funds must stay in reserve. Should Caroline receive all her funds today and continue to spend as she has in the past, by the time she reaches the age of 40, she shall have less than £5,000 to her name.
Actually, Mr. Bingley, if she were to spend as she has, she would have less than £1,000.
Caroline has walked her own path. I shall not feel sorry for her. Let us see how she manages on her own. I presume I can still receive updates on how she is doing, even though I have signed her inheritance over to her.
Should she keep my services, I will keep you abreast of her financial situation.
I am glad to hear it. Now, can I add to her provisions?
Yes, if they do not interfere with your father's.
I would like £100 per annum added to her inheritance if she adheres to her allowances voluntarily. This should provide her another £1,000 upon her 35th birthday if she learns from recent events. I hope she marries, but I cannot imagine a man would want such a wife, and presently she has no prospects. I do not want her to suffer, but I cannot allow her meanness to others to go on.
Very well, Mr. Bingley, I shall add the provision. Now let us speak of more pleasant things. What of your bride?
Mr. Watson, I am to marry an angel. Miss Jane Bennet is the eldest daughter of Mr. Bennet.
Mr. Bingley nodded towards Mr. Bennet. Mr. Watson smiled and addressed Mr. Bennet.
Is this true, sir? Is she truly an angel, or is this young man blinded by love?
He indeed speaks the truth. My Jane is truly angelic, the only daughter who can claim such, and I should know, as I have an abundance of daughters.
Mr. Watson laughed.
Good, good. Now to business. I have already drawn up the settlement papers from Mr. Bingley's perspective. All we need to do is insert dowry amounts and provisions you require, sir, as well as allowances from Mr. Bingley.
Mr. Bennet pulled some documents from his vest pocket and handed them over to Mr. Watson, who read them aloud.
Miss Jane Bennet is to receive £1,000 upon her mother's death, and a lump sum of £10,000 upon her marriage. £8,000 is to be kept for future children, split equally among her children upon her death, with interest from it added to the remaining £2,000, which may be used in any manner deemed appropriate by Mr. Bingley to support his wife, the future Mrs. Jane Bingley, and any children born from their union. Upon the death of Mrs. Bennet, the £1,000 received is left entirely to the discretion of Mr. Bingley, to use as he deems necessary for the goodwill of the Bingley household.
Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy sat shocked. It had circulated through Meryton that the Misses Bennets would be lucky to receive their share of £5,000 upon their mother's death, as well as £50 per annum if they were lucky. It seemed this was not the case. Mr. Darcy recovered first.
Clearly, Meryton gossip is not to be trusted.
Clearly,
Mr. Bennet said in a dry voice he had learned was full of mirth.
Tuesday, you shall receive the same for Miss Elizabeth, and some day, when some unwitting sap comes to claim the others, They shall likewise be duly compensated for removing the ladies from my endless burden.
He laughed at his own joke.
I trust you gentlemen can keep this secret. I allow, perhaps even encourage, the Meryton gossips. It keeps away unworthy gentlemen. If everyone knew my beautiful daughters would receive £11,000 each, I would have more bucks knocking on my door than I would prefer. Secrecy allows them to marry for at least a little esteem and love.
Mr. Bingley regained his voice, if not entirely all of his senses.
Certainly, Mr. Bennet. May I ask how? I mean, never mind. Oh, forget I said anything.
Mr. Bingley was still reeling at the news and not fully in control of his mouth. Mr. Bennet laughed.
How? Economy? That and a bit of deceit, I suppose. Mrs. Bennet loves shopping, a lot. If she thought I had a small estate, it would be easier to curb her overspending. There is likely an elderly gentleman or two in the neighbourhood who remembers what the estate earned under my father's management, but by now they assume I squandered the money and drove the estate half into ruin. Truth be told, I was born a second son, and I often quarrelled with my brother. From the time I came of age, I saved all of my money in case my elder brother cut me off upon the death of our father. As a professor, I boarded at the university while making a handsome wage for any bachelor. Upon my marriage, I had already invested over £20,000. When Mrs. Bennet and I married, I added her £5,000. It took some little funds to restore Longbourn from disrepair when I inherited it, but not too much to set me back, as the neighbourhood believes. My estate brings in £5,000 per annum, about the same as Netherfield. I've removed £2,000 from the profits and set it aside for at least the past 20 years, for another £40,000. I have £55,000 for my 5 daughters, and another £10,000 for Mrs. Bennet should she outlive me. If I should outlive her, then the £10,000 will be divided evenly between all of my grandchildren, or I shall pass on Longbourn and live on it myself.
Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley stared at Mr. Bennet in near unbelief, amazed by what they were told. Mr. Watson was the first to interrupt.
I see this is a shock to you, Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy, but we must proceed. How much would you wish to settle on Miss Jane Bennet for her monthly allotment and household accounts?
I would like Miss Jane to take responsibility for all household accounts. Mr. Bennet, I assume Miss Jane is familiar with accounting for funds and also economising?
Yes, Mr. Bingley. I can assure both you and Mr. Darcy that my girls were instructed in all the proper household functions required of a lady. Furthermore, both Jane and Elizabeth are smart with their funds and do not spend frivolously.
Wonderful. Then I would like Miss Jane to have full access to the household accounts and her £2,000 plus another £500 per annum. I dare say with Caroline gone, I shall save money. If she requires more, we shall adjust. Do you think this is fair, Mr. Bennet?
Yes, son. Currently, my Jane barely spends £100 per annum. I am sure she shall do very well and have much remaining at the year's end. It is most generous of you.
With settlement papers completed and signed, the men returned to their carriage 2 hours after initially leaving it.
Where to now? Shall we have lunch at my club, since the ladies are likely still shopping?
Mr. Darcy asked.
Certainly. Let's go.
Bingley replied. The 3 gentlemen arrived at White's, exited the carriage, and entered the Commons area. The man greeted Mr. Darcy and led him to his usual room, where the 3 occupied a private screened sitting area in the back. They reclined in dark leather chairs, ordered lunch, and began an amiable conversation. Halfway through their lunch, Lord Matlock and Colonel Fitzwilliam arrived. They saw Darcy and his group and joined them.
I assume your day has proven pleasantly productive from the merriness we see here.
Truly, uncle. Have a seat and join us. Mr. Bennet has been informing us of the variety of antics of the Bennet ladies.
Ah, so you take advantage of their esteemed father to gain insider information that the ladies would otherwise wish to remain private, do you?
Certainly. What good is it to be on a common footing with their father if we do not exploit it?
All 5 men laughed, but then Darcy saw a peculiar look on his uncle's face. Becoming serious, he inquired,
Uncle, what is it that distresses you? I know that look despite your best efforts to hide it.
Darcy, why do you have to be so observant? For once, Could you just worry about your lady and forget about an old man?
Nay, uncle, I must know. Let us help you. We are practically all family here. Let us share your burdens.
Lord Matlock laughed.
Darcy, you already share this burden whether or not you wish to.
Colonel Fitzwilliam took over the conversation at this point.
Darcy, my father and I recently removed Anne from Rosings Place, the London home of Lady Catherine.
He said to make sure Mr Bingley and Mr Bennet understood what Rosings Place was.
We can now assure Anne's safety and ensure that Lady Catherine will never interfere in your and Miss Bennet's life.
Darcy was concerned over the emphasis his cousin was portraying.
Cousin, you know I would never doubt you, and I am pleased with such a fortunate turn of events. But how can you be so sure Lady Catherine will not disturb us? She is hardly likely to keep her word. And why would you be concerned for Anne's safety? What has happened?
Lord Matlock stated matter-of-factly.
She will not interfere because she is bound for the Americas with one Mr George Wickham.
You cannot be serious,
exclaimed Mr Darcy.
Indeed I am, nephew.
Why? How? I do not desire her interference. However, I do not wish her exiled from England. I can protect my family from her.
No, I will protect my family from her.
Lord Matlock's voice boomed and then deflated as he collapsed back into his seat.
Darcy, you must understand. She threatened Georgiana and Miss Elizabeth. Still worse, she struck Anne. In the past we have taken her threats for naught, but she crossed the line this time, and I fear for my niece. Anne is not safe with her mother.
What is to happen to Anne?
She is of an age to inherit without her mother, and thus she shall. Today, she took full control of her inheritance, Rosings Park and Rosings Place. She is officially free from her mother, and I must say I have never seen her in better health. I believe you described her as bright as any ornament I have ever seen. Is that correct, Richard?
Richard cleared his throat and even blushed a little.
Yes, father. I believe I did. Is a cousin not allowed to comment on his fair cousin's state of health without drawing an eyebrow?
Surely, Richard.
Lord Matlock tenderly began, but he could not help adding more.
However, I doubt ever before had said female cousin drawn as many inspections from said male cousin as what was offered today. I agree, Anne was well worthy of such an inspection. She exhibited youth, vibrancy, energy and passion. Yes, passion. It appears as if Anne's sickly demeanour has been a pretence. Just today, Richard saw the true and real Anne, and I dare say admired her greatly. My sister may have set her cap on the wrong cousin.
Richard glared at his father, who innocently responded with a weary smile on his lips.
Have I misspoke?
Richard stuttered an answer without eloquence.
Yes, father, you have misspoken. I believe you are allowing your mind to run wild.
I am sorry Lady Catherine caused such an outcry, but for Anne's sake.
And stealing a sly look at Richard.
And Richard's. I hope it is for the best.
The men roared with laughter, then continued to talk and tease for another 2 hours before the party retired. Before returning to their respective carriages, Mr Darcy inquired of his uncle.
Uncle, I have been thinking we should attend the theatre while everyone is in town together. What do you think of this idea?
Sounds good, my boy. Which play shall we see?
I believe Romeo and Juliet by Shakespeare is currently playing.
Yes, a romantic play for lovers. It is. What day is it playing?
I believe each Saturday.
It is a little too short of notice for tomorrow. You know how ladies make such a fuss about such short notice, but I suppose next Saturday will be perfect.
Saturday the 7th it is. We shall inform the ladies this evening at dinner. Shall you, Aunt Matlock and Anne, join us at London House for Sunday dinner? You too, Richard, if you are available.
Yes, we shall. I will inform your aunt.
If I am able,
the Colonel replied. The men departed and returned home. While waiting for the ladies to arrive, enjoyable conversation, reading and business correspondence filled London House. Chapter 29. Back at London House.
Friday, November 29th, 1811, Gardner Warehouse, London. Mr. Gardner, Sir, I hope your visit to Lambton has been a pleasant affair. I apologise for this interruption. I want to assure you all is well here in London at your place of business. I write to inform you your nieces, Miss Jane and Miss Elizabeth Bennet, are in town to purchase their wedding trousseaux. This may come as a shock to you, and I apologise I am the one informing you instead of your esteemed family. However, I thought it best you be aware of the development sooner rather than later. Although I do not know the exact wedding date, I believe they will be married mid-December. Miss Jane Bennet is to marry Mr Charles Bingley of Netherfield near the Bennets' home. Miss Elizabeth is to marry Mr Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley in Derbyshire, very near your current location. Please advise Mrs Gardner that I presented Miss Elizabeth with the French fabrics and Brussels lace from the armoire in your office. Modiste Bell will make both ladies' wedding gowns, and if I may be so bold, the design she envisioned for Miss Elizabeth shall do the fabrics every justice they deserve. I hope my presumption to present the fabric to Miss Elizabeth does not offend Mrs Gardner. I felt I needed to interfere once I understood the short timeline in which the wedding gown was to be made. I hope this letter finds you well and pleased with its contents. Respectfully, Jonathan Stearns.
Jonathan looked over his letter one last time before sealing it and posting it express to Lambton. He truly hoped the news would bring joy to the Gardners. When the ladies returned to London House, their arms were laden with packages, as were the arms of the footmen. A call rang out from the butler for others to walk out and gather more.
Jane, Lizzie, I see you had a productive day shopping, and from the look of the stamps on the wrapping we shall make your uncle a wealthy man.
He kissed the cheek of each daughter.
Yes, we have. We aren't the only ones who think London's best warehouse is Uncle Gardner's. Jonathan helped us very well today.
Yes, I know Jonathan and his talent for choosing beautiful things for my girls. He has always had a special fondness for you two, and ensures that you are adorned in the finest finery.
Father, stop teasing.
Off with you, put your purchases away and prepare for dinner. It is in less than an hour.
With packages in hand, Jane and Elizabeth went to their rooms. 2 maids and 3 footmen followed with the remaining packages. Georgiana lagged and bid Lady Matlock farewell. She had just left when Darcy and Bingley entered the foyer after hearing the commotion and realising the ladies must have returned.
Brother, Mr Bingley, what a wonderful day we have had.
They looked upon Georgiana smiling and invited her into the drawing-room. Mr Bennet took this opportunity to retreat and prepare for dinner.
I am so glad, Georgiana.
Brother, it was more fun than any shopping excursion I have ever been on. I hope to repeat the event many times in the future.
Darcy laughed.
So you shall, dearest, though I doubt my pocketbook can handle it. How many items did you purchase for your closet today?
None for me, brother. This day was all about Jane and Elizabeth.
A very shocked Darcy responded.
None. How in the world did you accomplish that? I have never heard of you returning with nothing at all. Are you ill?
No, of course not, William. I am perfectly well. I said I purchased nothing for me, not that I returned empty-handed.
An enormous smile crossed Darcy's face.
I see what you mean. I must learn to take your words literally, so what did you purchase?
It is a surprise for Lizzie. I shall not even tell you.
Oh, what a fierce creature you are.
Mr Bingley happily chimed in.
Did you only purchase gifts for Miss Elizabeth, or were you able to do as I asked?
Darcy looked at his friend, realising Bingley had sent Georgiana on the same task he had given his aunt.
I selected 3 items for Miss Bennet's trousseau that she liked very well but did not select. I then accompanied her around the warehouse and watched her touch the most beautiful French glove and shawl set. She did not even consider purchasing it, though it was exquisite. I could tell she absolutely adored it because of how often her eyes returned to it. I selected it as well. I recommend you give it to her as a gift for your wedding. The items will be delivered to Grosvenor Square within 2 days.
Thank you, Georgiana. Thank you so much. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate this.
Any time, Mr. Bingley. Will that be all? Or should I continue as we continue shopping throughout the week?
By all means, look for more. I would like you to select at least 10 items to be sent to Grosvenor Square.
If I may, Mr. Bingley, and you too, brother, remember the name of Jonathan Stearns at Gardner Warehouses. He has a particular knack for selecting items that your ladies love, particularly Miss Elizabeth. He truly knows her taste. He will be most helpful in the future for recommending all the best and most fashionable items for gifts.
Georgiana dismissed herself and slipped out of the library with a happy lilt to her step.
I dare say Darcy. She's becoming more animated each day. You better train your hounds to chase off suitors.
I believe you are correct, Bingley. Come now, everyone else is already preparing for dinner. If we don't hurry, we will be late.
Dinner was a pleasant affair, as everyone enjoyed the company of every other person at the table. The ladies were told about Sunday's dinner invitation and their intent to visit the theatre the following Saturday with no little pleasure. When the dinner party broke up and everyone went their separate ways, Elizabeth approached Darcy.
Fitzwilliam, have you any commitments this evening, or are you free to talk?
Elizabeth, my love, I am free and at your disposal.
The two entered the library and sat in chairs facing one another near the fire.
Fitzwilliam, I've been so busy I feel we've barely set eyes on one another for the past 2 days.
I feel the same, Elizabeth, but let us talk now. Are you enjoying London?
Yes, I am enjoying it very well. Your aunt is wonderful. I am truly blessed to have made her acquaintance. Did she tell you she intends to purchase some of my trousseau items as a wedding gift?
Yes, she told me of her intent this morning. I hope it does not offend you.
No, of course not. It is just surprising. My father may not have the means you and your family have, but he says he has enough for my trousseau, and I need not worry about the expense. He told me I will need additional items for the Derbyshire winters and events we will attend once we are married.
Darcy hated knowing information and being unable to share it with those he loved and whom it affected. He spoke directly to Elizabeth, but did not look her straight in her eyes as he usually did.
Elizabeth, my love, your father is correct. You need not worry about the expense of the trousseau. Even if your father could not afford it, which I assure you he can, I would bear the expense of anything you desire. In fact, I had my aunt set up an account for you in the name of Mrs. Darcy at your uncle's warehouse for any future purchases you desire.
Fitzwilliam, what are you not telling me? I can tell there is something.
Nothing. I am telling you everything.
Fitzwilliam, look me directly in the eyes and tell me you are not hiding any information from me.
Elizabeth, I assure you there is nothing.
Fitzwilliam, I told you to look in my eyes and say it. Not at your hands, not at my feet, not at the wall, but in my eyes.
Just then there was a knock at the door, and Mr. Bennet entered.
Ah, Mr. Bennet, I am glad you are here. I was just assuring Elizabeth not to worry about the expense of her trousseau, for you can well afford it, and even if not, I would happily pay it. She thinks I am hiding something from her. Do you think I am?
Mr. Bennet clearly caught Mr. Darcy's meaning.
Mr. Darcy, I agree with you. Lizzie dear, Mr. Darcy is correct. You need not worry about the expense of your trousseau. As to the secrets, I suppose Mr. Darcy has a secret, but if you also promise to keep the secret, I would allow him to share it with you, as could Mr. Bingley with Jane. In fact, perhaps we should gather Jane and Charles and tell our secrets together.
Mr. Darcy looked physically relieved at the plan and immediately called the footman to fetch Bingley and Jane. Elizabeth watched the two curiously while they waited. Bingley entered quickly with a look of concern on his face. He addressed Mr. Bennet.
Mr Bennet, sir. Jane and I were just discussing how happy I am to have the marriage settlement papers signed. She has got it into her pretty head I am not fully disclosing the details of today's events. I would be most appreciative if you could assure her of today's success.
Certainly, Mr Bingley. I think Mr Darcy is encountering a similar situation here with Elizabeth. I should have known my two smartest girls could read you two bucks like a book. I will have to break the news to them.
Distress spread across each girl's face, causing their father to laugh.
Do not look so gloomy, girls. I am not rescinding my blessing for your marriages. I am only here to tell you that you shall have a dowry of £11,000 apiece.
Elizabeth and Jane's eyes opened wide with surprise, and neither said a word. Mr Darcy and Mr Bingley laughed as the shock wore off. Mr Bennet continued to relay the details to both girls, and by the completion of his tale, the ladies had recovered their senses, and Lizzie naturally had questions.
Father, why did you never tell us? Does Mother know?
Then, realising what she said, Elizabeth shook her head and answered her own question.
Of course not. She could never keep such information secret from the neighbourhood. She would declare it from the rooftops, hoping it would attract more suitors. Yes, Father, I see your motive, and I agree.
Mr Bennet answered her first question, and then a few others she asked. He answered all the questions and then excused himself, leaving the four lovers alone in the library. The two couples remained seated as a party, and Darcy began.
I am happy your father told you. I would hate having to keep the secret. I would surely make myself sick.
Bingley laughed and said,
No such thing. I was about to break my promise of secrecy and tell Jane when we were called in here. I am glad it is over because I would have been guilty for the rest of my life, knowing I couldn't even keep it a secret a full day. What a poor excuse of a gentleman I am.
He laughed at his own censure, and Jane, of course, came to his rescue, saying he was indeed a fine gentleman, and all other manner of comforting words and placations. The ladies were further informed of the proposed wedding date, which they quickly agreed to, and then the couple separated into opposite corners. Jane and Bingley to sit by the window, and Darcy and Elizabeth to stay by the fire.
Fitzwilliam, I am shocked beyond words. I did not know my father set aside such funds, but I agree with his methods. No one should know of this, so my younger sisters have an equal chance for matches of esteem, not those tainted by the thoughts of wealth.
Of course. We shall tell no one.
Thank you, Fitzwilliam.
Elizabeth, how else are you feeling about our wedding? I know you agreed to the date, but do you have further thoughts you have not shared?
I'm delighted to be marrying so soon. I'm ready to start our life together.
Though her words portrayed confidence, he noticed a hitch in her voice.
But
I miss my Aunt Gardiner. I have already told you how dear my aunt is to me. She is more of a mother to me than my own mother. I dearly wish she were here with me. I miss her, Fitzwilliam. I want to share my joy with her. I want her to meet you and love you as I do.
Elizabeth, I share that desire with you. Your Aunt Gardiner must be a remarkable woman to hold such a high regard with you. I desire to meet her and welcome her to our family.
Thank you. I was afraid to tell you I am simultaneously beyond happy and sorrowful. I am so happy to be engaged to you and be here with you, but so sorrowful I cannot share it with the one person, besides Jane and my father, I love most in this world. My heart is almost breaking over it.
A tear fell from Elizabeth's eye as she spoke of her beloved aunt. Darcy reached towards her and wiped it away with his thumb, keeping his hands lovingly on her shoulders.
Elizabeth, if it distresses you too much, let me have you consider another option. I want us to marry as soon as possible, but I would not have your dearest aunt miss anything. Do you want to postpone the wedding so your aunt can be with you during this time? If you need her to be a greater part of our wedding preparations, we can alter our plans. Your feelings and wishes are more important to me than anything. I did not mean to push a hasty schedule on you just to fulfill my own selfish desires. I would do anything to make you happy.
Fitzwilliam, you are the best of men to offer this,
Elizabeth exclaimed as she reached for his hand and kissed it, But then she continued,
No, I would wish to marry on the 18th. My aunt and uncle will return by then, and they will assuredly be at our wedding. Nothing will stop them from attending, I am sure.
Darcy held his breath while waiting for her answer. He offered to postpone for Elizabeth's peace of mind, though he did not like the idea for himself. He was pleased she wanted to marry him as soon as he wanted to marry her. Their quiet talk continued pleasantly for another 2 hours. They discussed everything they could think of, and finally retired upstairs to their respective rooms. Darcy walked Elizabeth to her room, then standing outside her door, he said,
Until tomorrow, my love, dream of me as I shall dream of you.
Then, offering her a sweet good-night kiss, he turned around and retreated to his room. Friday evening was one of the darkest ever in the life of Frederick Richard Fitzwilliam, known to all as Lord Matlock. He stood at the edge of Pier Street, looking over the railing to the ship below. Though the Romalda was a large and sturdy boat, it looked dreary to Lord Matlock. It would not be long before it set sail, taking away his only living sibling. The ship would not stop until it landed on the distant shores of America's unknown lands, and knowing this nearly broke his heart. He was distressed and grieved, but it had to happen. It was for the best. How could he allow Catherine to stay when she threatened the lives of 3 of the most precious women in his life, his nieces, Miss Anne de Bourgh, Miss Georgiana Darcy, and Miss Elizabeth Bennet, soon to be Mrs Fitzwilliam Darcy? The harbour-master blew the harbour horn, declaring all had boarded, and that departure was imminent. Lord Matlock eagerly searched the ship's deck for a final sight of his sister, but he could see no sign of her. With every minute the ship moved further and further away. Still, she did not show herself on deck. Frederick Fitzwilliam stayed and watched until the boat was beyond human sight. He then fell to his knees and wept. Chapter 30. The Lord's Day. An express arrived in Lambton Saturday evening, causing a stir and a discontinuation of the gardener's pleasant trip.
Madeline, my dear, Jonathan writes with the most unexpected and happy news. Would you care to read his letter?
Said Mr. Gardiner to his lady.
Yes, my dear, I would,
replied Mrs. Gardiner as she accepted his letter. When she read, a smile crossed her features.
I am so glad he gave Lizzie the fabric and lace. It would have been tragic if I had saved it all these years, specifically for her wedding dress, and then it not be used. I am glad Miss Bell is commissioned to fashion the dress. She will do the fabric justice. What an unexpected turn of events. I did not know Fanny was familiar with Miss Bell. Come, we must return to London at once.
Mr. Gardiner lay a hand on her arm.
My dear, is that the only news you gathered from this letter, or did you also note who it is your favourite nieces are marrying?
Let me see.
She tapped her chin to find the passage in the letter.
Bingley and Darcy, it says here. Where have I heard that name recently?
Then she realised.
Darcy, Elizabeth is to marry the Master of Pemberley. Edward, do you think this is correct?
It must be. However, we shall not announce it in case no one knows yet.
Mr. Gardiner immediately called for their trunks, while Mrs. Gardiner busied herself preparing for their departure first thing tomorrow morning. Although the Gardiners were not accustomed to travelling on the Lord's Day, this was an emergency, as they were desirous of reaching London no later than Monday evening. The Gardiners got an early start on their return trip, leaving the Lambton Inn by 6 in the morning. They were blessed with good weather and relatively dry roads, considering the time of year. Mrs. Gardiner was eager to return home and be with her favourite nieces at this blessed time. They were as dear to her as her own children, and she was distressed about missing out on the special event of shopping with the girls. If Jonathan was correct, the wedding dresses were already planned, and she was not there to offer support and advice. She was positive the girls were having a devil of a time dealing with their mother, and knew with her there Jane, and especially Elizabeth, would be able to shop easier. Mr. Gardiner could see his wife's gentle agitation and tried to soothe her as best he could. Luckily, she was a level-headed woman and recognised the pointlessness of her worry. She settled to enjoy the journey, realising nothing could be done until their return. As evening neared, they rested at a country inn for the night. They intended to depart early, ensuring they arrived early enough that they could still call on the Bennets in London. Saturday in London passed much as the day before, with shopping, dining and entertainment pleasant for everyone in attendance. Sunday morning dawned cold, but it was beautiful for the first day of December. The sun shone as all the carriages were readied, and occupants, dressed in their Sunday best, covered by warm cloaks, loaded into the carriages to go to church. News spread rapidly around London that two country beauties from Hertfordshire had captured the hearts of Mr Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley and his best friend Mr Charles Bingley. Naturally, the news caught the interest of the whole of London, and come Sunday, every able-bodied London resident was in church praying for a glimpse of the ladies. St John's Chapel was nearly bursting with people when the Darcy and Bingley carriages arrived. The occupants stepped down from the carriages and gathered on the walk before entering the church. Darcy glanced around, noticing the abundance of activity.
"It appears the service shall be full today. Let us go in and see if our family pew is still available."
Darcy smiled and led the way with Elizabeth on his arm. Mr Bennet followed, escorting Georgiana, and Bingley finished the line with Jane. Their party entered the chapel. All eyes settled upon them. An almost eerie silence overcame the chapel, except for an occasional whisper from someone commenting on the pretty appearance of the ladies. They filed into the Darcy family pew and took their seats to enjoy the services. Then, when the rector completed his sermon and the final hymn was sung, their party stood and began the arduous task of reaching their carriages without being mobbed. Darcy escorted Elizabeth with the rest of the party, following in the same manner they entered. They were not far beyond the chapel doors when introductions were requested. Everyone who could contrive any association with the Darcys or Bingleys approached to offer congratulations and tried to obtain the latest gossip first-hand. It took the group a quarter of an hour to walk from the chapel doors to their waiting carriages. Had it not been for Mr Darcy's adeptness at little or no conversation, it would have taken significantly longer. The Darcys and Elizabeth climbed into the Darcy carriage, and Bingley, Jane and Mr Bennet the other. No sooner was the carriage door closed than Mr Darcy tapped his walking-stick on the roof, and the carriage returned to London House. When it pulled up at the curb at home, Mr Darcy visibly breathed easier. Lord and Lady Matlock arrived punctually at London House for Sunday dinner.
"Uncle, Aunt, we are so glad you could join us this evening,"
Darcy said as he met them in the foyer with Elizabeth on his arm. Lady Matlock could not help but smile at the sight of domestic felicity upon the countenance of her nephew. He had never appeared so relaxed in front of others, not even family.
Oh my, is that a smile on his face?
Seeing the smile was more than she could handle. Lady Matlock embraced her nephew, letting go of her husband's arm as she advanced upon Darcy and his lady love.
Nephew, niece, how it pleases me to see the two of you so happy together here in Darcy's home. I hoped one day Darcy would find a woman to bring him such happiness, but I never could have dreamed how perfect the two of you are together.
By now, Lady Matlock had her arms wrapped around both of them at once. Elizabeth let out a little laugh, and Darcy looked at his uncle inquisitively. Lord Matlock merely shrugged his shoulders as if to say he still did not understand the fairer sex. While all were still offering good wishes and removing their outer attire, The bell rang again to admit a handsome sight, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam accompanying a very elegantly adorned Anne de Bourgh.
Cousins, how happy I am you could join us.
Darcy escaped from his aunt's embrace and offered heartfelt apologies to Anne regarding her mother, which she quickly dismissed. Anne was glad her mother was gone. No one, simply no one, could imagine what she had been through the past 25 years, and if they did, they would not condemn her for her loss of feeling toward her mother's circumstances. Luckily, good did triumph over evil. Her mother could no longer hurt her, and she was allowed to return to Rosings Place and eventually Rosings Park alone. She wanted to restore order and love to her favourite places that had, for too long, been devoid of it. This day, being nearly alone at Rosings Place, with her only visitor being Richard, was heavenly.
Nonsense, Darcy. I wish it not to be mentioned this evening, or ever again. I am happy in my present situation. Now, I simply must meet your Miss Bennet. I am eternally grateful for her stealing your heart. As you well know, I did not want it, despite my mother's insistence.
Darcy noticed Anne's eyes drift a little to Richard, and then quickly snapped back to him, making him almost wonder if he had imagined it.
Certainly, Anne, come. Elizabeth, may I introduce you to my cousin, Miss Anne de Bourgh? Anne, this is Miss Elizabeth Bennet, my fiancée.
Miss de Bourgh, I am so pleased to meet you. Colonel Fitzwilliam and Mr Darcy have told me much about you.
Anne blushed slightly, but confidently responded,
Thank you, Miss Bennet. I am indeed happy to make your acquaintance. I have heard much about your beauty and talents. I dearly hope I hear you play and sing sometime soon.
I dare say they have exaggerated my talents for some mischievous reason. However, I should be delighted if the opportunity arises. Come, let us retire to the drawing-room where it is more comfortable. Georgiana and Mr Bingley are already there with my sister and father. Are you acquainted with Mr Bingley?
Yes, I am, for he is a great friend of my cousin's. He has a few times come with them to visit Rosings Park on their annual visits. He is an amiable man.
Yes, he is truly amiable. Come, you must meet my father and sister.
Then, catching the attention of her intended, she said,
Fitzwilliam, we are going to the drawing-room to meet my family.
We will follow. Aunt, uncle, Richard, shall we?
The remaining four followed Elizabeth and Anne into the drawing-room, where introductions and pleasant conversations were had among all. Dinner was announced, and Darcy led the way to the dining-room with Elizabeth on his arm, followed by Lord and Lady Matlock, Mr Bennet and Georgiana, Richard and Anne, and Mr Bingley and Jane. Everyone took their seats at the table, and dining and conversation commenced. Such a perfect dinner group one could only wish for. When dinner was over, and everyone ate their fill of delicious food, the men retired to Darcy's library for drinks, and Elizabeth led the way to the music-room for the ladies to talk and await the men's return.
What a fine evening and delicious food. I am glad everyone could join us this evening,
Darcy said, after settling into his favourite seat near the fire.
True, Darcy. I have never known a better dinner group,
announced Bingley. Lord Matlock simply nodded his head in agreement. The recent days weighed heavily on him. Bidding farewell to his sister had burdened his heart, and his mind plagued him with persistent guilt. Darcy could not fail to notice his uncle's heavy features. He quietly extended his sympathy as Bingley, the Colonel, and Mr Bennet began a separate conversation.
Uncle, please tell me you are well and not unduly distressed by recent events. You did what you had to and must not think any more about it. Anne seems happier, does she not? I think we must now know what she has been through.
Yes, Darcy. It is done, and for the best. I do not regret my decision, only that it had to happen. I worry about Catherine despite everything she said and did. She is my sister, after all. What is to become of her? How shall she live? I know not. I have provided her with some money to make her way when she reaches the Americas, but I am distressed. I wish I could have prevented it from happening in the first place, but I simply could not. I shudder at the thought of what she could have done without my intervention. She could have destroyed our family.
Tell me so I may share your grief and lighten your burdens.
No, it is bad enough Richard and Anne bore witness to such hatred and cruelty. My only wish is for it to never be spoken of again. Am I understood? Never ask me again.
His eyes penetrated Darcy, who nodded his solemn promise to never speak of it again.
Come, let us be happy. We are in a time of rejoicing and celebration. I shall not allow my mood to affect everyone. I shall be fine. I just need time to adjust.
Then, turning to the rest of the gentlemen present, he addressed Mr. Bennet.
Come, Mr. Bennet, let us tease these young men and tell them what they are in store for as the delightful Mrs. Bennet change from being accommodating young fiancés to the ever-powerful wives. Wives who have dominion over our homes and can bring us to our knees with a nod of their pretty heads.
Lord Matlock teased. The gentlemen all laughed, and quickly the atmosphere took a lighter turn, and conversation flowed easily amongst the gentlemen. Mr. Bennet smiled his agreement, ready to entertain and be entertained. His short acquaintance with the Fitzwilliam and Darcy families had taught him of their easy teasing dispositions, and if his senses were correct, the three men before him were to be targeted. Yes, three, for Colonel Fitzwilliam was no longer to be left out. It was clear to everyone he held a tendre for Miss Anne de Bourgh.
Richard, I noticed you took your leave soon after this morning's services. I have not seen hide nor hair of you all day, that is, until you showed up here in pleasant female company.
The Colonel simply nodded, knowing any reply would stoke his father further. Taking pity on him, Darcy asked,
Richard, is Anne as well as she seems under the present circumstances?
Darcy's eyes darted to his uncle as he realised he broached the subject they recently agreed not to speak about. He was relieved when his uncle nodded his continuance.
I spoke with her momentarily, and it seems she is more pleased than distressed.
Your assumption is correct. I have spent much of today in her company and have learned little, but, from what I gather, Lady Catherine has hurt her much over the years, and she is indeed more happy than sad at her mother's departure.
Lord Matlock frowned deeply at this and became severe in his reply.
Richard, has she mentioned in what manner she has been hurt? Is it beyond what we have all assumed? Is it more than having her life stifled and ruled over?
Father, I cannot say for sure, but I believe it is more, much more, than being stifled and ruled over. I do not think this is the first time she has been abused as she was. We all know she was not allowed to speak or have an opinion around her mother. That could not be healthy. She is happy now she is her own mistress, and her mother has no control over her. I see her confidence rising, and her personality is shining through the dark clouds of the event. Truly, she is an amazing woman.
Lord Matlock smiled, and his mischievous nature again took over.
Woman, then, not girl, lady, or cousin.
The Colonel instantly saw the mistake he made in praising his cousin.
Father, I know you are trying to trap me in wordplay, but I will not have it. Anne has gone through a lot the last few days, and the last thing she needs is you speculating about her.
Calm yourself, my boy. No need to jump to conclusions or rush to her defence. I was not speculating or making inferences about her.
He held his hands up to calm his son, then with the slightest twitch of the corner of his mouth he finished.
I was making reference and speculating about you.
All the men roared with laughter.
You are more lost than you want to admit. We all love how you defended the lady, even though it was unnecessary.
I agree, Richard. You have taken a posture of defence. Why, just a few days ago, Darcy did the same for Miss Elizabeth.
Bingley interjected. Mr. Bennet could not help himself.
If memory serves me correctly, Mr. Bingley, you were quick to jump to your lady's aid when confronted in my library. Puppy dog Bingley was nowhere to be seen, but big dog Bingley was readily there. Look at the man you've become this week, all because of the love of a Bennet lady.
Bingley turned red from head to toe.
I suppose I am a lost, hopeless man, But as long as I am lost to her, I do not want to be found.
Well said, Charles, but I want to return to the topic of my son. Already we know we are to wish you and Darcy joy in your impending nuptials. But Richard, when are we to offer you felicity and happiness in your choice?
Father, you overstep. You know nothing of the sort has occurred. Anne is in a distressing situation, just losing her mother. I, or any man, would be callous to take advantage of her at such a time.
I see.
You see nothing.
No, I see plenty. You did not deny wanting happiness with Anne, just that this was not the proper time. I think it is very thoughtful of you to give her a few days to grieve. But how about tomorrow? I dare say Anne is not grieving too much. I think she will be recovered well enough if you wanted to approach the subject tomorrow. I think she may even be pleased you spoke up so soon.
Father,
Colonel Fitzwilliam exclaimed with warning in his voice. Mr Bennet happily added to the conversation.
You know, Colonel, we already have the church booked, dresses are being ordered, and all the family will already be gathered at this double wedding. Why not make it a triple?
Lord Matlock jumped at the plan.
Splendid idea, Thomas. Couldn't have come up with a better plan myself. What say you, Richard? Shall we make it a triple wedding? Just imagine the talk around London.
Darcy and Bingley kept their mouths shut. This conversation was whirling out of control. This had become more than just a merry little teasing. A tight-lipped and stone-faced Colonel Fitzwilliam stood to leave.
No, Father, we won't make it a triple.
He opened the library door and left, slamming it behind him. They hit too close to his feelings, and he could not have it. None followed him, wanting to give him a wide berth, but laughter could be heard from the library following his departure. Colonel Fitzwilliam approached a footman, requesting him to ask Miss Anne to join him for a moment. Anne was summoned and joined Richard in the foyer outside the drawing-room.
Cousin, you asked to speak with me?
Yes, I did. Unfortunately, I must leave. Do you want to ask my parents to escort you home so you can stay and enjoy the rest of the evening? Or do you want to leave now and I will accompany you home? If you wish to stay, I understand, as it is still early in the evening.
Richard wondered if Anne felt for him what he had begun to feel for her, but he staunchly refused to press her, as she had endured so much. She was just gaining her freedom. Who was he to declare himself and put her back under another, even if it was a husband who dearly loved her and would never treat her as her mother treated her? Deep in his innermost heart, he wondered what she thought. His heart whispered a lady in love would not decline an offered escort from the man who had captured her interest, but a mere cousin would.
Are you well, Richard? I hope it is nothing serious.
Yes, I am well. It is just that tomorrow I must meet with my regiment, and I must prepare a few items this evening.
Tomorrow? You're not leaving, are you? It is just a meeting, is it not? You will remain in London?
Anne was slightly distressed at the thought of him leaving. He was sure of it. Richard could see it on her face and hear it in her voice. He did not answer her with words. He just nodded as she came to realize what she was saying.
I would prefer you escort me home if it is not asking too much. I do not wish to disrupt your duties for too long.
I shall be happy to take you home. My duties do not require so much as to make me forgo the joy of seeing you home.
I will inform your mother and return directly.
Anne was quick about informing Lady Matlock and then returning to awaiting Richard. Richard called for the carriage and had already put on his cloak. He was holding Anne's cape, ready to place over her delicate frame, when she returned. He could smell her perfume on the garment, reminding him of the woman she had become. He draped it over her shoulders, then offered her bonnet and gloves. His hand grazed hers as she accepted them. Once she was bundled and well guarded against the cold, he offered her his arm, and the two stepped out to the awaiting carriage. The drive to Rosings Place was short, and was made in almost complete silence. What a contrast to the rest of the day the two had spent together in amiable and free conversation. Richard helped Anne from the carriage and walked with her into the foyer of her home.
Cousin Richard, do you have time for an evening drink, or must you leave directly?
Richard stood in the entry, twirling his hat in his hand. Already she had lightened his mood by wanting him to escort her home, and now she was inviting him for a drink. Should he accept or not? His reply did not come quickly, and Anne worried she had been too upfront.
I understand if you must go, sir.
I am sorry, Anne. I did not mean to not answer. I was calculating the time in my head.
He lied.
Yes, I believe I can stay for a drink.
Richard shed his cloak, setting it on the bench in the foyer as she handed hers to the butler. Richard followed Anne into the library, where they settled into the chairs before the fire and enjoyed a glass of wine. Again, they sat mostly in silence for nearly 10 minutes, enjoying each other's company but not speaking. Richard had almost finished his glass when he turned in his chair and leaned towards Anne.
Anne, what are your plans now that you are on your own? Where shall you live? How shall you spend your time?
I do not know exactly. I suppose I shall stay here in London near family until after Darcy's wedding, and then I shall most likely return to Rosings. The household has had no reprieve for many years, and I do not want them to continue as they have under my mother. I wish to simplify things and begin to live in peace. I think I shall make a few changes, lighten things up a bit, bring some happiness into the house.
Yes, I am sure you will love having a peaceful life. But will you be lonely? You could live in London. Mother could help you make your way in society. You could make some friends and begin to attend balls and parties. You know, do all the things ladies love. I am sure there are many gentlemen who would like to get to know you.
Yes, I suppose I could. But Richard, I have no desire to flaunt myself and be seen. I truly want a quiet and peaceful life. The more I think about it, the more I realise I know what I want. I will return to Rosings Park and live there in quiet and solitude.
Do you think you will ever get lonely? Anne, will there come a time you will want friends nearby?
No, I suppose I would not. I do not wish to know the London ton, nor do I need them nearby, calling on me every day. I do not like idle gossip. So no, I do not need friends nearby.
So, no visitors then? None?
Some visitors would be welcome, at least for short stays, and some would be more welcome than others.
Are family visitors welcome visitors?
Yes, some more than others,
Anne said boldly.
Would I be a welcome visitor?
Anne's smile overspread every part of her face. Even the wary Colonel could not miss her joy.
Yes, Richard, you would be a most welcome visitor at any time and for any length of stay.
Any length of stay?
Yes.
Richard swallowed the last of his drink and leaned even closer.
Anne, I know we have not spent much time together in the past, even when I had wished it, your mother.
I know, Richard. She always wanted me to spend time with Darcy, but she is not here now. Please refrain from mentioning her during this joyful moment.
She boldly took his hand in hers, saying,
Please go on. I want you to go on.
All he could do was stare at their hands clasped together until he realised her meaning.
You do? You want me to continue?
Yes, I want you to.
Anne, if you desire, I would be a permanent guest at Rosings Park. Then I could offer you protection and company.
His words were poorly chosen, and he knew it the moment she spoke, clearly misunderstanding what he meant. He didn't blame her. Anyone would have misunderstood with that poorly worded proposal. Anne's feelings were hurt, and she tore her hands out of his. Then, not without a bit of hurt and anger, replied,
Guest, Richard, I do not want you as my guest to offer protection and company to me. I want you to be my husband to offer me love and affection. I had begun to think you felt the same about me as I do for you. Are you merely offering support to a cousin? Or do you wish to love and comfort a wife? Richard, I don't want you to visit me. I want you to marry me.
Anne was embarrassed and hurt. Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam may be able to win battles at war, but he was inept when it came to matters of the heart. Richard was silent. He had no words. He tried to talk, but he knew if he spoke again, he would say all the wrong things. He stood and pulled an angry Anne into his arms and kissed her with a passion he did not know existed in the race of man.
Anne, dearest, I was proposing. I was just making a mess of it. Thank you for doing it so much better than me. I accept with all my heart.
They laughed together. This would be a very pretty story to tell their children. Their mother proposed to their father. They extracted themselves from one another's arms and returned to their seats. Richard moved his very near Anne's and took up her hand again as soon as they sat down.
Richard, I know you must leave to prepare for tomorrow, but I also want to discuss our future. I want to talk before we inform the family. Can you return tomorrow evening?
Anne, I can stay and talk now. I do not have commitments this evening. I simply had to get away from my father. He guessed where my heart was, and I could not be around him any longer without being embarrassed and mortified. I wanted to be with you, and was glad you preferred me over my parents for escorting you home.
What would you have done if I decided to stay?
I would have been jealous you preferred their company over mine and returned to my quarters a jilted man.
Anne playfully slapped his arm.
You would have done nothing of the sort.
I would have, without a doubt. Luckily, it is not what transpired, so we need not dwell on it. But tell me, how shall we begin to decide our future? When do you wish to marry?
Richard, I do not want a large wedding. I only want a small family affair, and if you do not think me too bold, I wish for it to take place soon.
A mischievous smile spread over Richard's face.
What about December the 18th?
The 18th, that is scarcely days away. How would we ever prepare in time?
Is it possible to have a wedding dress made in such a short time frame?
Yes, I suppose a dress could be made, but what about the church, flowers, and wedding breakfast?
It is already done, for have you forgotten that is Darcy and Bingley's wedding day? They have already offered a third wedding that day, even if it was done in jest. We could be married, all of us together. That is, if you would not object.
Object, no. Why, I would never dream of it. I cannot imagine how it could be made any easier or more expeditiously performed. It is perfect.
It is settled then. We shall be married on December the 18th.
Richard leaned in and sealed the date with another kiss from Anne.
Richard, we have to talk about one more item. It is very important.
What is it?
I wish to discuss your position as a colonel. Do you want to retain it, or would you be happy becoming a country gentleman over Rosings Park?
Which do you prefer, Anne dearest? A husband in uniform or one at home underfoot?
I believe there is more to consider beyond my preference. As a wife, I'd rather have my husband with me. But Richard, I understand your passion and talent for what you do. The question is, what do you prefer? I want you happy.
Anne, my dearest, sweetest Anne, you are beyond wonderful to be thinking of my needs. The wife of a military man is not a life for you. You were born into fortune and convenience. I would not take that from you. I, too, came from a privileged background and had to adjust to the army lifestyle. But if you remember right, my father groomed my brother and me in the art of property and estate management. I will be much happier and more comfortable at Rosings Park with you than I would ever be alone in a cold and dirty army encampment. I shall give up my commission tomorrow and stand by you as we manage Rosings Park as Mr and Mrs Fitzwilliam.
Anne was so happy she threw her arms around Richard and sealed his promise with another kiss, this one being more passionate than the previous.
How long have we been here, Anne?
Nearly half an hour.
It has not even been an hour since we left London House.
I believe you are correct.
Shall we return there and announce our good fortune to everyone? If we are to marry alongside the others, we better begin preparing.
Yes, let us return.
The two hurriedly prepared and returned to London House. Upon entering the room, Elizabeth was performing for everyone. They stood near the door and were not noticed until they applauded at the conclusion of her performance. Shocked at their return, Lady Matlock invited them in and offered them seats.
Father, Mother, Anne and I have come to announce our engagement. We have decided to share Darcy and Bingley's wedding day as Mr Bennet so kindly offered earlier this evening.
Richard was grinning at everyone's faces, and Anne adoringly beamed at him. It took a moment for the shock to wear off Lady Matlock, but when it did, she rushed to the couple, kissing and hugging her congratulations all over her son and future daughter.
I am so happy. I can hardly contain myself. Come, we have much to prepare, and I must hear exactly how it happened.
Richard, unable to contain his delight, blurted,
I shall let Anne tell you all, for it is she who proposed to me.
Anne slapped at his arm and declared,
Only because you made such a hash of your proposal. I thought you didn't like me.
The entire room gasped and then laughed with delight as the newest engaged couple sat together on the settee nearest Lady Matlock. The most pleasant conversation took up the rest of the evening. Chapter 31. The Gardener's Return. Lady Matlock could not be happier with the developments in her youngest son's life. Over the years, she often thought Catherine set her sights on the wrong nephew for her daughter. Lady Matlock and Anne had many conversations that led her to believe long ago that Anne had a high regard for Richard, higher than that of a cousin. About the time Lady Matlock came to that realization, she also came to another. Anne de Bourgh was not as sickly as she was generally thought to be. She used illness as a ruse to avoid prolonged interaction with her mother, but no matter what anyone would think, she did not condemn her for it. Lady Matlock had often seen in Anne qualities she knew Richard admired in women, and had been aware for the past 5 years at least that Anne was in love with him and not her cousin Darcy. She was so happy all was working out as it properly should, even better for herself now that her son would be safe and sound in Kent and out of harm's way in the military. She had never approved of Richard becoming a colonel, but he was a second son, and that was the profession he chose. No matter how much she hated it, Lady Matlock never interfered with her children's choices. Too often she had seen the harm that came when a parent interfered. Had such interference not taken place, her son and Anne may have found happiness years ago, and they may not be in their present predicament. Her husband had been solemn since his return on Friday. Last night she had seen a little of his previous self in his actions, but he was out of spirits and distressed too much over the past few days. It pained her to see the love of her life in such a state. When he returned Friday night, he looked haggard and aged. He said nothing, but embraced her in such a way that had she not known better, she would fear she would never see him again. Then, in the next moment, his embrace turned to one of a man in need, as if he was just returning from a long sojourn and needed the assurance that only a wife could give. Lady Matlock had led him to his room and dismissed the servants. She stayed by his side, assuring him of her everlasting support. Finally, after a distressing few hours in which tears of pain and regret were shed, Lord Matlock fell asleep with his head on his wife's lap, while she reclined against some pillows, her arms wrapped around him. She stroked his hair and lightly hummed, trying to ease his suffering. Lady Matlock eventually fell asleep. She could tell her husband was not sleeping restfully, but hoped he would soon recover from this trying and harsh event. No matter how long it took, she would be by his side. This had been almost 3 days ago. Last night he looked better than he had in days. The announcement of Richard and Anne's engagement raised his spirits while in company, but when they returned home, he once again fell into his distressed state.
Ellen, oh, what have I done? Catherine is going to miss the wedding of her only daughter. What if I waited but 2 days to send her away? Perhaps the news would have softened her, and she would never have gone through with her evil threats.
Husband, hush. You know as well as I do her purpose would never change. You know she would not have accepted Richard. Even worse, she would have hurt the girls. Can you imagine the horror of what we would have had to endure? No, husband, you made the hard choice, the right choice. You did what was required, and I will not have you regretting your decision.
Lord Matlock was distressed, but saw the truth of his wife's words.
I know you are correct, Ellen. I just wish I could get these events out of my mind. It is not so easy. I fear you will despise me if I tell you. But it was easier to get over the loss of my sweet sister Anne at her death than it is now to get over Catherine. Anne was so loved. My beloved sister had a beautiful family, and her death ended her sickness, pain, and suffering. I know she went to a better place and could watch over her dear husband and her precious son and daughter, whom she loved with every fibre of her being. She gave everything to be a wife and mother. Ellen, I know my sister Anne would be so happy with how her children have grown up and turned out. I know she would approve and love Miss Bennet as we do. But Catherine, she has wounded my heart and my soul. She has never been happy about anything as long as I can remember. Ellen, shall I ever recover?
Frederick, I shall never despise you, and you shall recover. You are the best brother, and she does not deserve you. Although I have never loved Catherine as I did your sister Anne, she is still my sister as well, and I, like you, am distressed by the need to dismiss her as we did. But it had to be done. I care for Anne and Georgiana, and now Elizabeth too much to let a spiteful woman hurt them. You know it is all because Catherine has always wanted to get her hands on Pemberley. You know as well as I that Pemberley is all she wants. She wants to control Darcy's beautiful estate. She wants his money. Her hurting the girls would distress me more than anything else in this world. Frederick, the girls depend on us. They depend on you. Neither Anne nor Georgiana have fathers. They cannot protect themselves from such a vicious woman. Do you understand, Frederick? They need you. It is you who have saved them from the harm of an old and bitter woman. Have you considered how many hearts you have saved from breaking? Do you understand, husband? Your act was selfless. A lesser man would have shunned the decision and not made it because it was hard, but you took it upon yourself to make the impossible decision and saved many others' feelings. You have saved the hearts of Fitzwilliam, Richard, Mr and Mrs Bennet, all their other daughters and extended family, Bingley, and many others we cannot begin to name. You are the better man, and I love you for your strength and courage.
Lady Matlock hoped her words would penetrate his mind and soothe his soul. She reflected on what she said and remembered seeing him slightly relax, but the stress of recent events still showed around his eyes. It would take time for him to recover, but she would help him through every moment. She would also be there to help the girls with whatever they needed. Today it was shopping for the rest of their wedding clothes. Lady Matlock picked up Anne on her way to London House. All the ladies were prompt and ready for another day filled with shopping. They entered Lady Matlock's carriage with high spirits. The first and most important order of business was Anne's wedding dress. The Gardiners made swift time reaching London. It was barely Monday midday, and they were eager to see their nieces. Alice greeted them upon their arrival. Their early return did not shock her, for she expected them to return hastily the moment they heard of Miss Jane and Miss Lizzie's engagements. They immediately attended to their children, helping them to settle back at home before turning them over to the care of their nurse, with directions to rest after such a long and hard journey. The moment the children were settled, they quickly changed out of their travel clothes into more suitable clothing and went to visit their family at the Darcys' London townhouse. Though it was later than the usual morning call, they were sure their visit should not interfere with the household schedule. Mr Darcy and Mr Bingley left their cards with directions and invitations to call upon their return, so they didn't worry about making a call before a proper introduction. Instead, the couple called their carriage and made the pleasant trip across London to the Darcys. The ladies were still shopping when the Gardiners arrived, but the gentlemen were in the library enjoying the company of one another. The butler announced them.
Mr and Mrs Gardiner to see you, sir.
Mr Darcy looked up and rose, but Mr Bennet beat him to the door.
Edward? Madeline? What do you do here? We had not thought you would return for another fortnight.
Thomas, how good to see you, brother. Jonathan sent us an express with your family's good news, and of course Madeline here was distressed at not being of service to her nieces. She feared the wedding would take place without her, so we left immediately and just returned this very day.
We are indeed glad to see you.
Then, addressing Madeline, he gave her a welcoming embrace and told her,
Madeline, you must know the girls would never allow you to miss the wedding. They would rather stall than not have their most beloved aunt in attendance. But fear not, you have only missed a little shopping, and I dare say there will be plenty more for you to take part in.
Then, addressing his wife's brother again, he laughed and exclaimed,
Edward, I think I am making you a very wealthy man.
His assurances did not set Madeline entirely at ease.
Thank you for trying to comfort me, Thomas, but Jonathan already told me of their shopping, and had fortune not shined upon us, we would already have a problem. Had they not selected fabrics at our warehouse, or had one of the other men help them instead of Jonathan, Elizabeth's dress would have already been a tragedy.
Tragedy?
Mr. Gardiner gently interrupted his wife with a gentle touch on her arm.
Well, perhaps not a tragedy, but Thomas, you must know your girls are as dear to me as my own daughters, and I would not miss this moment in their lives for anything in the entire world.
Sister, fear not. You shall be here for them. I'm sure they will be so pleased you have returned. Lizzie has already told me she misses you being here with her.
Then, returning his attention to the others in the room, he said,
Where are my manners? What is to be done with me? We are standing in the middle of the doorway, and I have not even introduced you to their fiancés.
Drawing their attention behind him to Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley, he made the introductions.
Brother, sister, this is Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy and Mr. Charles Bingley. Men, this is Mrs. Bennet's brother, Mr. Edward Gardiner, and his wife, Mrs. Madeline Gardiner.
Mr. Darcy stepped forward and welcomed them to his home. This was the woman Elizabeth loved as dearly as her own mother. It was paramount he made them feel welcome in his, soon to be their, home.
Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner, it is a pleasure to have you in my home. Miss Elizabeth has told me so much about you. I feel I already know and love you as dearly as my own dear aunt and uncle. Come in and have a seat.
The Gardiners looked at him, slightly shocked at such a pronouncement. What man would ever welcome them as family with no prior acquaintance, especially one of such a station as Mr. Darcy? Mr. Darcy must truly cherish Elizabeth. As they sat down, Charles also spoke up, not wanting to neglect his dearest Jane's favourite aunt. She too had spoken often and fondly of her Aunt Madeline.
I also feel honoured to meet you. Miss Jane has spoken highly of you since early in our acquaintance. I dare say your arrival will please her greatly. You will be welcome in my home any time, either in London or Hertfordshire.
The entire party sat and conversed pleasantly until the ladies returned from shopping. With each passing minute, Mrs. Gardiner was increasingly pleased with the men her girls, as that was how she had, for many years, thought of them, had chosen as future companions. The return of the shopping party could not be missed. Feminine laughter and the music of sweet voices interrupted the quiet stillness of the house. The hall sang out with the joy of 5 ladies who spent a day happily in each other's company. The men and Mrs. Gardiner heard them and joined them in the foyer. Elizabeth was walking towards Mr. Darcy when she caught sight of her aunt and went to her, almost running.
Aunt Maddie, you are here, you have come. Jane, look who is here.
Jane dropped all of her packages and rushed into her aunt's arms. Tears of happiness overflowed her delicate feelings.
Aunt, I am so glad you are here. I fear we made you cut your visit short. But can I admit for myself that I am so happy that you did and are here? I have dearly wanted you here with us.
Jane, dearest, nothing could keep me from returning and sharing your joy after I discovered yours and Lizzie's engagements.
Then, looking up, shocked, she noticed her dear friend standing next to Mr. Darcy, smiling.
Lady Matlock Ellen, my friend, what a pleasure it is to see you. What do you do here?
Madeline, you will not believe this, but I am the aunt of Fitzwilliam Darcy. It seems we are to become more than friends. We are to be family.
Ellen, you tease me, do you not? The joy I felt hearing of my niece's betrothals is nothing to knowing they shall be part of such an excellent family.
The two women embraced, as only the closest friends do. Darcy sent the footman up with the packages and invited the entire group into the drawing-room for refreshments. The ladies did not even bother changing their dresses. They spent the afternoon updating Mr and Mrs Gardiner about how the couples met, the period of courtship, and every wedding detail. Madeline smiled with pleasure as Jane repeated her proposal in the most romantic and angelic way. However, Madeline's shock grew when Lizzie spared no details and mentioned her father catching her and Darcy in a passionate kiss. Mrs Gardiner pretended to be cross with Elizabeth over the impropriety, but actually she was not. She had long been of a mind that Elizabeth needed a marriage partner who displayed a sense of passion. This breach of propriety was just what she would expect of Elizabeth, and a man with such a quality. Still more shopping was had on Tuesday and Wednesday. The entire party shopped together, however. Lady Matlock primarily assisted Anne, while Mrs Gardiner took her place assisting Jane and Elizabeth. Lady Matlock made sure not to interfere, so her dear friend could have this time with her nieces, and she could get to know her future daughter even more. Each evening the ladies returned, showed off a few of their packages, and stored the rest to be viewed later. It was clear happiness overflowed, one and all. At last, all the shopping was done, and the ladies had a few days to relax before returning to Longbourn, and the certain excitement that would occur there. Likewise, the gentlemen had concluded all business, except for Colonel Fitzwilliam. He learned that there was a lot to do when giving up a commission, and even more than what was required to take over the management of Rosings Park with his new wife in scarcely a fortnight. His life was changing more than anyone else's. People could often spot 2 or 3 couples walking in the park across from London House, or simply relaxing and chatting in secluded corners of the drawing-room or library, but above all, they were all avoiding company. Very few introductions were made as they walked in the more secluded areas of the park. Callers at London House were often dismissed with excuses by the butler, and absolutely no calls were returned in the days leading up to their return to Longbourn and Netherfield. Nevertheless, they could not evade society indefinitely, as Saturday was approaching, and they were all excited to attend the theatre. Chapter 32. Theatre. Saturday evening arrived after a week of activity and anticipation. The women retired to their rooms to eat and dress in a leisurely fashion, thus ensuring they would be well rested for the late evening events. Elizabeth sat in a hot tub of water, taking a refreshing bath. She was musing over her good luck at finding the exquisite gown she was to wear this evening at Bell's earlier this week. Elizabeth and the rest of the shopping party had gone to Bell's with no purpose other than to be fitted for their wedding gowns and have some final measurements taken for their other dresses. As she approached the shop, Elizabeth caught sight of an exquisite gown draped over a model in the window. Upon entering, Elizabeth slowly approached the gown, admiring it from every angle. She reached out and gently touched the fabric. It was softer than she imagined. Bell joined her with a smile.
Miss Bennet, how do you do today?
I'm wonderful, Belle, and you?
Thank you, I am well. Would you like to see your wedding dress?
Yes, but may I ask you a question first?
Yes, miss, anything.
Is this dress for sale, or was it commissioned for someone else?
A little of both,
Belle responded.
The dress was made for a particular lady, but she was dissatisfied with the results and would not honour our arrangement. Rather than take a loss on the gown, I refused to sell it to her, and now I hope to sell it to someone else who will appreciate it for the masterpiece that it is.
I would love to try it on. It is simply breathtaking. I cannot imagine anyone not liking it. 'Tis a pity for them, but maybe it can be to my advantage.
Yes, Miss Bennet, I shall prepare it for you. You are very near the lady's size. I am sure it will fit.
Belle smiled as she removed the dress from the model. She hoped it fit Miss Bennet, and that she would want it, because no other lady would look half so well in it, or deserve it, as she did. Elizabeth first tried on her wedding gown and blushed and smiled over the compliments from her entire party. The dress turned out better than Mrs. Gardiner could have ever imagined, and tears filled her eyes as she looked at it draped upon Elizabeth. Next, Elizabeth tried on the window gown. It fit as if Belle made it expressly for her, and as she stepped around the corner to look in the mirror, she knew she must have it. As Elizabeth repositioned in her bath, she laughed at her own reaction to the dress.
Miss Belle, would you establish an account for me in the name of Mrs. Darcy and place this dress on it as my first purchase? I dare say Mr. Darcy will not object when he sees it. He is, after all, constantly telling me to establish accounts everywhere I go. I think he will enjoy knowing I have done as he asked.
Yes, Miss Bennet, I would happily do just that.
The dress was now hers, and she was excited to surprise Mr. Darcy. Wednesday, as the ladies returned from shopping, Elizabeth approached Fitzwilliam to tell him of her new account. She was unsure how to approach the subject, despite him repeatedly telling her to create them. She should not have feared, though, for he appeared happier at her spending his money than her father's.
Fitzwilliam.
Yes, beautiful?
I am returned from shopping,
Elizabeth said as she entered with a few parcels in her arms.
Yes, I see that. Did you enjoy yourself?
Yes, immensely. My wedding dress is almost complete. I am sure you will love it.
Elizabeth, I will love it, because you will wear it.
Thank you for the compliment, but I think it is lovely even hanging on the model. I am truly blessed to have a caring aunt who saved this fabric expressly for me. It is far more beautiful than anything I have ever seen.
I am sure it is. I see you have some parcels. Did you finish your trousseau shopping, or do you have more to purchase?
I finished today. Now I shall have a few days to spend more time with you.
Darcy smiled and sweetly kissed her.
May I see what you have in your packages?
Elizabeth opened one or two of them and showed him the contents.
What about that big one there? May I see it as well?
Oh yes, I meant to mention that one to you, but no, you may not see it yet. This package most concerns you.
Darcy smiled a little curious and inquired,
You have bought me a gift, have you?
Elizabeth became a little distressed that she had not thought to get him a gift after all the gifts he had given her, and worried he was expecting one. Her thoughts showed over her facial features, and Fitzwilliam quickly put her at ease, laughing as he replied,
I can see you have not bought me a gift. Perhaps I should stop guessing and just let you tell me.
Fitzwilliam, I hope you will not be upset, but I did not get you a gift. I wanted to tell you that the item in that package is the first thing I have purchased in the name of Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy. I created an account at the Modiste and placed this purchase on it today.
Darcy smiled from ear to ear, but Elizabeth did not see. She continued to ramble at a fast pace.
I know I am not yet Mrs. Darcy, yet you mentioned you would not be displeased if I set up an account. I know the item is not needed, and that my trousseau purchases were already complete, but it is so beautiful that I could not resist buying it. I will speak to my father if it distresses you. I know he will pay for it.
Darcy hushed Elizabeth with a kiss.
Elizabeth, I am not upset. You have made me so happy that you are comfortable establishing accounts in your Darcy name. I wish you would open even more.
Elizabeth laughed slightly.
When you get this bill, you may think differently.
I shall always have that wish and doubt a few items will break my accounts. no matter how frivolous you think they are. Now, may I see this frivolous item the future Mrs. Darcy purchased?
No, you shall see it in due time, but not now. I shall tell you it is nothing more than a pretty gown, and I shall wear it when you least expect it. I want to surprise you.
This surprise was just what Elizabeth had waited 3 days for. Finally, clean and relaxed, Elizabeth stepped out of the tub, and Sarah entered to aid her in getting ready. As Sarah put the finishing touches on her hair, Elizabeth took a long look in the mirror. Mr. Darcy had selected Sarah, with the help of Mrs. Robbins, to be Elizabeth's maid during her stay at London House. A few maids had been trained as ladies' maids, and whenever a guest stayed at London House who did not have their own, one was selected from amongst the trained staff. Mrs. Robbins thought Sarah the best, as she constantly stayed updated on the latest French hairstyles and fashion plates.
Miss Bennet, you truly are a vision. Mr. Darcy would have to be blind not to notice your beauty tonight.
Elizabeth laughed lightly.
Sarah, I know he will notice. In fact, my purpose in buying this dress was to have Mr. Darcy notice, well, everything.
The entire party, except Elizabeth, congregated in the foyer below the stairs. Sarah descended first, carrying Elizabeth's cloak and gloves. She stood by the door, awaiting her mistress. Mr. Darcy knew Elizabeth would come down shortly, since Sarah was ready with her warm things. He already had his eyes on the top of the stairs when she entered his view. No one else noticed her until they heard Fitzwilliam's laboured breathing, and saw nothing more than his long black coat swish past them as he raced to her side.
Elizabeth, if only...
Mr. Darcy stopped himself and replied quietly to her,
You look magnificent. By the end of the night, I will probably be caught up in a dozen duels defending your honour against the men who admire you too openly.
Fitzwilliam, you need not fight them. Just smile, for you have triumphed over them already. It is you and none other who stole my heart.
Darcy kissed her for all to see, until Mr. Bennet announced they should all be leaving in order to arrive on time. It took a second interruption before Mr. Darcy followed with Elizabeth, allowing no one to help her with her cloak except him. The Darcy, Bingley and Gardner carriages pulled up outside the theatre. Anticipation was thick, as it was the first time the bachelors had been in public with their intendeds since the banns were posted in the Times. Fitzwilliam first handed Georgiana down from the carriage and then did likewise for Elizabeth. One could observe the same happening in the Bingley and Gardner carriages. Mr. Bennet approached Georgiana to escort her. This was becoming quite a habit with him, and it delighted him. Already he loved Georgiana as another daughter. He hoped she would consider him a surrogate father in the absence of her own. The ladies all straightened their gowns and cloaks, and once ready, took the arms offered by the gentleman and walked towards the theatre entrance. Halfway there, they were met by the Matlocks, Colonel Fitzwilliam, and Anne, coming from another direction. They exchanged greetings, shared a few hugs, and the large party finally entered the theatre. Lady Matlock sought Elizabeth, attempting to whisper in her ear and nodding at her dress.
What did Fitzwilliam think?
Elizabeth blushed as the man himself spoke.
The truth, aunt, or what I am allowed to say in polite company?
Lady Matlock raised her eyebrows at his emphatic reply and firmly responded,
Why, nothing but the truth, my dear boy. I demand the truth.
If you must know, I had a few inappropriate thoughts. Perhaps I should leave them unsaid, for they will truly scandalize you.
Now you must tell me, Fitzwilliam.
I warned you. The only way Elizabeth and this evening could be more perfect was if she no longer bore the name of Bennet, and we were heading to the master suite at Pemberley instead of the theatre with a horde of relatives. I adore this dress, and want to adore it from every possible angle, including the floor.
Elizabeth turned a few shades of red, but smiled agreeably at Darcy. Lady Matlock expected such a reply, and nodding her head at the two, replied,
"That will do, Fitzwilliam. That will do."
She rejoiced that her son, for that is how she considered him these past years, had made a love match. As they approached the theatre entrance, Lady Matlock hurried to Lord Matlock's side at the front of their family party. The gentlemen quickly removed their long coats and assisted the ladies with their cloaks. None of the party, except Lord and Lady Matlock, realised every eye in the theatre was turned towards them to catch the first glimpse of the ladies outside of church. Elizabeth and Jane stood next to one another with their heads down as they removed the hoods of their cloaks and turned around. Their backs were to the room as the gentlemen removed the wraps from their shoulders and handed them to the porter. The first sight the room beheld was the ladies' backs. The theatre attendees waited in anticipation for them to turn around. Everyone watching thought it took far too long for the ladies to turn around. Mr Darcy stepped forward, head held high and a slight smile upon his face as he offered Elizabeth his arm. She took it and all at once turned and was led through the throngs of gaping-mouthed, wide-eyed patrons towards the Darcy box. Fitzwilliam focused on obtaining his box, only stopping a few times to accept the congratulations of those bold enough to interrupt his progress. It was apparent they wanted introductions to the ladies. Their courage was often rewarded, and Mr Darcy introduced Elizabeth. Although introductions were made, they were all left unsatisfied, for they sought far more information than Darcy was willing to give. The party finally reached Darcy's box and took their seats, aware the entire theatre below had their necks craned towards them, many being as bold as to point. If the reaction of the crowd, especially the gentlemen, was anything to go on, the Bennet ladies had quickly gained the approval of the ton with nothing more than their pretty looks. Mrs Bennet would be proud, for more than one fellow had looked with jealousy upon Mr Darcy and Mr Bingley. The theatre lights dimmed, and Romeo and Juliet began. Elizabeth could see the tension release from Darcy's face, neck, and shoulders. Nothing could make him happier than sitting in the dark. Pleased he was finally relaxing, she reassuringly touched her hand to his. He caught her hand before she could pull it away and kept it in his for the entire first act. He only moved her hand once to remove the glove that kept him from touching her warm skin. Darcy had experienced nothing as perfect as holding hands with Elizabeth in a darkened theatre, and was only distressed when the first act ended, and everyone stood to get refreshments. He raised her hand to his lips for a kiss before putting her glove back on and placing her perfect hand on his arm. The Matlocks, Gardiners, and Mr Bennet witnessed the entire display. They exchanged happy glances with one another, but not one word was said about it. The lobby was full of theatre patrons lingering around the refreshment tables, discussing the play, politics, weather, and news. Once Mr Darcy and his party entered, the primary topic of the general conversation shifted to the identity of the beautiful woman on his arm, from where she hailed, and if the other female stranger was her sister. It was clear the men admired the Bennet ladies, so the women instantly despised them, yet promised they would be their best friends by the end of the season. The intermission ended with pleasure for the Darcy party, and they returned to their seats. But for the other patrons, it ended in wretchedness, for they had learned barely anything of the ladies, and what they heard was unreliable at best. The second through fifth acts began much the same as the first. The lights dimmed, Darcy removed Elizabeth's glove, and they held hands throughout the play. Likewise, the intermissions were the same as well. Darcy kissed Elizabeth's hand, replaced her glove, and escorted her to the refreshments. The Darcy party tried their best to keep to themselves, and by the end of the night all of London felt disappointed at their lack of knowledge. Although, as Fitzwilliam Darcy was the man in question, it was not unusual that they learned little. for he was known to keep his private affairs to himself. Their party thoroughly enjoyed the play. Never had such a congenial group attended together. The evening was late, and soon after entering the house, Georgiana and Mr. Bennet excused themselves for the night. Darcy, Elizabeth, Bingley, and Jane went to the drawing-room for some late private conversation. Bingley and Jane sat on the sofa near the window, while Darcy and Elizabeth occupied another near the fire. Neither of the couples wanted to say good night, and talking was the only way they could remain together.
Elizabeth, beautiful.
Yes, Fitzwilliam.
Thank you for allowing me to hold your hand during the performance. It gave me great pleasure.
He reached for and held her hand again.
You are welcome, Fitzwilliam. I enjoyed it immensely.
Of that, I am grateful. I hope we can make this a tradition and always hold hands at the theatre.
If you wish, I should like that.
I do. I wish a great many things.
A great many things. Why, Fitzwilliam, what could you possibly wish for that you do not already have, or cannot just snap your fingers and have brought to you? You are a man with everything.
Elizabeth, you should know what I wish for.
No, I suppose I do not know, for I know you have everything you wish for.
No, certainly not. I wish to be loved.
Elizabeth interrupted.
You are loved. You must know how much I love you. I love you immensely, and I know your sister, aunt and uncle, cousin, and many others love you as well.
Darcy gazed at Elizabeth, silently begging her to understand.
Elizabeth, I desire to be loved in how only a husband can be loved, and to love you how only your husband should.
Oh!
Elizabeth blushed and gasped.
You shall in 11 days, Fitzwilliam.
I also wish for you to love Pemberley as I love it. I want you to rejoice in the peacefulness there, to be comforted within its sturdy walls, and allow it to protect you from all the cares of the world, as it does for me.
Elizabeth listened intently.
I wish I could introduce you to every place I have ever been, replacing my memory of being there alone with a memory of being there with you. I wish you could have known my father and mother, and that I could see how much they love you, just as Uncle Frederick and Aunt Ellen do. I wish to know how many young Darcys we will have running around Pemberley. I wish I could see you right now, with your hair cascading down your back, and run my fingers through it as I breathe in the scent of lavender that has been tempting me all evening. I wish so much. Some of it may soon come to pass, and some may never happen, but I wish for you right now.
Fitzwilliam, I share your wishes,
Elizabeth said as she stroked the side of his face with her soft fingers.
Though we cannot fulfill all of them tonight, I believe one cannot hurt us too much.
With that, Elizabeth removed one pin from her hair and lightly shook her head. Her long hair fell in tendrils down her back, almost to her waist.
I have recently discovered the merits of a lady's maid who has been educated in the art of one-pin French hairstyles.
As have I.
Darcy huskily breathed, reaching for a tempting curl hanging just in front of Elizabeth's eye. He played with the curl and breathed into her ear.
Your lady's maid shall have any amount of money at her disposal for any education that expedites the undoing of your hair.
Then, quickly straightening himself, he stood and offered his hand.
I fear it is late. You need to rest.
Fitzwilliam, I am fine. I assure you we can talk a little longer.
No, Elizabeth, you should retire now.
Fitzwilliam passionately kissed her, then taking her hand, pulled her to her feet and announced,
It is late. Miss Elizabeth wants to go up. Good night, Bingley and Miss Bennet.
Tugging on her hand, they fled the room. Elizabeth was on the verge of asking what she did to offend him, and he knew it, so he softly whispered to her.
Elizabeth, I see your distress. Fear not, you have not offended me, far from it. But if you do not go to your room alone this very minute, I am afraid I shall not be gentleman enough to control myself and not offend you. I have every intention of you and I making it to our wedding day with all honour intact and no regrets. with scarcely 11 days, as you pointed out. It would be a shame if I allowed passions to rule.
With a final twist of her tempting chestnut curl and a whispered kiss against her ear outside the door of her room, he turned to go to his own. Elizabeth caught his hand and pulled him back. Then, going up on her tiptoes, she left his ear burning with a promise for 11 days hence before darting inside her room and closing the door. A moment later, with him still standing like a dolt outside her room, Jane snuck past, cheeks aglow in shades of pink and red. Bingley approached Darcy and grasped his shoulders with a firm hand.
This is going to be the longest week and a half of our lives, is it not?
Indeed it shall, indeed it shall. Can I offer you a drink, Bingley?
Yes, the strongest one you have.
Amen to that, brother. Amen to that.
The two sat in the chairs just opposite the couch Darcy and Elizabeth had shared and tried to drink away the thoughts occupying their minds. Unfortunately for them, it did not work. The inebriation and losing control of their minds only made their dreams more vivid and torturous. By morning, both were hoping the days would go faster, but the more they anticipated and dreamed, the slower the days progressed. It was a torturous 11 days. Chapter 33. The ensuing days. Despite the gentleman's desire for the days to ensue at a more rapid pace, they passed as all days do, and soon enough Wednesday was upon them, and everyone piled into 3 carriages bound for Hertfordshire. The past weeks had allowed Georgiana and Elizabeth the time to know one another on sisterly terms. They were comfortable in each other's presence, and happy they were soon to be sisters. They did not stand on ceremony with one another. Georgiana was unsurprised when Elizabeth gave up her seat next to her in favour of the one beside her brother. Neither was she shocked when, scarcely a mile from London, they closed the carriage curtains and nestled into one another's arms, sound asleep just as they were on their arrival 2 weeks earlier. Georgiana constantly studied Elizabeth, observing her teasing manners towards Fitzwilliam and his response. She had learned that a fiancée and wife could treat a man much differently than a sister. His reactions were such that Georgiana had never witnessed in him before. Some emotions she saw from him the past weeks she would never have dreamed he possessed in the past weeks, months and years before meeting Elizabeth. Seeing the two together taught her things about her brother that she had never known. She thought the understanding strengthened their relationship. Georgiana was indeed grateful for Elizabeth's presence in their lives. The carriages stopped at the usual post between London and Meryton. The party could refresh themselves and have a bite to eat. They took their time to ensure everyone was well rested before setting out again, this time with the Bennet carriage in the lead. All 3 carriages pulled into the Longbourn drive scarcely past midday. Before the occupants exited the carriages, an ecstatic Mrs. Bennet greeted them. She barely acknowledged the return of her husband and daughters. Instead, she showered her 2 future sons with questions about the pleasantness of the trip, the comforts of their carriages, and insistence on knowing if her daughter's presence pleased them. They assured her the trip was pleasant, the carriages were well sprung and very comfortable, and that nothing could please them more than travelling with the Bennet ladies. Her face brightened at their proclamations, and she ushered everyone into the house. Bingley sent his carriage to Netherfield with the Hursts, and stayed with the Darcys at Longbourn. Georgiana opted to stay in her travel clothes so she could remain at Longbourn with her new sisters for the time being. She had no desire to rush off to Netherfield. Mrs. Bennet did credit to her housekeeping skills and had an elegant but not too ostentatious dinner arrangement prepared for the party once they were ready. She occupied the entire dinner conversation, ensuring everyone knew every detail of what she had prepared for their wedding. By the end of dinner, everyone knew what was to be served at the wedding breakfast, how the church was to be decorated, what colour of dresses the bridesmaids would wear, how their hair was to be done, who had been invited, where they would sit in the church, and most of all, how jealous the entire neighbourhood was that she had 2 daughters engaged to such rich, agreeable men. Every mother in the neighbourhood now sought her advice about how to catch a rich, handsome husband for their daughters, but of course none would succeed, for none was half as beautiful as her Jane, or near as witty as Elizabeth. Everyone at the table looked upon each other with raised eyebrows and shrugged shoulders as Mrs. Bennet continued for close to 3 hours, the only break being the departure from the dinner table into the drawing-room. Darcy and Bingley wondered how anyone could speak so much and so fast. Their heads were spinning. Georgiana loved every second and quickly became Mrs. Bennet's favourite. She was even invited and accepted the invitation to stay at Longbourn instead of returning directly to Netherfield. She was to be their particular guest, of which she was proud. Mr. Bennet finally interrupted his lady to announce the addition to the wedding, which shocked his wife into silence.
My dear Mrs. Bennet, I fear I have been a negligent correspondent and completely forgot to tell you. There is to be a 3rd couple sharing the nuptials on this blessed day.
No, there cannot be, Mr. Bennet, for Mary, Kitty, and Lydia have been here with me. I know of no suitors for my other girls, unless you have brought one home from London for my dear Mary. What a good father you are! You knew she would not find a proper man here in Meryton, so while you were in London, you had Mr. Bingley and Mr. Darcy help you find a husband for our dear girl. What a good father you are! Mary, dear, come here, Mary.
I did not find a suitor for Mary and have no intention of ever doing such a thing. The marriage I speak of is another. Colonel Fitzwilliam, the friend of these 2 men,
he indicated towards Darcy and Bingley,
has also got himself engaged to Miss Anne de Bourgh. The couple has decided they also want a hasty wedding, so they will share our daughter's most joyous day.
Mrs. Bennet stood, unable to speak for a full minute, giving all the room a chance to depart to separate areas of the house, thus providing at least some semblance of peace, since she could not speak to all of them at once. Happily for the couples, it appeared Mr. Bennet was the one with the information, so she followed him to his library, questioning him for the rest of the evening. Mr. Bennet groaned inwardly that he was the one she showered with her attention, but allowed her questions to assail him. His daughters would dearly pay for the time he gave them free from their mother. The evening passed as all evenings do, and before it was too late, the men needed to return to Netherfield. The Darcy carriage was called, and the ladies escorted the gentlemen to the door, each providing sweet goodbyes that would carry the men until tomorrow. The days following their return to Longbourn included visits from the gentlemen, wedding updates from Mrs. Bennet, and sweet goodbyes at the door each evening. If the ladies could not entertain the men because of neighbourhood visits, their mother required them to attend her on. They either stayed at Netherfield to catch up on business, or sat with Mr. Bennet in the library, acting forlorn and lovesick. It was almost more than Mr. Bennet could bear, and if he were not as fond of the gentleman as he was, he would not have allowed it. So great was his relief Monday when the Matlock and Gardner parties arrived. He would at least hear sense from them, and with Lord Matlock and Mr. Gardner's assistance, he could have a little sport with the gentlemen's sensibilities, and sport with them they did. They even went so far as to occasionally tease the ladies. Elizabeth handled it with ease, but Anne and Jane were mortified, not half so mortified as when their mother joined them Monday evening to provide a bit of motherly advice before their wedding, which would take place in a little less than 36 hours. Jane was distressed, and Elizabeth was close to laughter as their mother blushed and stumbled through incoherent statements, thrashing her hands around like a wild woman. When she finally stood, straightened her dress and calmly asked if they had questions, Jane could scarcely lift her eyes from her lap, and Elizabeth wanted nothing more than for her mother to leave. Jane and Elizabeth looked at one another. They both knew what they should do. they snuck to their aunt and uncle's room and requested that their Aunt Maddie to join them. Madeline informed Edward of Mrs. Bennet's plan to speak to the girls this evening. Both knew Mrs. Gardiner would need to have another discussion with them, setting both girls at ease, and helping them understand that the acts of marriage were nothing to distress themselves over. Instead, they should look forward to the pleasure, joy, and love they would share in their marriages. They were happy the girls had come directly to their aunt. Uncle Edward readily relinquished his wife so she could put them at ease earlier rather than later. The last day before the wedding was upon them, and Longbourn was in a tizzy. Mrs. Bennet commanded and demanded better than any army general the Honourable Mr. Richard Fitzwilliam had ever lay eyes on. Everything must be perfect for her girls. To the relief of everyone at Longbourn, Mrs. Gardiner went behind her, cleaning up the tears on everyone from the housekeeper to her nieces. Finally, she could bear no more and called her husband, insisting he personally deliver Jane's trunks to Netherfield at this moment. She recommended her nieces should accompany him, for
"There is some reason I cannot remember at this moment, but I assure you Jane is needed there, and it would be best for Lizzie to go as well."
Mr. Gardiner instantly understood. He hastily found his teary-eyed nieces.
Jane, dearest, it is time to load your belongings and take them to Netherfield. Mr. Hill is busy, so I thought I would do it for him. I heard you are needed there to inspect something Mr. Bingley has purchased, and so thought it best you should come with me.
Jane's face lit up with happiness, but Lizzie's fell. Mr. Gardiner saw it.
Lizzie, I think Mr. Darcy would use me as his prey on our next hunting trip if I arrived with Jane and not his Lizzie. You best grab your cloak as well. I think a little time away from Longbourn will do you both some good.
Both girls fell on their uncle, hugging him, and then quickly gathered their heaviest coats and met him in the driveway. They were off to Netherfield in less than 5 minutes. The short ride to Netherfield revived the ladies, and they were ready to meet their fiancés and converse sociably, without tears, by the time they arrived. The butler opened the door, and a moment later Mr. Bingley bounded into the foyer, happiness all over his face. He called over his shoulder to Darcy, who came almost running to join them and greet his lady.
Mr. Gardiner, Elizabeth, Miss Jane, what a pleasure to see you. What do we owe this honour? For we did not expect to see you until later.
Confusion appeared on the ladies' faces, as they were certain their uncle had said Jane was needed at Netherfield. Mr. Gardiner interrupted while throwing some winks and sly looks only the men could interpret.
Mr. Darcy, did Mr. Bingley not tell you he sent a message saying Jane was needed to inspect something or another in the house, or to speak with the housekeeper, or something such? I know not for sure, since I could scarcely read the missive through the blots, but here she is. I brought Lizzie along because I thought it would be nice for her to have an outing with her sister, and because I thought Mr. Darcy might have my hide if I didn't.
Mr. Gardiner was quite proud of his remembering the conversation about Mr. Bingley's poor writing skills. Now, if only Mr. Bingley were not so dense as to mess up his deception. Presently, the ladies believed him. Mr. Bingley looked confused and began contradicting Mr. Gardiner, but Mr. Darcy was quicker to understand.
Bingley, what are we to do with you? Miss Jane, you will have your hands full with this forgetful old goat. I assure you Mr. Gardiner is correct. Mr. Bingley was just telling me this morning of a new table that arrived, and he needs your help with its best placement. I believe it is in the drawing room. Why don't you and Elizabeth go in there, and we will join you as soon as we direct the footman where to place your trunks.
Darcy saw the footman enter with trunks and quickly put the subterfuge together. The girls stepped away, and Mr. Gardiner addressed the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr Darcy. It seems as if Longbourn is in quite a stir early this morning. Mrs Gardiner found the ladies in tears and thought it best not to have them around this morning. I would appreciate it if you would, gentlemen, would entertain them here until it is time to return to prepare for dinner tonight. I trust it will not be an imposition.
Mr Gardiner looked upon them with a crooked smile, knowing full well that the men were delighted to have the ladies in the house, even if they had not been expected. Mr Gardiner went to the drawing-room and informed the ladies of his returning to Longbourn without them. He told them the gentleman would deliver them before supper. The ladies objected, claiming they needed to help their mother, but he quickly put them at ease, saying he and Aunt Maddie would handle everything their mother threw at them. Their only aim was to ease their troubled minds and enjoy their last day with their betrothed before their lives changed forever. The girls smiled their thanks, and their uncle was off, returning to the mayhem of Longbourn. It took a few minutes for the couples to properly greet one another, and even less time for them to settle into their respective areas of the home. Jane and Bingley began in the drawing-room with quiet discussion, but were soon walking Netherfield from room to room, making sure everything was ready for Jane's arrival as mistress on the morrow. Darcy and Elizabeth, however, headed straight for the library, where they could soon be found reading, talking, or just being comfortable in the presence of one another for most of the day. Periodically, another household member would enter and have a brief conversation with the couple, but ultimately they were on their own. The day passed altogether amiably, exceeding the alternative of couples being separated by the distance between Longbourn and Netherfield, and the ladies being left in the clutches of Mrs Bennet. However, all good things must end, and it was time to return to Longbourn for supper. Darcy could see the set of Elizabeth's shoulders tense as the time neared their departure. She fidgeted and became restless. While they stood in the foyer, he whispered to her,
Elizabeth, calm yourself, beautiful. This is the last time you shall return to Longbourn bearing the Bennet name, for tomorrow you are a Darcy and will be by my side forever. Fear not, I shall be with you for the rest of the evening. Your mother will have no time to upset you. I will not allow it. I will make sure Bingley and I stay until the last possible minute before you drop dead tired into your bed. You will see. All will be well.
Elizabeth looked up at him, all of her love shining on her face.
Fitzwilliam, dearest, how do you always know just what I am feeling and able to say the perfect things?
I only have such abilities with you, dearest, because I have you here.
He put his hand over his heart and pulled her tight against him. He kissed the top of her head as she leaned against him. Bingley and Jane and all the remaining residents of Netherfield joined them, piling into the carriages. Elizabeth held fast to his arm. Though she was the bravest woman he had ever known, he could feel her anxiety at returning to Longbourn. The carriages arrived at Longbourn moments before dinner was announced. They ate a delightful supper. It was clear someone had spoken to Mrs Bennet about her manner of addressing the ladies, the servants, and the other household members, for she was constantly catching herself mid-sentence and changing her mind about the statement. Mr and Mrs Gardiner would secretly look at one another and smile at her display, but were pleased she was not offending anyone, especially Jane and Elizabeth. The Gardiners feared that no matter how close it was to the wedding, if Elizabeth was upset, Mr Darcy would sweep her up and elope without a second thought. It was clear to the Gardiners, Matlocks and Mr Bennet that Darcy was protecting his lady from her mother, always ensuring he stood between the two and constantly redirecting her attention if ever it landed on Elizabeth. Instead of being impertinent and sticking up for herself as she normally would, Elizabeth was fully content to allow him to run interference for her all evening, never leaving his side until it was time for him to depart. The Matlock carriage left with Lord and Lady Matlock, Mr Fitzwilliam, and his fiancée, Anne. It returned to Netherfield, and its occupants retired for the night, before the Darcy carriage even left the Longbourn drive. The two men sharing the Darcy carriage stood on opposite sides of Longbourn's foyer, each with their lady standing in front of them, but neither noticing the other couple. It was too cold to walk the grounds, yet they desired to linger together. Darcy and Elizabeth were making promises for the morrow, Darcy showing a bit of his teasing manner.
Elizabeth, beautiful, you will meet me at the church tomorrow, will you not?
Of course I will, Fitzwilliam.
Promise? There will be no changing your mind tonight, will there?
I promise. I shall be there on my uncle's arm, dressed in the finest dress you ever laid eyes upon.
I care not what you wear. You could arrive in a potato sack, and I would still think you are the most beautiful creature I ever laid eyes on.
Thank you, but I am happy I shall have a dress more exquisite than anything you ever laid eyes upon.
That could not be, for the dress you wore to the theatre could take any man's breath away, most of all mine.
Elizabeth kissed him, then whispered,
That was nothing compared to what you will see tomorrow.
Darcy quit breathing for a moment, knowing full well she meant the dress, but his imagination ran wild, considering everything he would see tomorrow. Everything he imagined was far more exquisite than the dress she wore to the theatre, or that she would wear tomorrow. He could not wait for the moment his life would change forever. Pulling Elizabeth against him, he encircled her with his strong arms and whispered hoarsely against her adorable little ear.
Promise?
Then, before she could respond or he could make a mockery of himself, he bolted out the door and into the waiting carriage. Bingley was hot on his heels in a similar state. Jane and Elizabeth stood in the doorway, waving until the carriage was out of sight, and then retreated to their rooms before their mother realised the gentlemen were gone. Darcy and Bingley sat back with looks of anguish. Bingley spoke first.
Tomorrow cannot come soon enough.
Amen to that, brother. Amen to that.
Silence reigned the rest of the night, except for a few good-night words as they arrived at Netherfield, and each man separated to their respective rooms. Chapter 34. Wedding. Happy for all the neighbourhood's feelings was the day Mrs. Bennet's every wish was fulfilled, and such a monumental wedding took place in Meryton. 3 extremely anxious bachelors stood at the front of the church in anticipation of the first glimpses of their brides. Each gentleman displayed their emotions in an extremely different fashion. Mr. Charles Bingley was overflowing with happiness, grinning from ear to ear, and happy enough to tell every person who approached of his good fortune at winning the hand of the most angelic and beautiful Bennet lady. Mr. Richard Fitzwilliam fidgeted with his jacket, trousers, timepiece, and anything else within his reach, including his cousin's jacket. He was constantly and nervously looking around at everything and everyone. Darcy feared he would cause himself harm and have the wedding postponed. Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy stood tall and still, not moving except to swat at his cousin's hand when it assaulted his person. One would have thought he had no particular emotion about the day. That was until the church doors opened and his lady entered. Those watching Mr. Darcy, such as Mrs. Gardiner, received a rare glimpse of the besotted man he really was. It was clear his every dream and wish was coming true. His face was soft and held such a look of pleasure that Mrs. Gardiner got choked up and had to catch her breath. She was thrilled her niece made a love match as strong as hers and Mr. Gardiner's. Mr. Darcy and Mr. Bingley's gentle and solicitous behaviour towards their nieces pleased them greatly during the times they spent together. They could not have chosen better matches had they selected the gentlemen themselves. The families were pillars of London and some of their dearest friends. It was time. The congregation stood as Mr. Bennet walked down the Longbourn chapel aisle with Jane on his arm. Mr. Gardiner followed him, escorting Lizzie, and finally Lord Matlock with Anne. Mr Darcy had just finished swatting at Richard's hand for what seemed like the 100th time when, from the corner of his eye, he saw the door at the back of the chapel open. He stood, his eyes transfixed, searching to be the first to see his bride. Then, in an instant, she was there, radiant on the arm of her most beloved uncle. All coherent thought left Darcy as he watched Elizabeth float up the aisle on her uncle's arm. Never had he seen her look as magnificent as she did today. He stowed the image of her perfectness alongside all the other visions of her perfectness. Her singing in the tree at Oakham Mount, her bright and shining eyes after her many walks on his arm, her dancing with him at Netherfield, her coming down the stairs to attend the theatre in her magnificent red dress that she bought in the name of the future Mrs Darcy. She with her hair down in the drawing-room as he twirled the errant ringlet near her left eye. And now, as she walked down the aisle towards him, prepared to make all his wildest dreams come true. This was another instance where her beauty took his breath away, and a soft smile spread across his face. The dress was indeed exquisite, yet he barely saw it. Lady Matlock delivered Elizabeth's wedding gown as she promised. It was more beautiful than she remembered, and her mother fawned over it half the evening. Miss Bell stitched the bodice of the dress in the shape of diamonds erupting off the fabric. Seed pearls were sewn to each diamond point. They sparkled in the sunlight streaming through the chapel windows. Inlaid satin enhanced the bosom of the dress, framed by exquisite layered silver tissue. The neckline was neither triangular, rounded, nor squared. It was nothing anyone had ever seen. It was high in both the front and back, nothing more than an opening for Elizabeth to slip her head through. Elizabeth's neck kept it open to expose a sliver of her neck and shoulder. Tissue ruffled under the dress, protruding slightly from the bottom, the mid-arm sleeves and the neckline, giving it an elegant yet exquisite touch. The layered tissue also made up the dress's skirt, offering some flow and movement, but not too much. It perfectly displayed Elizabeth's delicate figure. The dress skimmed the ground and was perfectly complemented by the shimmery silver lame overlay. The silver lame train was made with the most delicate metallic threads weaved in various swirling patterns. They, too, sparkled in the sunlight. The dress train began where the bodice left off and lay over the silver tissue in one long, flowing manner. It was trimmed with sparkling silver lace, which allowed it to billow out and float behind as Elizabeth walked. Elizabeth's veil was made from delicate Brussels lace. It was secured with a gorgeous diamond clip at the base of her hair and cascaded and trailed behind 10 feet longer than the train of her dress. Unseen, as she had already removed it, but later to be seen by all, there was also a silver lame cape lined with white fur which clasped around Elizabeth's neck with a diamond-encrusted ornamental pin which matched the one securing her veil. She was a vision of beauty, and she mesmerized everyone in the room, Mr Darcy most of all. He scarcely saw the response of the room. All he could see were the dark pools of Elizabeth's eyes gazing at him with love, and her soft red lips more intoxicating than any liquor. It required all Darcy's self-control to offer only his hand to Elizabeth when she met him at the front of the chapel. He desired to fall at her feet and give her his entire being right then and there, in front of God and every wedding attendant. He thanked God every minute of every day she agreed to marry him. Mr Bennet, Mr Gardiner, and Lord Matlock each kissed the forehead of their lady before offering her hands to the gentleman who had earned her love. Mr Darcy gripped Elizabeth's hand as if it were his lifeline, and she squeezed his with equal force and vigour. From this point forward, they would never be parted. The ceremony progressed with each couple taking turns reciting their vows and pledging their enduring love to the one they were marrying. Mrs Gardiner often wondered how Lizzie and Mr Darcy made it through the ceremony as absent-minded as they were of anything happening around them. The only thing they were aware of was each other, but somehow they did. The Reverend pronounced the three couples men and wives and offered for the gentlemen to kiss their brides. Each man did so in relation to their emotions and sensibilities. Jane and Bingley shared a kiss of happiness and joy, putting on a little show for the audience, as their smiles were so vast that kissing was awkward, but those in attendance loved it. Richard and Anne felt shy in front of the audience, so their kiss was a quick one of tenderness and less passion. Very few in the audience thought of it, especially when their eyes caught sight of Darcy and Elizabeth. The two displayed neither happiness nor shyness. They showed energy and passion, caring nothing for the relations and friends looking upon them. The kiss was long and full of promises of a long, happy, passionate life together. The two would not have ended their kiss if it were not for Richard clasping Darcy's shoulder and whispering in his ear,
"Hold on, cousin. She is yours. But why not wait for everyone to leave before you prove it any further?"
Darcy looked at him from the corner of his eye and relinquished his demands on Elizabeth's lips. Elizabeth unwrapped her arms from around Darcy's neck while he removed his from the tight grasp of her waist. He offered her his arm and turned towards the room upon her taking it. The grip in which she held his arm told him she approved of the kiss, and she would soon welcome another. The three newly married couples walked up the aisle, returning through the doors that a scarce hour before had brought them here single. They entered their carriages and set off towards Netherfield, where the wedding breakfast was to take place. Jane and Bingley's carriage transported a couple that smiled and laughed as much as anything else. They occasionally stole a quick kiss, and Bingley promised Jane she would love their home as much as he did. Richard and Anne's carriage carried a couple who enjoyed a polite conversation about their future together, and one lingering kiss as the carriage pulled up in front of Netherfield. Still, the Darcy carriage was silent of all talk. Darcy directed his footman to have the carriage curtains drawn closed, and warming stones and blankets were to be in abundance. No sooner were the carriage doors closed than the two found a comfortable and convenient position to resume their previous chapel activities. The journey's rapidness from the Longbourn chapel to Netherfield Park annoyed no one so much as it did the Darcys. Still, as they pulled up the Netherfield drive, the two composed themselves, and Elizabeth quickly rearranged her hair as best she could. They departed the carriage with dignity, and no one but Lady Matlock and Mrs. Gardiner suspected a thing. Instead, those ladies exchanged happy, knowing smiles with one another, and followed the three couples into Netherfield on the arms of their most beloved husbands. To Mr. Darcy, it seemed the wedding breakfast would never end. He would have heralded Mrs. Bennet's event-planning skills to the world had she cancelled it entirely and sent the couples off with a farewell from the Longbourn chapel steps. He was desperate to be off and on his way to London House with no one except the new Mrs. Darcy. The words she spoke November 28th still rang in his head daily, and he was ever grateful that his torture would end and he could act on them. He never would forget her embarrassment and naivete as she explained her excellent night's rest upon the bed in the lavender room. Most assuredly, the bed is very soft. It felt like sleeping on a cloud, wrapped in exquisite silk. It is the best bed I have ever slept in. Perhaps you should sleep there and try it yourself. Lost in his introspections, Elizabeth approached him, touched his arm gently, and then stood on her tiptoes to whisper in his ear.
"Fitzwilliam, husband, what is it that is bothering you? For the last 10 minutes your face has been a mixture of pain and pleasure. I do not know whether I should laugh or be concerned. Please share your thoughts or troubles with me."
My dearest, beautiful Elizabeth, wife, I am not bothered by anything other than my thoughts and desires to escape this place with no one but you.
Elizabeth blushed prettily at his words. Then, Before she could respond further, Darcy pulled Elizabeth into his arms and leaned very near. He whispered in a deep, husky voice against her ear.
For weeks now, I have thought of little except this day. Those thoughts were not of us standing about socializing with hundreds of family members and neighbours at an insufferable breakfast. The thoughts were more to the effect of taking you home and making you part of my world. To experience the pleasures only a man and wife who love each other as we do can experience.
By the time Fitzwilliam stopped whispering in her ear and looked at Elizabeth's face, he had to catch his breath, for he quickly saw the passion in her eyes. He felt it throughout his entire person, and it was all he could do to not whisk her away at that very moment. But then his every wish was fulfilled by his wife.
Fitzwilliam, if you would please call for our coach, I will tell my mother of our departure. I feel today's events have been tiring, and with such a journey before me, I fear we must leave post-haste, or else I shall be too tired to fulfil my duties of the wife of a man worth 10,000 a year. I am sure my mother will not object to such a sensible suggestion.
Elizabeth looked at him with such a look, he quickly kissed her, then raced towards the door. Not one person stopped him before his task was complete. It took little effort for Elizabeth to find her mother in the crowded room. She was standing next to Lady Lucas and Mrs Phillips, loudly speaking of the good fortune of marrying her two perfect daughters to two such wealthy and handsome men. One part of Elizabeth cringed at the baseness of her mother, while the other melted with affection for the lady who, despite everything, would do anything for her daughters, whom she loved so much. Elizabeth softly placed her hand on her mother's arm.
Mamma, Mr Darcy and I really must be getting on our way to London.
Lizzie, my dear, must you leave already? I have been so busy I barely saw you in your exquisite gown. My dear, I am so happy for you. I was just telling Lady Lucas and my dear sister Phillips, was I not?
Both ladies eagerly nodded their heads in agreement.
Yes, Mamma, I am sure you were. But as it is, I feel today has been such a long and eventful day, though it is only late morning. Mr Darcy reminded me we have quite a distance to travel, and you know how tiring travel can be, especially on winter roads. Therefore, based on your motherly advice last evening, I think we should depart sooner rather than later, so we may arrive at London House, in time for me to rest, before I am required to perform all the duties I must as Mrs Darcy.
Yes, my dear, I am glad you have heeded my advice. What a good girl you are. Let us find your father so he may gather everyone's attention for your farewell.
No, Mamma, I would love to find father, however. Do not draw everyone's attention. You know how much Mr Darcy hates to be the centre of attention. Let us say our goodbyes to those we love, and then we shall sneak away without another thought about us.
Very well, my... Oh, come, there is your father now.
Then, shouting above all the crowd, Mrs Bennet exclaimed,
Mr Bennet, oh, Mr Bennet, you must come and see Lizzie off. She and Mr Darcy are ready to depart for London.
Mr Bennet walked towards Lizzie with his arms outstretched. As he reached her, she melted into his arms.
Father, I shall miss you so much, she said into his embrace.
And I shall miss you too, my dearest girl. I have already spoken to Mr Darcy and have an open invitation to visit London House, or Pemberley without so much as an invitation. I dare say you should beware. You may see more of me than you ever desire.
Nonsense, Father, I could never tire of seeing you. You shall be as welcome to me as you are to Fitzwilliam. Father, thank you for being the best father, and most of all, thank you for your support when I chose Fitzwilliam to be my husband. It pleases me that you get on so well together.
Mr Bennet was not generally an emotional man, but giving up his Lizzie and hearing such words of tenderness from her affected him more than he wished to admit. Her little speech had him tearing up, and he wiped at his eyes with his handkerchief.
Off with you now. Say your sentimental goodbyes to Jane, for she shall appreciate them more than me.
Although his words seemed harsh, Mr Bennet held Lizzie in a tight embrace, and his voice was tender and loving. His words did not deceive her, and she kissed him again before leaving his loving arms to find her most beloved sister. Mr and Mrs Bingley were standing on the far side of the room, surrounded by a crowd of well-wishers. Jane's angelic nature and Charles's amiability made everyone want to be around them. Jane saw Elizabeth approaching her and knew her sister was coming to say goodbye. She had been expecting the Darcys' early departure, as Charles had warned her it would most likely occur. She walked toward her sister, and the two fell upon one another in a tearful embrace.
Jane, sister, what shall I do being apart from you for so long?
Lizzie, we shall be together in thought and spirit daily.
Yes, Jane, but it is not the same.
Tears were rolling down Jane's face, and she attracted Charles' attention. He came to stand next to her, offering support in case she needed him. The ladies stood together, embracing, tears rolling down their faces and not saying a word for quite some time. Then, finally, Mr Darcy walked up, and he and Charles exchanged a farewell embrace of best friends and now brothers, and gently pulled their weeping wives apart. Mr Darcy was the first to speak.
Luckily for us, the roads between Netherfield and Pemberley are good, and the stretch from Grosvenor Square to London House is short. You shall see each other often, for Charles and I have constantly been in each other's presence these past years, and marrying sisters will hardly discontinue that practice. You will barely have time to miss one another before you are together again.
Charles piped in,
Darcy speaks the truth. In fact, we are so much in each other's company, we plan our times to be apart, just so we may have some peace and solitude.
The girls smiled at their husbands, who were trying hard to console them. Elizabeth attempted to explain their tears to their husbands.
We know. It is just that every time we have been apart in the past, we knew exactly when it was we would see each other again. Today we are unsure when we will next meet. We cry at the thought of it being a long time.
Darcy, a solution-driven man, quickly responded,
If that is all, then I have a simple remedy. When do you next want to see each other? Pick a day, and we shall make it come to pass.
Good idea, man,
Charles responded.
Jane, when would you like to visit your sister?
Charles, do you mean it? We can choose a time now.
Yes, any time you want. Darcy and Elizabeth plan to be back at Pemberley for Christmas and New Year. Perhaps we should invade Pemberley just after the New Year. That way, each of us can have our first holidays as man and wife, but rejoice together shortly thereafter.
Elizabeth was excited about hosting her sister and brother at Pemberley.
Brother, that sounds perfect. Please say yes, Jane.
How could I not? I have heard such wonderful things about Pemberley from Charles, and now Elizabeth shall be there. I can hardly wait for the day. Yes, we shall come.
All four passed farewell hugs around, and then Darcy and Elizabeth said goodbye to everyone else, including the Gardiners and Georgiana, who would remain at Longbourn until she returned with the Gardiners to London in 2 days. They also farewelled Mr and Mrs Richard Fitzwilliam, who they also invited to Pemberley for the days following the New Year. The couple thanked them for the invitation, but could not attend for matters known only to them. Darcy and Elizabeth walked out to the carriage with many followers. Everyone stood on the stoop to wish them farewell, but no one stayed to wave as long as Charles and Jane. Once the house and Jane were out of sight, Elizabeth sat back on the coach bench and wiped at her moist eyes. When she finally looked up, she saw Mr Darcy looking at her with a soft and kind smile.
Fitzwilliam, I promise I am not normally this silly.
I know, Elizabeth, I know. Today has indeed been a day of change. All in one day you changed your name, left your family that you have always known and took up a new family. You quit your childhood home, and unlike your sister, who is staying in the neighbourhood, you are off to live in a place that you have never even visited. You are very strong to handle it as well as you have. I admire your strength and fortitude.
You give me too much credit, Fitzwilliam. I am not at all handling it well.
Mr Darcy moved from his side of the carriage to hers and wrapped her in a warm embrace. He then removed her slippers and placed her feet on a heating stone. He then covered them in warm blankets and settled against the carriage with his wife wrapped in his arms. They reclined in amiable silence for a few minutes until Elizabeth spoke, asking questions about Pemberley. Still holding her in his arms, Fitzwilliam told her about Pemberley during the various seasons, often exhibiting his excitement to explain some particular aspect of a walk or from a tree he thought she would appreciate. No other person, and definitely no woman, could respect the view from the grand oak tree at the northernmost part of Pemberley property the way he expected Elizabeth would. His appearance under so much excitement brought out features Elizabeth had never seen before. As he spoke, he touched and caressed her in ways that were not allowed before they were married. Elizabeth, at first, was stiff and fearful of the emotions being discovered deep within. She did not realize she could feel more than she already felt when they kissed and held each other before. Those times they had teetered on the verge of propriety, yet were nothing to what she was feeling now. It did not take long for Elizabeth to become accustomed to his touches, and somewhere along the way she became bold enough to return his caress. Mr Darcy exercised every effort to do no more than touch Elizabeth during their journey. Her actions, however, strained his resolve. Already the two had experienced the fire and passion of their mouths intertwined. Now they were experiencing the intensity of touch. In no way did Mr Darcy want them to experience the power of the two combined until they were in the confines of their private rooms at London House. He knew that with the level of his desire for Elizabeth, his beautiful wife, he would be unable to restrain himself until he discovered every part of her. He wanted her beyond anything, but not here, not now, so he wrangled his passions and gained control of the situation. He began asking Elizabeth questions and kept her talking for close to an hour until their weariness of the day caught up with them, and still wrapped in each other's arms and within the intimacy of the shared blanket, they fell asleep. Mr Darcy awoke first to the sounds of London emanating from outside the carriage. It took him a moment to adjust to the good luck of having his wife in his arms. Then he smiled lovingly at her sleeping form and gently placed soft kisses on her head. Elizabeth awoke from her pleasant dreams of being held in Fitzwilliam's arms. She was a little disappointed, as she thought it was just a dream. Then her mind cleared, and reality invaded as she remembered her wedding. Her eyes opened, and she felt two sturdy arms wrapped around her, holding her in a warm embrace. She tightened her grip on his arms, and he returned the pressure and addressed her.
Elizabeth, dearest wife, love of my heart. We are in London. We have about 10 minutes before we arrive at London House.
Very well, husband. I will just remain here for 9.5 of them. It is too cold, and I am much too comfortable to give up my personal warming stone.
Warming stone. Why, Elizabeth, is that all I am to you, a warming stone?
Indeed not, for you are also useful for reaching books off the library's upper shelf, providing me with lovely gifts, and making me swoon with your intoxicating kisses.
The first two replies made Mr Darcy screw up his face with fake indignation, but to the final he responded as any newly married man would. He kissed her. When the Darcy carriage pulled up in front of London House, every servant stood gathered in straight lines on each side of the house's entry in order of rank. They were all prepared to admire and congratulate the master and his new bride. Most of the servants had already met Miss Bennet while she stayed at London House during her trousseau shopping visit, but this was not Miss Bennet. She was the new Mrs Darcy, and everyone was ready to see her as such. Elizabeth straightened her cape, and Mr Darcy placed her bonnet on her head, tying it under her chin before pulling her close to him. He whispered against her soft lips,
"Welcome to our home, Mrs Darcy."
The footman opened the carriage door, and Mr Darcy stepped down. He turned to hand out Elizabeth, but instead of handing her down, He scooped her into his arms and carried her up the walk and front steps. She laughed and scolded him, but never asked to be put down. If he was comfortable enough to display in front of his servants, then she certainly was too. Pausing at the front door, Mr Darcy addressed Mr and Mrs Robbins.
If you please, Robbins, invite everyone into the foyer to reassemble in the home's warmth, and I shall address everyone.
At once, sir.
As Mr Darcy entered the house with Elizabeth still in his arms, he told her a short story.
Every bride who has ever entered London House or Pemberley for the first time has done so in her husband's arms. By doing this, we invite love and happiness into our home. My father once told me that if I was not afraid to show my love for my wife to everyone, including the servants, that your love will be strong enough to sustain us through any trial that may come our way.
I know our love is that strong, Fitzwilliam. Thank you for loving me and marrying me.
Darcy gave Elizabeth a kiss, not a quick, chaste kiss, but one full of promise and hope for a long and happy life. He then turned around and addressed the London House staff, who were all smiling from ear to ear. A deep and enduring love, like the one the couple displayed, bode well for the continuation of the Darcy family.
Thank you all for gathering here on this momentous and happy day. I cannot tell you the joy I feel in presenting to you Mrs Elizabeth Darcy, mistress of Pemberley and London House.
The servants clapped and shouted congratulations to the couple. Mr Darcy said a few more words to their staff, then he took hold of Elizabeth's hand and led her to the master's chambers. Although it was barely 4 in the afternoon, they were not to be seen for the rest of the night or the following day. Pausing in front of the master suite, Mr Darcy again picked up Elizabeth to carry her over the threshold to their rooms. Elizabeth laughed.
Is this a continuation of another Darcy tradition?
No, this is a beginning of a new Darcy tradition. No London house or Pemberley husband I know of has carried his wife across their bedroom threshold.
Then, lowering his voice and looking directly into Elizabeth's eyes, he continued.
I surmise that if it brings love and happiness to carry a new bride into the home, then it must bring passion and exhilaration to carry her into the master suite. And even if it is not the truth, it is what I shall tell all our sons when we have them. Welcome to our rooms, Mrs Darcy.
The two entered together to embark on a long and joyful life together. It was clear to everyone who met them that their marriage was for nothing but the deepest love. The end.